Yes and no. That's my favorite answer always.
Yeah.
When you're fighting whoever you're with, you have to look inside of yourself. Why are we fighting? Is it because there's something within me I am not fulfilling within myself and I project it to the other person? And when you are capable of seeing that consciously, then it becomes growth. If you are not aware and you're just fighting and keep blaming the other person, it's not growth, it's just keeping you stuck. But the whole point with this game is that we come to realize this, so we can develop within ourselves, but also to each other. You know, it's not nice being fighting always. It's not nice blaming each other everything. Like, why are you together then? I never understood this. Since I was a little kid, I didn't understand human love that well, because I just love things unconditionally, but I don't understand the human thing so much. I'm getting there. And I looked at them and I'm like, 9 out of 10 times I was questioning myself, why are you guys together? Like, what is going on? I don't see the love, I don't see the heart thingy. You are all the time talking about what is wrong with him. I don't get it, you know? So many people are following patterns, following belief system. Oh, I find him, he's quite good, or he's handsome looking, or whatever, and then they're finding each other instead of finding out what is it within me that does, so I am projected this on him. Or am I here because I think it's the best thing to do and I don't really love him?
Just in practical reasons.
Exactly. Yeah. Or am I here because my heart tells me that he's the one for me? And from my perspective, you should go for what your heart tells you that it's the one for me. To be together for practical reasons, then you're not following your heart. When you're not following your heart, you out to go to other centers within yourself, and then you feel the lack of love because you don't love yourself if you don't listen to yourself. So then you get like all these other needs. Somebody eats too much, somebody cheats because they need to feel loved, and they feel like they are kind of raping themselves when they're together with this person.
Raping themselves.
Yeah, imagine that you are not in your heart. You're with somebody for practical reason. He's kind of nice, but
he has money.
Your heart, for example, he has money, or you don't want to split the family. This is like. So every time you are physically together, your heart is saying no, but you're saying, well, this is for the family. Then it's like raping yourself, and then it's like self-hate. So you create this self-hate thing inside of yourself. That makes you hate him. It's not his fault, no. You know. It's you doing it to you. Yeah. And many people say this, but I can just not do it to him. He's a good guy, or to her, she's a good woman. And the answer is, well, right now you're lying. So right now you're doing something which is 100 times worse. I personally would rather that nobody would ever be with me than somebody would be with me for a reason that was not that I love you completely from my heart.
Yeah. This guy you just mentioned, Eckhart Tolle, once told me in one of his talks that the main purpose of love relationships is freeing each other out of thinking patterns that are our own love. And I was in a relationship that you just explained, so I was always thinking, this is good because this is freeing me out of complex thinking. But how do you taste the difference again between if it's the right? Because sometimes the one who you're with can really trigger some painful things. You could think, well, that's not the one I want to be with.
For me, it's a feeling in my heart. To describe it, it's like you're linked together with somebody, right? And it feels stronger than the other links you feel to other people. And when you're together, you can see there is kind of fights, but you can also feel, okay, I am created this for whatever reason. So you can help each other grow in that form. When you're talking about the other way, then you don't feel this intense feeling in the same form. It feels more like a sleeping pillow, where you just are annoyed by the other person all the time, right? Because you are not in your heart, you're not connected in their heart. some people can be in this state which actually can be connected in the heart, but they both step out of it. So it's up to these people to go back to their heart, open it up and realize, okay, when I'm in my heart, do I wish to be next to you when you're in your heart? And this is one of the things people need up. It's like, okay, if I'm in my heart, what do I see? Do I need to just be myself to realize this? I will often tell people, take 3 months, cut lines, as if you were broken up. Go find yourself when you're there, far away from him or far away from her. What do you feel? Do you feel free for the first time in your life and don't want to go back? Or do you feel free and feel the desire or the urge to share this with the other person?
Yeah. Is it possible to have a love relationship with Elisa Namaste?
That's a good question.
Because you're such a free bird that flies over the world.
I guess I'm kind of old school. I believe in true love. And for me, it's important that my heart feels I want to wake up to this next to this person every morning. And I want to feel that I miss him, even if I'm not there. So yeah, I guess it's possible.
But difficult. Because you don't need someone else.
No, I don't need somebody else.
Yeah.
Oh, this is a really good question. I don't think it will be difficult for the person who meant to be there. No. And for me, I also don't feel it will be difficult for me to be with him. It will feel naturally. And if it doesn't feel naturally, it's just not meant to be. Of course, there will be things you have to look into, or else it's not a love relationship, right? But if your heart tells you, I just want to be one with this person, then that is all that matters. And then you together make a creation, and then you create the world around it. So the answer will be yes, it's possible.
And could it be that you have the urge to go to Hungary because there's a man waiting for you over there?
I don't think so.
Could be, no? Does the universe work I always say universe works in strange ways.
Universe do work in mysterious ways, yeah, that's true. So I will never could say no, it's not that, because then I will be in denial.
But you feel it's kind of different urge. It's a more deeper. Or
that's so hard for me to say, because my heart, when it opens up, it feels like being in love completely. And I sometimes it's just like a tree, or a little child, or a trainer, or it doesn't matter what it is, but it's the feeling of being in love. It's the drive. It's the open heart feeling. So for me, there is no difference. I don't know how to take those two feelings apart.
But the other side could interpret it in the wrong way. Maybe some trainer or someone you meet on the bus could think, wow, this girl is very spontaneous to me. I have to get her phone number.
That's true. I've been meeting a lot of these situations.
But how do you go on with that?
I am just honest. I just am who I am. I am showing the love of which I feel. And at some point, if they want some, which is not what I feel,
kickboxing.
I know kickboxing. I'm gonna kick their ass. No. I'm just honest. But most of the time, the energy you send out is reflecting back. So many people have this attraction to me, feeling love or falling in love, but they, funny enough, are not sexual attracted to me, because I don't send this sexual energy out. So there's nothing within them. They kind of can grab onto that.
Respond.
Yeah. So they get a bit confused about that sometimes. I have had questions about that. Like, hey, you jump send that thing on. Like, I don't know how to. Sorry. I just am.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So no stalkers at your meetings?
There have been a few.
I can imagine, yeah. Because if I recognize love in you, then I think, oh my God, I'm in love with you.
But it's yourself you're in love with.
You're in love with love, or something like that, yeah.
The love that you need inside of you is what I reflect. back, and then people think they are in love with me, but they are in love with that feeling within themselves.
Yeah.
So I just tell them that, and I just of course show them love from a perspective of loving everything, and I tell them that.
There's a Dutch teacher, Hans Laurentius, he always says to a woman who falls in love with him, he says, wait, I'm just the postman delivering the love letter. Don't confuse and fall in love with the postman. It's the love letter it's about. Yeah, so that was I'm reminded of that. We have about a little 10 more minutes. Anything you want to add to this great talk? What are you excited about? New meetings coming up, books, seminars, websites, live shows?
Live. Yeah, I decided I will make this live stream. I'm excited about that. So once a week I will make this live stream on my Facebook. On my website. Yeah.
ElisaNamaste.com.
Yes, and people can make questions there, and I will help responding on it. I will do a lot more online because I'm gonna travel around. So it will be possible to have like a session with me from all over the world. You can do it online.
Great.
And I'm starting this school up named School of Consciousness. I created 6 classes this far. We created, me and the universe. And I'm really excited.
How does it work?
It's like so I have plans about doing some writing, but I will have somebody writing it for me. I'm not good in spelling, I'm great in talking, but sitting down and writing books for many hours is not it's not my thing. No. Not at the moment. Maybe when I'm 9 months pregnant I can move, you know, we never know.
From a Hungarian guy.
From a Hungarian guy. There's a lack and I will break down. If I have to live a life on earth now, the energy needs to be in the flow. It doesn't matter if it's in fruit. You give me fruit, I give you a hug, you know. But it is it has to be in alignment with how do you say it? With what is giving out, somehow it needs to come back.
Yeah.
In one form or another. At some point I didn't really take money for anything, and I broke a lot down. I passed out constantly, and I still do that actually. So I still need some balancing. So for me, it's quite fast show physically when I give more than I have, and in order of being here long time and deliver this message, also traveling around the world and doing it, of course. You need to have this energy in form of money, for example, right? So it has to come from somewhere.
Yeah.
For me, it doesn't feel wrong. If you want to invest energy in your own development, then that is what you get.
Yeah, that's right.
If you want it for free,
yeah,
how much are you then investing in your own development?
There are more teachers who say that. They say, if a meeting for free, 10 people come who just sit like this on the front row. Well, let's see what this is. If you invest 10 or 20 euros, you're going to sit on the tip of your chair. You want to suck out of all the wisdom you can get.
Yeah.
So it's also an investment in yourself.
Exactly. Yeah. And for me, it's also balanced. There's some people who takes a lot of money. That doesn't feel good for me. Yeah. For me, I'm always feeling into on like how do you say it, like the world is right now. And how it feels energetic alignment with what I take. For example, people pay something here. Sometimes when I'm in very poor countries, the fee is completely something else because it will be completely human to go there and say, hey, 60 euros. They're like, oh, that's what I earned in 3 months. So for me, it's important that there is the energy flow in money also, so I can do what I'm sent here to do without feeling this lack and have to fight for that also, because then I don't have enough energy to what I'm sent here for. And then when I feel something should be given, I just do it. I don't think about, oh no, I cannot give it to you because of I just do what feels right.
And it's strange that people don't want to. Some people don't want to pay for spirituality to fix the motor
and pay a dietist and a lot of light products in what they eat and the medical.
Psychologist, everything. Yeah, it's great that we touched on that. Thank you, Elisa, for this great talk, and hope to see you back in Holland. That you're not going to stick in Hungary, but
I will be back. I promise.
Oh, great!
And thank you very much. I really I enjoyed it.
Great, thanks. Hello, John. Welcome to Amsterdam. You've been here before, I guess?
Several times.
Yeah. Anything?
The architecture. It's rather obvious. The people are nice.
Big difference with where you come from, Canada?
It's quite a difference.
What's the main difference?
There isn't the same amount of culture. It's quite a cultural difference.
And in the way people act and react to each other?
Mm-hmm. So, for Amsterdam, there's a bigger mind.
A bigger mind than back home in Canada? Okay, I would guess the other way around. That people here in... Well, I know what you mean. You mean less narrow-minded than...
Just broader-minded.
The culture of a country. Do you tell people in Germany... do you bring it to people in Germany in a different way than over here in Holland? Or is it a universal message?
The message isn't really different, but it's adapted to the person. So the more direct someone is, that changes it. If someone, if the people tend to come at something in a roundabout kind of way, then it takes more to bring them in a sense.
But that's not bound to a country. That's just a personal thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you don't when you talk to people.
This is somewhat a country.
When you talk to people, it's not talking to a group. It's talking to one person at a time. Then to make sure the message gets through. Yeah. Isn't that really exhausting?
No, it's not exhausting. It's just responding to what is there in that person. Whatever level is open within them, then speaking to that level, and then beginning to speak to what is just beneath that level that they're familiar with, so that they can still see it, perceive it, have a sense of it, and follow into something that they're knowing the truth of.
Mm-hmm. Is there a difference between, let's say, the Friday and the Saturday evening when you give a talk? Is the first evening for people who just came in touch with the subject, and Saturday for the more advanced, and the Sunday for the, again, more advanced, or is it all mixed?
It's more mixed, but people do begin to settle in after a couple of meetings.
Mm-hmm.
And there's also there's an obvious more of a group feeling, so it's ours, but settling in together with others.
Is there any danger of sitting in the back at visiting these kind of things? It looks like very safe. When I sit in the back, I just shut up. I don't have to ask anything. How does that work? People have to have a willingness to hear your message and to also be open to your response.
It's not really a danger. Some people are just really checking out one place and another place, in a sense sitting back and trying to find out, what is this about? What is this person talking about? What is the reality of this? And trying to find out. What would be more of a danger is not so much sitting back or sitting in the back, but taking on something that they're realizing is true, so then really knowing something, and then instead of applying it and really living it, just going from place to place to place, and becoming increasingly insulated from really responding deeply within to what they're knowing.
And the risk is that they just hear it and then...
Then it becomes increasingly a mental thing, so there's a safety that's developed to keep from surrendering to something that's really clear within, that's really seen.
For me, it was a risk for a couple of years just visiting these kind of meetings, satsangs. It felt great, and then it was like a movie. I went out of the theater and then forgot all about it. Do you meet a lot of those people who come to your meetings for years and years and they just see it as a little nice break from daily stress?
For some it's like that. There's so many different kinds.
Yeah. And you don't get angry at those people that you say, oh, you come for all those years. Why don't you live it? No.
For some people, they come for it's sort of like a fill-up. It helps them in their life. It brings them to a deeper place. It helps them to regain perspective concerning things that are deeper, and that helps them. So then that's good.
And when someone is in the audience with a pen and a paper and writes down everything you say, do you encourage that, or do you say, well, it's not about the words or not about remembering everything I said precisely?
It's not first about the words. It's first about the transmission that's there, the deeper sense. The deeper sense that they'd be recognizing of something that they're realizing within. The words can help to form something of a scene and an understanding, and to form something of a living concept of what's being experienced. So in that way the words are good.
Mm-hmm. But you don't have to remember everything that's being... Should you forget everything that's being said? Or...
Not that either. It's not about remembering every word, and it's not about forgetting all the words.
Mm-hmm. Well, some teachers talk about Jesus who wrote it in the sand, and then the sea could wash it away, so they couldn't make a book out of it. They did, obviously, but so that's not such a problem. The words.
No.
How did this come about for you? Were you suffering for a lot of years before you started to follow this path?
No.
But mostly people suffer, and then they think, oh, I've got to get rid of the suffering, rid of the pain, get rid of my view. Or do happy people visit?
Both, all kinds.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't have anything of a suffering or pain or difficulty. Things just opened up very unexpectedly.
Yeah. So no dark night of the soul. Oh. Is there like a common, I don't know the real English word, but a common thing for everyone who opens up, that you could say, hey, there, now I crossed that bridge? Or is it different for everybody?
It's somewhat different for everyone. It depends what level someone's at. A really basic thing is being just really honest within, honest to that affects your psyche, your behavior, and you start to turn into something that's far removed from what's really helpful within.
Could you call that defense mechanism ego?
Yes.
Is there such a thing as a healthy ego?
Yes. Yeah, you see it in children, where they feel really good about achieving something or seeing something. They feel really good about themselves. So that's a special thing. Once the individuation has taken place and they come to a really healthy sense of themselves and where they are in this world, how to be with others, then when the ego continues to develop further and it turns into a deeper kind of self-importance, then that's catastrophic to a person's inner, deeper well-being.
Could you name an age where you could say, like, well, now's the time to grow up? Because I can imagine when you're a young adolescent, when you go to school, you need that ego to survive, because you need to fit in the group, you need to wear the right clothes and do the right thing and listen to the right music. Is this message also for teenagers? Or should you say, wait for this when you graduate?
No, it's easy for teenagers, easy for children.
Easy to see the ego for what it is.
Not so much seeing the ego for what it is, just realizing what's real within and what's worth responding to within. So it's easy for children to hear, it's easy for teenagers to hear.
Mm-hmm. So your message is not get rid of the ego, like some spiritual teachers tell us to do.
No, it's not about getting rid of the ego.
No.
If you try and get rid of the ego, then that doesn't address a person's orientation within.
It's just being mental, having war inside your head. Yeah. So how can I taste the difference between what's my real drive, my heart intention, however you want to call it, and what is just being in vain and satisfying my need for attention, and how can I taste the difference?
When it's real within and it addresses something of your own being, that has you opening and softening within. So it takes you out of mentalizing something, and it makes it real on an interior level. Openness and softness is crucial to a deeper sense of well-being and reaching into something that's deeper than what we're accustomed to in ourselves, deeper than our conditioning.
Does it make me a more lovable guy or a loving guy?
Yes. Empathy for others. Opening and softening within takes you out of being judgmental. It doesn't reduce the capacity to think. So you come into a deeper kind of clarity even in your thinking.
Mm-hmm.
And then the thinking is coming from a deeper place than what thinking on its own is. So then the thinking is serving something lovelier than what thought is.
So getting rid of thoughts, that's also not the way.
That's right.
It's the quality of thoughts you should research. Yeah.
The deeper within that you're coming from, the more that's reflected in the kind of the quality of feeling that you have within, the quality of thinking.
Being a little more critical about what you're thinking and not immediately following every thought that pops up. Could you call that maturity, or is it spiritual maturity, or?
That would be more of a self-maturity or maturity in what you are as a person. But it still doesn't address your orientation as awareness. You can have a wholesome kind of critical thought and still be sort of loosely speaking self-oriented versus being truth-oriented, where you're wanting to come from something deeper than what you recognize as yourself, because of knowing within that there is something deeper than what you're accustomed to. There's always something deeper, and then as soon as you realize that there is, then you want to be coming from that instead of coming from something that's subsequent to that.
Is there an end to that depth, or is that something that can deepen and deepen and deepen? Or could you say you have hit the bottom, or does it have a bottom, that depth? No.
There is a basic kind of shift that makes a fundamental difference, and that's living from within a perspective as you've grown up to see it, or is as you think it is, and is as what you've experienced reality to be, or you begin to realize that there's something much deeper than your opinions, your thinking, your sense of reality. You come to know a deeper sense within, and you start to explore that, and then your whole hold on yourself starts to loosen, and relax, and you start to come into a much deeper place within, and then you see others differently, and you see the world differently.
Could you say you see the world for the first time, as it is, or not filtered, not colored, or
Much more so.
yeah?
And even being in nature then changes. Then instead of experiencing nature in the way that you're accustomed to, then there are deeper levels of nature opening up, so then you experience it more as a oneness. There's more of your body interacting with what nature is, and that begins to mean more to you than the perception from within yourself of nature. So then the level of nurture in being in nature is deeper and greater.
So you enjoy it more, or you feel it more, or
Feel it more, enjoy it more, see it in a way that has more in it than what you're used to.
and does that make you like when you walk through the city with all kinds of buildings and no nature at all? Does it make you feel less at home then, or?
No, because when deeper levels open up within, then you have that deeper leveled relationship with whatever it is that's around you. So whether it's
Bricks or plants?
bricks
Yeah,
or nature is in everything.
also bricks and
You
big
can
buildings.
find it in anything. If you can perceive it, you'll see it.
This is wood. Once was a tree. So you see a tree instead of just a table, or
It's not. Well, I can perceive it that way, but even more than that, there's a life, a deeper life that is within everything. So then there's a deeper resonance, a capacity to, in some way, merge with what's there. There's nature in what wood is, which is not then wood anymore. It has there's a consciousness to it. So there's a possibility of being in relationship with the environment that you're in, instead of being separate from it and looking at something.
you see there's a living thing. It's not static anymore.
That's right.
Yeah. I imagine that would be nice, just walking through the Amsterdam and seeing everything vibrating or full of life, instead of only recognizing it in nature. What's the main change you feel when people sit with you for like 2 or 3 hours? What's the difference between people when people walk in and people walk out?
The main difference would be people coming to a sense of a deeper restedness within, coming to a sense that there's much more to reality than what they've perceived, and being really touched by that and nurtured by that within. So then walking away and realizing that there really is more within, and having a hands-on, deeper sense of being able to access that and being at home in that, and that it's not a profound difficulty to come to a self-realization or a deeper realization than what yourself is within. So that it's all, it actually works and it's accessible. It's not complicated.
Is that the main obstacle you have to overwin? That this message in essence is so simple that you keep on searching for another few years to prove to yourself that it is that simple, that it's not more difficult.
That is a difficulty for people, because they're thinking that if something is so profound, whether they regard it as self-realization or enlightenment or whatever the term is that they have in their thinking, that the perception is that for something that is that deep and that would answer so much within, that it must be really difficult to come to it. And even though they realize at different times how simple it really is, there's still a subconscious influence of it has to be much more complicated than that. It has to be difficult. It can't be really easy and really simple.
Yeah, nothing comes for free, or that conditioning that you have to work hard to get something. So this is the most beautiful and simplest message of all, but we still overlook it, or
Yes, and it's also a difficulty for people in really realizing something that is so lovely within, to let go of the things that they're holding on to. So then letting go of being in disagreement with something so lovely within.
is that it? That you're disagreeing with that inner sense?
Well, if there's, you can have a deeper inner sense and at the same time be holding on to something in yourself and not want to let go of that because there's an emotional attachment to it or a mental attachment to it.
Do you point to like belongings, your wife, your children, or the mental concept you have of yourself? All of that?
Yes, and a little bit deeper than that. Believing that you need to have what you think you have. Mm-hmm. So the believing that you need to keep it, you need to secure it for yourself instead of just relaxing within and enjoying what's there and being in the deeper nature of what you have instead of seeing it as a surface thing, a surface something, and locking onto that.
So I shouldn't get rid of all belongings, my wife, my children, and then I can realize this. It's not, that's not the right way.
That would create an impediment.
How do you mean?
An impediment that would, in a way, that would make a person worse because they'd be believing something that they're not knowing the truth of, believing something they perceive. Mm-hmm. That everything they have is in the way, so then believing to get rid of it all. And if you get rid of it all you've done is really secured a belief, secured something that you're not actually knowing the truth of. So then that's strengthened a misperception.
So you could call it a spiritual ego, or yeah. So could the final question be, or is the final question, can this be found in the world?
Yes.
Because I searched for happiness in the world, couldn't find it. So, yeah, all the things on the surface you could find, but how do I find it in the world then?
In the midst of being in the world. You can find it in the world just as you can find it in nature. When you're in nature, there's a natural response. It's a lot easier in nature. There's a natural response because there's a beingness that you're relating to in nature, and there's a nectar in that, there's a nurture in that. When you're in the world, it's more difficult to perceive because there are things competing with what you're feeling and what you're thinking. But as soon as you begin to become rested within, even somewhat in the way that you are in the midst of nature, then your perception changes in the midst of this world. Then you begin to see differently what's outside of you because what you're coming from within is a little bit different.
So I don't have to meditate for 10 hours a day to see this or to deepen this, or...
Meditation helps. Ultimately, it isn't what works. When you begin to meditate, you begin to realize something within that matters more than what you've perceived in yourself. As soon as you realize that, then you don't need to meditate. Now you can just be what it is that you were realizing. The tendency is that when something begins to work, that you continue with the technique instead of being in what you were realizing within the technique.
Do you come to Amsterdam every year, or is it just now a rare opportunity to see you in person?
For now, each year.
Okay, because this weekend you give how do you call it yourself? A retreat, a satsang, a meeting?
Meetings.
Meetings. Meetings in truth, or?
Not even that.
No. Is there such a thing as truth in words?
Yes, just as there is truth in feeling and truth in thinking. The reality of it is limited to the depth within that you're coming from. So the more deeply you've realized the truth of something, the more your thinking then is able to work for what you're coming from.
So again, the quality of thoughts grows. Does the quality of feelings also grow?
Yes.
Everything grows.
Everything becomes much finer, and there's much more of the exquisite that's perceived and felt.
So could you compare it to eating at McDonald's and then eating at a 3-star restaurant? Better quality of taste, everything, sight.
Or, yes, or eating a homegrown carrot or tomato, or eating something that's been force grown.
Yeah.
There isn't nearly the same kind of flavor.
Do people get angry at these kind of meetings? Do they stand up and say, well, go to hell? Or how does it work?
It can happen. That'd be pretty rare.
Or is there always like a peaceful atmosphere? I imagine feelings come up, feelings of anger, feelings of do people cry a lot at your meetings? Maybe after half an hour or an hour?
That can easily happen.
Yeah.
Person can be easily quite teary because of being really touched within and beginning to open within and realizing something that really matters, and all of a sudden it's really working.
Is there like an aftercare of people? Because I can imagine when you hear this message for the first time, you're flabbergasted. You walk out of the room and someone has to take your hand and say, let me walk you to the bus, to the station.
Not really. It's not unseating someone's mind. It's just taking their awareness deeper within.
Yeah.
Instead of being a person, realizing they're a self, and instead of being a self, realizing that they have a heart, and instead of just having a heart, realizing that they're knowing the truth of something in their heart, and they're just taken deeper and deeper, that there's always a deeper level.
Yeah. You don't throw them into the deep and say, go swim. No. Because there are some teachers who are so radical that we hear stories of people who visit them and they stay there for an hour and they can't go to work the next week because they're so confused. So that's something you watch over, that but people don't get too confused.
It's not a mental approach, it's more of a heart approach.
Mm-hmm. But it can be mentalized. Oh, now I have to do this and that, and I don't have to use my name anymore. No, don't call me Patrick. Call me consciousness. No. So you could say
that would be more of a mental trip.
Yeah.
Putting someone into a mental trip.
So you could say the people who visit your talks are a little into the subject, that they don't get crazy about this and start doing crazy things.
It's the whole focus is taken away from concepts that tease the mind and going into some kind of mental trip. It's more realizing something that you actually know the truth of within. So it's not about being impressed by a higher concept or a deeper concept, but realizing something that works right now, and immediately there's a restedness, a settledness within, and a capacity to open and soften and be much more relaxed within and knowing something deeper than what you're accustomed to.
So
and there's a nurture to that.
Less craziness. Final, anything you want to ask me?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So John, you just told me to move into the light. How do I move into the light?
By realizing what it is that you actually know the truth of within. So you have your perceptions, you have your thoughts, you have your beliefs, And of everything that you believe is true, what of that do you actually really know is true?
How do I know if it's true? Because the first 6 years of my life, 7 years, I believed in Santa Claus because someone told me that there was such a thing as Santa Claus. I was very afraid of him. And so all the things you thought were true were told to you or taught to you. But now I have to trust you when you tell me this and this is true. What's the difference between Santa Claus, someone telling me believe in Santa Claus, and this?
When you begin to really look at what you actually know the truth of, it's going to be very little. And that's a difficulty for people. To really know the truth of something, it really comes down to a beingness that you recognize within, a kind of beingness that really answers you, a kind of beingness that really meets you. And that takes you out of concepts that you've taken on, concepts of reality or truth that you've adopted. To look at what you actually really know the truth of is going to be really quite little.
Is there anything I know that is the truth? Let's say it like this way. Is there anything that I know that is truth?
If you go into your heart, what you realize in your heart, when you're quieted within your heart, what you realize and you end up knowing the truth of is that it's true for you to open within and soften within. And when you close within and you harden within, that's not true for you, because that goes against what you are in a deeper level. So that creates a split in you.
So could you say that everything that warms up your heart is true and everything that makes it cold is not true?
That's something that's different. When you say something opens or something warms your heart or makes your heart cold, then you're talking about something outside of yourself. But within, to respond to what beingness within warms you, then yes.
And it's not a mental thing, it's a feeling thing.
There's feeling to it. It's more so when you're responding to something that you actually know the truth of deeper within, it has you being deeper within, and of course you can feel that. So it has an effect on your interior, where your interior is nurtured. There's a wholesomeness that satisfies on a deeper level. It may not satisfy your thinking or your understanding, but it has an immediate effect of meeting you within.
And also bringing up all pain, I presume.
Yes.
And that could easily be translated as a depression, or I feel depressed and I have to quit this rubbish. It makes me feel sad. Do I have to go through this or just let it happen?
It's neither that you have to go through it or let it happen. It's that you're able to be something deeper within than what the depression is. And when you realize that, then you can be that in the midst of the depression. As soon as you're being something in the midst of the depression that is not what the depression is, then the depression doesn't have the effect on you that it used to have, because you're coming from something that's other than what that is.
So you could say, like in the midst of the storm, it's quiet, in the eye of the storm. So feeling depressed, feeling lonely, that's something that comes up sometimes. How can I get in the center of feeling lonely?
When you're feeling lonely, then there's a need to have something, perceiving that you need deeper company, more company, or a certain kind of company that you're not having. When you move deeper within, then immediately there's a core kind of satisfaction. When that core satisfaction is there, then that takes you out of the need of something you're perceiving that needed to be there outside of you.
So, don't you need anything from the world anymore?
You need something from outside of you, such as food. For your body to be healthy, you need to eat.
Fresh air.
Yes.
But
you don't need a healthy body for you, for instance, to be at profound peace within. So then someone who, if you find out that you have cancer and you're dying and you have very little time left to live, as soon as you drop to a deeper level within, then you become free of what it is you perceive you're needing of living longer. So then there's a restedness within, a profound peace within, and then living or dying isn't what first affects you anymore. That you're in touch with something much deeper within.
And how does it work when someone in your surroundings is facing cancer, or how can you? It brings sorrow. Doesn't bring peace.
Well, it can bring peace being with someone who is having cancer. Is if your satisfaction within is simply meeting the other person, then you're not meeting cancer, you're meeting what's really there within. And that, of course, affects the other person, because that other person is really being seen, instead of being perceived or seen as someone who's a victim to cancer.
So does the labeling stop of putting post-it notes on someone? He's a man, he's a patient, you strip it down to the essence.
All of the labels are still there, but they belong only on the level that the labels appeal to, and that there's deeper within than what those levels are. So all of the levels exist at the same time. So then it's seeing the labels, seeing the level that's deeper than that, seeing what satisfies that level, seeing the level that's even deeper from what that is, until there's a relationship with the essence of a person in the midst of everything else that is there also.
Could you call that love?
Yes.
Love, being, all the word God, all the words for that unnameable thing, which isn't a thing.
Love is more immediate. To call it something like God is too big of a concept. That takes a person into thinking. Thinking about something that they don't necessarily even know the truth of.
How do you call it?
Just on an experiential level, deeper within, it would be love.
Yeah.
The love is immediate. As soon as you open within and soften within, the result is that love moves.
And it's not something you can get out of another person, or is it something that can be shared or only can be recognized?
Recognized. If you're recognizing it and knowing it and you're in it, then of course you're also sharing in it. If you're in it, you can give it. If you're not in it, you're not able to give it. You can only give what you're in.
And does that love need the world to appear?
No. It's already satisfied from within. So there's a response to the same thing that's outside of yourself. When you're coming from what love is, then you also see love in others, even if they're covering it up.
So you can see love inside of let's say a murderer or a thief.
It's there.
Yeah. But do they know their love?
For some people, it's difficult for them to find it or reach it. But as soon as it's touched within them, then they see it, they know it.
So the song "Love Is All You Need," "Love Is All You Need," is a miss. How do you call it? They got it wrong. The Beatles, "Love Is All You Need." All you need is love. All you are is love.
Well, it depends on what your understanding is of that.
But is it a needing love, if I understand you right?
No.
No, because love is already there.
Yes.
So love is all you can give? Or love
If that's what you're coming from, love doesn't, in itself, it doesn't need to be loved, and it's not needing to love. It's just a natural beingness that comes from you. You, whatever it is you're coming from, that's what you'll be giving to people.
So when you're hateful, all you give is hate.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're sad, all you give is sadness. It's a starting point where you come from.
It is.
Yeah. Okay. I hope to see you again when you're in Amsterdam or maybe Germany or Belgium. And do I have to bring anything when I visit your meetings? Maybe a bottle of water, a lot of tissues,
No.
a nice pillow to sit on?
Nothing really.
No. It's at Roos here in Amsterdam, the meetings, or just the opening evening?
Just the opening evening.
And the rest of the talks is in... Hoe zeg je dat? Balgebouw. Toch? You could say it in English, the ball building.
Okay.
That sounds a little bit strange. Okay, thanks again and have a nice time in Amsterdam.
Okay, thank you.
So, hello girls. You look so spiritual in the grass.
We are.
For the viewers, this is Annemieka's garden. But actually you don't own it, right?
It's true, yeah.
Whose garden is it?
Nobody owns it.
So I can take it now.
You can take it, yeah. You have to ask serious questions, well, otherwise nothing comes out.
Now I know. I know you by now. So, I just talked with DJ, and he said you and he are like the leaders of the non-dual meetup group.
In Oroville, we are the organizers,
Yeah.
Facilitators, I wouldn't say leaders. But we kind of initiated it and kind of put the setting in place. People come and yeah, it's nice.
Oh, and most people here in Oroville, they are busy with Sri Aurobindo and the mother.
Yeah.
How do they react to your non-dual meetup group?
Well, it's nothing against any religion because it's just seeing things without any filters, uncluttered. So it's not against Sri Aurobindo and the mother's teaching at all because it's just part of existence. It's the way existence functions.
Yeah.
It's the way life is. And if you go into the teachings of Sri Aurobindo and the mother, there is non-duality present.
Yeah.
It's just there because...
So true.
Yeah.
And during the meetings, what is the most frequently asked question for people who participate?
Oh shit, now I have to think.
Yeah.
They all want to know what to do. What is it that you can do to reach the goal? And the goal is enlightenment or awakening.
And Lisa, what should people do?
Whatever they do.
Good, back to Annemieka. But it's so hard for people to not to do something.
You can only point to the fact that there is nobody doing anything. There is no doership.
Yeah.
And that's too abstract for the person who thinks he wants to reach somewhere. So it's the contracted individual who wants to get somewhere and reach a goal, which is impossible.
So this is the toughest philosophy for an individual, you think?
How do you think?
For the individual, but it seems there's some body-mind mechanisms that are programmed to be interested in it, even though it's impossible for that individual to hear.
Yeah.
that are drawn towards it. A bit like the mosquito to the, you know, those, or the flies to those fires. Have you ever seen them?
Yeah, yeah.
Where they
Fireflies.
no, they're flies, and then humans put down these machines which the flies are attracted to, and then they go, they die when they touch it.
But it's the same as they go to the light bulb and they're all stuck to it, right?
Yeah. Similar to that. But
Las
this one's
Vegas is one mosquito light bulb attraction place.
But this one they properly set on fire. They go to it, they're attracted to it, and then it's a bit like.
Oh, really?
You've never seen them before?
No. It's a nice metaphor for enlightenment.
Yeah, it is.
To
It's
burn.
true, yeah.
So why do people seek enlightenment?
Well, they are attracted for. They don't really know. It just happens. So at one point, this message resonates, and they have no choice. They just go after it.
Yeah.
Want to read more, hear more, maybe because of suffering, or maybe because an idea of happiness somewhere, eternal bliss.
But then, can there be bliss without the opposite?
Well, there is an emptiness which is not empty, where the opposites kind of fall away. Not that they don't exist, but they are not, how would you say that? It's kind of immaculate, no? This emptiness cannot be touched. So good and bad happens, but that is undisturbed, unmoved.
Is that why you call it the emptiness, Lisa?
Yeah, I love that word actually. Not many people speak too much of emptiness because it sounds quite negative. But yeah,
Well, it's actually the base of everything.
the emptiness thing.
And in a way it's so beautiful because emptiness just accepts everything as it is.
Yeah.
Just as it is, accepts everything.
But for some people this might sound so nihilistic.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, emptiness is quite a strong word, but I love it. Emptiness.
So in a way, I guess people are looking for this emptiness because then the suffering also falls away.
That we're
Because
looking.
the opposites are gone, and then
Yeah.
my suffering will have to get better.
And people, I asked this question also to DJ. I'm not gonna tell you his answer. If you look at the Indian culture, you think Indian people are less identified than we are in the West?
I think in the village where people grow up in maybe big families and in circumstances which are not very comfortable, you know, it's financially maybe very tight. I don't think that they are very conditioned when they grow up because there is not much scope for choice. They cannot choose if they want this to eat or that. I don't like this because no, they just have to eat what's there. So the idea of choice is not much there, and they just have to go with the flow of life. Whatever presents itself happens to be there.
That's what you said this afternoon, Lisa. If they can't compare, then there's just what is.
Yeah.
So is television the most dangerous thing?
Well, I don't know. But it does seem that if you don't have that possibility to compare and think this life of a Western life would be so much better if they've not been growing up with that TV, then they're not going to have that imagining of better so much.
Yeah.
Whereas in the West, where we've got a good lifestyle, we have an imagining of even better, of really rich, super rich, where you have people that serve you and big cars, and so there's this imagining of even better, even though the life is comfortable as it is.
Yeah. And it seems no matter how much we buy and get and achieve, doesn't seem to make us that much happier in the West.
No, I think in the West also the culture has been so brainwashed with the idea that what is here right now is not good enough.
Yeah.
Because it always has to be more beautiful, more comfortable. It's always moving towards wanting things to be better, so what's here right now is not good enough. And if you grow up in a small village in India with not much choice, you just see how things are. And then
Yeah. It's also, I was asking Devi Bala, she was the manager of the orphanage, and I was asking her, so are you happy? And she looked at me like, that's a silly question. Of course I'm happy. So, but in the West, especially when I coach people one-on-one, they're constantly, every day they're busy, do I feel good? Am I happier now? Isn't that right?
yeah,
I think they also, maybe they come to your talks to feel more happy about their life, you think?
yeah, yeah.
And then, what do you offer them, Lisa?
Fuck all. But it's terrible because the poor Western people are so much continuously looking at their states, what you feel, what your state is, and imagining better. So constantly inward looking, how do I feel, what do I feel, name your emotions, like improve your emotions. And again, it's this world of comparison. I would prefer not to feel like this, I would like to feel like that, and it's impossible. Life can only ever be as it is and what's happening.
So when you look at spirituality, when I see the businessmen, they take their thoughts completely serious.
Yeah.
And then you get spirituality and suddenly your feelings.
Yeah.
It's the same joke, isn't it?
Yeah, like in the pottery we have a manager, he's called Krishnamurti, just by chance.
Ah.
And he works for us since 20 years, and in 20 years I've not seen him angry or irritated. He's always just there, doing the things which need to be done with dedication. It's amazing, but if you say something about it, he wouldn't know what is so special about it, because he has not learned to reflect.
Yeah.
How do I feel? What do I need? What do I think? He's just there in the flow of life, and it's quite amazing.
It's also with Logu, our taxi driver. It seems he's not asking himself the question, is this my life? Is this really what I want? Driving a taxi every day to serve my family. He just drives taxi.
Yeah. And he supports like 8 people on his wage. Hang on.
8.
So his 2 children, his wife, his mum and dad, and his granddad. 6. So and himself 7. 7 bodies. And some cats, I think, as well.
And the idea of what poverty is has really changed within me. And how did it with you when you first came to India?
At first, I kept thinking, oh, that's really poor. And then I saw poorer and was like, okay, so that's not so poor. And then I saw poorer. And I realized that maybe I would never get to a line of poverty. So at first I thought that maybe people living in slums was really poor. Then I saw people living in like tents, like on the roadside with those things, and I was like, okay, that's really poor. Then I saw people having like a little area on the side of the pavement. I was like, okay, that's really poor. Then I saw people living in the garbage, and I was like, oh, that's really poor. And I kept going down and down and down. I think the garbage is the lowest they've seen so far.
They lived like monkeys, you said.
Yeah, in the garbage, picking through.
Yeah. But when we were visiting Logu in his house, it's amazing that in 2 years my whole conditioning about poverty has changed. We came in and you were saying, well, they got, how do you call it on the streets? Cement? Pavement. You said, oh, a luxurious village with pavement. And we came in his house, and of course they just sleep on the floor.
Just one room for the family.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's nice.
Yeah.
That's good. Yeah. For India. I was like, when you compare it to the West, obviously it's not so good. But in that life, like when I first come to India, I'd have thought that was poor, but that's not poor.
And
they're doing
do
well.
you think these people are less or more happy than we are?
More happier than Westerners.
Because?
Because they don't have the constant reflecting on what they're feeling and what they would like, and they're not imagining better. There's just action happening. There might be a bit of imagining going on, but no way like Westerners. They're not sitting there dreaming about a bigger house. A bit, there's a working towards it, but not much. It's like eating thali. Yeah.
So actually these body-mind mechanisms have more surrender to life than we have in the West.
Yeah, and that's the really funny bit in the West. They got so much more. We thought that life would be better with so much more, but then we started contemplating better too much. We started contemplating the idea of growth too much, and who we were and what was important for us and what we need. We became the center of the world.
Yeah. Because I found it amazing. We were in this rural village. That this lady, she stood up and she just said, we worked 14 hours. I forgot what she...
We have no toilets.
Oh yeah.
So we have to go out in the forest like this. And we have no toilets, and our husbands drink too much alcohol.
Oh yeah.
But we're happy.
When we are sad, we are sad.
And then after that she went, and when we're sad, we're sad. And when we're happy, we're happy. It was very cute.
And we were like, oh, that's it.
And the idea of the divine or maybe consciousness is so close to them that when you just say to people, a ton of people around you, for instance, Yella Avan Sedan, which means this is all God's work, or Yella Me Kareva, means everything is the divine.
Yeah.
They immediately know what you mean, and they open up and they smile because they feel it's like that. Divine is everywhere and it's so close. It's beautiful.
Sitting here with my dear friend Michael Jacobs for our second talk. You came all the way from Amsterdam, the main city, how do you call it, capital city of Holland, to talk about something we talked about once before. And in Dutch. Right. And you call it the truth of woo. What is the truth of woo about?
Well, about who?
It's about who.
Yes,
of course.
Whose truth? You know that in English you would say whose truth. Yeah. And then you would write whose truth either with a question mark or with an exclamation mark. Mm-hmm. Like, whose truth are you talking about? Or in a more direct way, who is talking? You know, who says these things? Who believes these things? To correct the false suggestion that what you say or observe or do is more important than who you are. You should correct that false impression right away. Who you are determines what you do, what you think, what you believe. So who you are is more important.
Yeah, but how do I find out who I am? Or what I am, who I am?
Immediately and right there, you apply the question. Who wants to know?
Yeah.
Who wants to know who he is?
Me.
Right. So then you have the answer.
The answer is in the question.
Always. The question and the answer define each other. They're like two sides of a coin. Mm-hmm. So there is no answer without there is no question without an answer.
Of course.
There is no a day without night. Mm-hmm. and there is no practice, like a practical problem, without a theory that makes that problem or that generates that problem. There are no there is no practical world without a theory at its foundation.
Mm-hmm.
So you want to go back to the foundation, and in the best case you want to go back to the founder of your dream world. Guess who that is? You know, you want to, when you are at night, when you're dreaming,
Mm-hmm.
you don't have this question.
Who is dreaming?
Yeah, you don't have this question. You're dreaming.
Yeah.
At no point do you distinguish between yourself and your dream.
Yeah.
You're fully
Engaged.
Yeah, it's your dream. You have no question about it.
No.
You don't whisper to yourself in your dream, "Hey, this is a strange dream. I need to correct my dream.
Yeah.
You know, I want to have another dream." No, you build your dream, you do it, and then at some point you wake up
And you realize.
and you notice, wow, that was just a dream. And then you continue. Now, the interesting thing, of course, is that the distinction between dreaming and thinking has no weight, has no dimensions. The distinction between dreaming and thinking is not concrete. You cannot go to the store and say, "Can I please have the difference between dreaming and thinking?"
Mm-hmm.
They say, "Sir, that's an abstract idea. It's a mental concept. It exists only in your imagination."
Mm-hmm.
So dreaming is a form of thinking, and thinking is a form of dreaming.
Mm.
And who determines the content
Yeah.
of the dream or of the thoughts? When you confirm that, when you acknowledge that, then you are talking with the creator of your adventures, of your feelings, of your experiences, your dreams, your realities. The creator is the one who has these ideas which your experience, your feelings, your adventures are based upon. They don't exist without you. There's no dream without you dreaming it.
Mm.
So there is this whole New Age movement that is deceiving people. No, it's not bad to be deceived. If you want to be deceived, that's fine. It's a form of a dream.
Mm.
Oh, I will deceive myself. You know, I will tell lies to myself. That's an interesting dream, an interesting story. You know, and the content of the New Age dream is that. Where was I going?
Yeah. The New Age movement tells people life is what happens to you.
That it is separate from you. That you are here, and the dream or the world or the universe is somewhere else.
Yeah.
That cannot happen.
Why not?
Like I just said to you, when you dream at night, you don't say, "Oh, it's only a dream, it's separate from me."
Yeah.
You are fully, like you said, engaged.
Yeah.
You are part of it. You are, the feelings are real, and the people that you meet, and the language that you speak, it's all real. I sometimes dream in languages which I don't know. And it's all very real. I don't understand what's happening there, but it's very real. I'm speaking in Spanish or in Russian, and it's very, very real. And then when I wake up, I say, "Well, I didn't understand what happened, but I know it's my dream."
Yeah.
And many in the New Age have sort of, or the entire movement is the very word new age, as if the old age is bad or not good enough or something. We must have a new age. All ages are imaginary. This is, we are not traveling through the age or through time. Time is traveling through us. The whole idea that one moment exists separate from the next moment is a fantasy. What, is there a wall between 12 o'clock at night and 1 minute past 12? Is there a barrier? Must you show your passport to enter the next day? What is this nonsense?
Yeah.
So this is a story, a fairy tale that we tell the children. We say, after Tuesday comes Wednesday.
Yeah.
But it's a story.
Yeah, it's a mental construct.
It's a mental construct. So not we are traveling from Tuesday to Wednesday. Tuesday is leaving us, the idea of Tuesday is leaving us, or we eliminate it, and we generate this idea of Wednesday coming towards us. But we remain stable. We don't move at all, not an inch.
Never.
Never, ever.
You don't travel.
We are not born, we don't die.
Wow. That's quite something.
Of course, because time and space are both mental concepts. Yeah. They're legitimate, but we shouldn't, going back to the beginning of our talk, we shouldn't pretend, or when we have important things to do, we shouldn't deceive ourselves by saying that our world, our time, space, dream world, is more real than we who generate it. We are more real. We are the ones.
No existence without us.
Well, existence is a misleading concept.
Concept again.
It's a metaphor. It comes from exist. Exist is a Latin word which means to stand out. You know, that it assumes, it presumes, it suggests to you that there is something, and that you stand apart from that. Well, yeah, it's a nice fairy tale, but it cannot be.
So no existence.
In order to be no existence, there must be existence.
Yeah.
But existence is a metaphor.
For what?
For, or an excuse, or a justification for what you do. You say, well, I made this mistake, but I did it because I exist. No, you made this mistake. Be honest. Don't find a justification with some, fancy, scientific word called existence. Oh, the energy made me do it. Oh, the devil made me. Whatever, Oh, my education made me. My parents, my history, my past. These are all metaphors. These are all abstract words, which are fine, but you shouldn't use them as an excuse for your failings or the things that you did.
And something like it had to be, that's something you hear a lot in your
Yeah, there's no it.
There's no it.
And it's a nice thing to say, of course, go ahead, say things, but understand who is the sayer.
I am.
Yeah, there is no, it's this fairy tale. It had to be, or it was my karma, or it was in the stars, or something like that. Yeah. Of course, we use these words, but if your car is stolen or your marriage falls apart, you will not use that expression. You will immediately go back and either you will say, they did it to me, or you will say, it's my fault. But you will not say, it happened. Things happened. My car was stolen. Yeah, things happen. Nah, you won't.
And what about Advaita teachers like Tony Parsons who tell me there is no world, nothing ever happened?
Yeah, he's denying.
What is he denying?
That he is the source of the idea that there is either a world or not a world. that he distinguishes between yes and no, between light and dark, between himself and the world. He denies that. It gives him a good feeling, and he gets rooms full of people. But it's not honest. And you see it when you ask him. You see that he smiles about it in a way that is not a happy smile. Sort of a.
And Michael, some Advaita teachers tell me it's both. It's a paradox. It's both real and unreal at the same time.
Yeah, but there is no. But they forget to tell you, or they omit mentioning that they introduced this idea that the abstract notion of time is real, but it isn't. It's an abstract notion. Mm-hmm. Not two things can happen in an abstract notion. They don't happen at all.
Yeah.
You know, it's like as if I tell you we have two elephants in this room. One is blue and the other is pink. You say, come on, we don't have elephants in this room. Yeah, but they happen simultaneously. No, there
are no elephants.
There are no elephants.
Yeah. So,
but I don't say it in order to
correct or judge.
Yeah, that would not be nice. It would not be a nice thing to do. I'm saying that if you want to solve the problems of your dream world, well, then you better go back and you say, who generates them? Instead of saying, no. There is hunger and there is satisfaction. There is poverty and there is wealth.
They need each other, they tell me.
If you want to solve poverty, then your first step is to say, I made the distinction between the two, and then I chose, which didn't really, I said, I want to have nothing to do with poverty. I will steal as much as I can in a direct way or indirect way via taxes or whatever, or living in a country where they keep they do all kind of tricks to be a wealthy country, so that you don't have to face your own poverty of mind, your poor spirit. So if you want to solve the material poverty in the world, which is vast, like more than half of the population of the world is poor, then you have to understand that the story of there are rich people and poor people is based on a distinction which you are the author of. Otherwise, if the problem that you want to solve is not yours, you have no authority to solve it.
Yeah, it's out of my hands.
It's not yours. You can only drive the car that you're sitting in. You cannot drive the car that you're not sitting in. Okay.
So first claim the car.
First say, this is my car, and I will do everything that I can to drive it in a way that there are no accidents. But then you are both the creator and the eliminator of problems, of conflicts, of issues. Then you are no longer in a fantasy that somebody else created a problem and you, the victim, have to solve it.
Yeah.
Or the other way around. Then you are honest. You say, no, this is my problem. I want to solve it. I want to make it mine. I will talk to the people that are involved in this problem. I'm not higher or lower than they, and I want to, together with them, create a discussion and a deadline to solve this problem. By when will we have solved the problem? Yeah. Whom do we need to talk to? Let's make up a list of the people who are involved here. Then there is no longer a problem. Then there's a program. Okay, we have such and such numbers now, and by this and this date, we want to have such and such lower numbers now. You know, then like of road traffic
accidents,
or people who are who die of medical mistakes in hospitals. There's many of them. You know, these are numbers. You can say, okay, I think it's silly that people go to a hospital and then they die because of a medical mistake. You would almost think they better not go to the hospital than they'd be alive. You know, of course that's a little simplified, but you want to bring that number down. That is in your dream world, in your reality, what you call reality. That's a real number. Such and such. I think in Holland it is. I think 20,000 people who die every year in hospitals because of mistakes. They get the wrong dose, the wrong medication, whatever.
Wow.
So either it's people who die or it's accidents that happen. I'm not quite sure, but a large number, thousands and thousands. So you want to bring that number down. You can only bring that number down by honestly saying, this is my number, this is my issue, this is my problem. I am as if related to all the people that are in the hospital, and I want them to get out of the hospital healthy. And then you talk to the relevant people, you get a group of people together, you make a list, you make yourself a deadline, you say, by then and then we will have brought the number from X down to Y. Mm-hmm. And this is realistic. If you don't do that, it's like crystal ball. It's like, well, we hope it will happen, but then there is an it. But when you are a mature, responsible person, you say, no, I will make it happen. It's my issue. And then you will do the things that fit your timeline. And when you're done, you're done. And then you go to the next problem. Yeah. That's what mature people do.
Can you tell me something about the mirror? You tell me sometimes also when we're sitting downstairs that the world is nothing but a mirror that reflects back to me what my assumptions are or what I think. I get reflected back immediately and all the time, not sometimes. Can you tell something about that?
Yeah, like the dream, just like I said, that between thinking and dreaming, there is no real concrete gap. There is no wall between them to which you must pass through. Just as you will not, while dreaming, say, this is an impossible dream. No, I take distance from this dream. No, this I don't accept this dream. That will not happen while you're dreaming. Well, the same way when you're so-called not dreaming, when you're just thinking and awake, observing, and you're so-called awake, the same thing. To say, no, I don't accept this, I don't accept that, doesn't make it undone. It's still there. Yeah. So that's what I mean with this this denial that people have to say, I'm against this. Yeah, but it's your dream.
Yeah, so fix it.
When you acknowledge that it's your dream, there is nothing to fix.
Yeah, it's all fine.
When you're asleep and you dream,
you don't fix anything.
You don't fix anything because you just dream.
Yeah.
Things happen because you are the one who pulls the strings in your dream, and you don't fight the idea that you pull the strings. Yeah. You meet all kind of people. Sometimes when I have lucid dreams, just before I fall asleep, I have lucid dreams. I lie there rolling with laughter in my bed because I have these strange fantasies, these strange dreams, and I'm still awake, and I have these dreams, and it's so funny what I do there. Yeah. You know, the same as here. I just make up stories, and they're funny stories. I have fun with myself. Yeah.
But where does it come from? Is it generated by the brain? There's no where.
Right. Who asked the question?
Yeah, I.
Yeah. And who is the one who finds the answer?
So I'm the puppet master.
Well, there are no puppets separate from you.
Okay. So I'm the watcher. I'm the creator.
You are the source of all these ideas, such as watcher, creator, observer, puppet master. They pass through. They, they come and they go.
Yeah.
You create them one after another.
Yeah.
But you remain. You are real. They are not.
Ah. Yeah.
This idea, puppet master, can you go to the store and say, "Can I have a puppet master, please? Can I have 2 observers?"
Yeah.
There's no such thing. These are metaphors. They all, when you point like that, they all point to you. When you say, "I am the observer," well, guess who?
Yeah.
It points to you. So all language is thought-based, is image-based. The world is created, we are created, in accordance with an image. Guess who is the creator of the image?
Yeah. So it's all imaginary.
Well, is that new for you?
No, but still, I find it reassuring.
Some people say it's an illusion.
Yeah.
But that is a little deceptive, because the question is, whose illusion is it? So sometimes you can say it's illusory.
Yeah.
That is closer to home, or imaginary. Then you understand, there is somebody who's doing the imagining here, and it isn't him or her.
Yeah.
So what I do to quickly come back to the source is to simply state out loud, whenever I have a situation that I'm slightly lost or confused, or I wonder what's my next step or something, I quickly simply confirm who has an experience with a exclamation mark. And then I understand, this is an experience, like in a dream.
Yeah.
Oh, I have this experience. Oh, great.
So let's say, Michael, you go out and you miss the bus. Are you just imagining that you are missing a bus?
That would be an example of a situation where I can quickly, instead of wondering who is at fault and wow, what will happen with the rest of my day or my life, or wow, now everything collapses, in order to not go there, which is, it's a legitimate story, but I'm the storyteller.
Yeah.
I can quickly say who has an experience, or all experiences belong to me, or this is my dream.
Yeah.
Somehow to quickly acknowledge that instead of blaming and judging somebody else or myself, which is very easy to do, simply confirming, this is my dream. This is really my dream right now.
No problem. Then, if you realize again
that when this is really my dream, then I will, the road will be open again to find that I have an interesting book which I brought with me in my bag, and I can sit and wait for the next bus while reading my book, or check my phone or something.
Yeah.
And I don't go in the who is to blame and who is at fault and all that stuff.
Yeah. So it's not a fact that you missed the bus. That's what we make of it.
There is one fact.
And that is?
Who?
Who missed the bus?
No.
Who has the experience that the bus is missed?
Yes, in specific, but in general, who is the source of his experiences?
And with a dot, not with a question mark.
Correct.
Yeah.
And you would say you can say I'm the source. You can also say I'm the source, but then then it is. Then you could have a fight with yourself. No, I'm not the source. The bus company is the source. That I and you and he and she and all that. So it's more neutral to simply say, because it applies both to you and to anybody else, to say who has this experience.
And who is impersonal? If there's no in woo, there's no sense of.
Well, it's very personal. It applies to you, but it takes the blame out by simply making the statement. Now, after doing it a few times, you use other formulas, by like. Missing does not exist separate from hitting.
Mm-hmm.
Since you separate hitting from missing, you experience the consequence of this difference, of this distinction. And you can correct or nullify or render this distinction harmless by making the truthful statement, missing is not separate from hitting. And then the next time you may not have to miss the bus.
Yeah.
Because you will have entered sort of a new paradigm in which hitting and missing are not in conflict with each other.
Yeah.
Then you will not even be upset. You will you will come to the bus and you say, oh, I have 10 minutes time. Great, I will check my phone, or I will read this book, or I will look at the trees. It will not, the issue of hitting or missing, or being right or being wrong, will no longer be an issue.
How come it gives me a good feeling when I start running and in the last second I catch the bus?
Yeah.
And then I sit in the bus and I get, I did very good.
Yeah. And it comes at the expense of all the other moments.
That you blame yourself. Yeah. So that blaming and priding yourself or complimenting yourself, that is gone.
Yeah, you're at peace and in a situation in which you can help people that need your help, or do good things for yourself, or enjoy and be at peace, instead of. I'm not saying it's better, but if you want to be a man of truth and a man of peace, then you want to acknowledge who is dreaming all this stuff and not blame yourself for the dreams.
Yeah.
You want to, and then you want to tell other people that, to reassure them and say to them, it's fine, this is a dream that we're dreaming together, it's fine, I will help you.
Yeah.
Then you will no longer be in the race of being, I want to be good, or I want to have the right results, but rather you will be able to help yourself and other people to solve real problems like hunger and poverty and war. They are real problems. Missing the bus, that's not a problem. Come on.
Well, for some people.
Be grateful that there's a bus.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So...
but Michael, it's not about accepting and rejecting all things. Or let's say, that's what Advaita teachers tell me. Start accepting how the circumstances are.
But they deny then, such teachers deny or ignore or fail to mention that you are the rejecter who needs to accept his rejections or his being the rejecter. So why go the roundabout way and lie about that and say, well, who makes a distinction between rejecting and embracing? Who makes the distinction? Oh, I made the distinction. Is there something outside of me that needs to be embraced or that can be rejected? Nah, that's just a story I tell myself, that these two are in conflict with each other. So a way to solve that, another way of solving that, would be to say rejecting and embracing are one together. Together they are one. And they reflect me, who is one. There's only one Michael Jacobs sitting here, not two to choose from. One who can reject and the other who can accept. No, there's one.
Yeah.
So I want to declare that rejecting and embracing, or rejecting and accepting, together are one. That's also a way to solve it.
Can you tell the example of the animals again? You told in a Dutch interview it made quite an impression on me about how birds fly in the sky, how animals go about, horses in the wild, and how they live their lives and how we do.
Well, of course, that's a story. It's not. We have no way of checking if there are horses or birds. We don't know. They're part of our story.
Yeah.
Okay. If the bird would think that the air exists separate from itself, it would sit on the tree, on the branch, and it would not fly, because then it would perhaps need to file a flight plan or check the barometric pressure or whatever. But as we know birds do not wonder about the air. We can't do what they do. This is a dream.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In our dream, birds who are heavier than air fly in the air. It's incredible. In our dream, they do this thing.
Yeah.
By simply doing this, and sometimes they don't do this at all. They just sit in a vortex of hot air, and they fly. It's amazing. It's an amazing metaphor. Now, instead of seeing their reflection and saying, "Wow, the way they fly through air is how we fly through time and space. Every minute we fly through another minute of imaginary time, and it's no problem for us at all. The minutes pass, the centuries pass, the millennia pass, and we make no effort whatsoever." The same way as the birds. They fly in the air without any effort. Or that we say, "Wow, without knowing how, I can walk from one imaginary room to another imaginary room." If I would tell a tree that I walked from one imaginary place to another imaginary place, and if the tree could talk, it would say, "How do you do that? You actually move from one place to another?" I said, "Well, both places are imaginary. I imagine that they exist and that I can move. But in reality, I'm not moving at all. I'm just moving the picture of one room and replace it with a picture of another room." And I said, "Wow, you guys are sorcerers. You guys are, you are gods." Or if you would say to a rock, "I moved my body today." I say, "Wow, how do you do that?" So we can use the metaphors of the trees or of the rocks or the birds to understand that we really tell stories. We generate problems and we create solutions for ourselves. That's all we need to learn from nature, because it's staring us in the face. The little horse is born, and after 10 minutes it starts walking.
Yeah.
We take 18 months.
Yeah.
But the little horse does that. So we say, "Wow." Now, is there a real difference between 18 months and 10 minutes? No, because the difference between 18 months and 10 minutes is imaginary.
So if we would agree that a baby could walk after 6 months, then that would be the case.
The difference between months and years and centuries is abstract. The difference only exists in our thinking, in our imagination. If you talk to a rock or to a cloud about time, they will say, we have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah.
It's a story that we tell ourselves.
Yeah.
This whole idea that there is that the moments in time are separate from each other cannot be proven. It's simply a story. Einstein said as much 100 years ago. Okay? People still need to let it sink in what he said. Time is a relative concept. Guess who is absolute when time is relative?
I am.
Yes.
Yeah.
Who we are is absolute, unchangeable, solid.
Never born, never dies.
Never born, never dies. Okay? Even the concept of born and dying is, these are metaphors, really metaphors. And if we apply them in a correct way, we can comfort each other. We can, after somebody has died, just yesterday somebody that passed away in my family, we can comfort each other when we know that this is our story, this is our dream together. Then we can go and hug each other and say, "I'm very sorry for your pain. I feel your pain. Your pain is my pain," and things like that, which are true, because you're living in the same dream together, or you're dreaming the same dream together. And then you can solve things in the relationships, and you can solve the bigger problems when you know that, when you make it your practice to actually confirm, yes, this is my dream. Yes, this is my experience. Yes, this is my my distinction, my fairy tale, my fantasy. But not just say it to be smart, but say it so that you can go to the next adventure, to solve the next problem, be available. All these good things, you know.
Are there any Advaita teachers or books you can recommend who point at this the same way as you just did? Or is it all, as you called in our Dutch interview, rubbish?
What is rubbish?
No, all those Advaita books and teachers. And
well, the formula is this. You are the teacher whom you seek. Okay, the distance between the teacher and the student is imaginary. I mean, here's the teacher.
Yeah.
Here's the student.
Yeah.
What is between them? How big is the distance?
You could say 20 centimeters. That's what the mind says.
That's what you say.
Yeah.
Now, what is the difference between 20 centimeters and 50 kilometers?
Quite a lot.
Yeah, but is it solid? Is it a concrete difference?
No, it's a concept. Okay. We agreed on.
It's a concept. So the distance between the teacher and the student is conceptual, is imaginary, is illusory. Okay, so they are like two sides of the same coin.
Yeah. The
question is not, am I the teacher or am I the student? The question is, who makes the distinction? And then, you're making, at that very moment, you make the distinction. Then you understand that there is only one teacher who has something to teach to you.
And that's me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's fine if you outsource that, if you give that task to somebody else and tell him, how do you do this, how do you do that? But perhaps after 10 minutes, you will reverse roles. You say, "Sir, you're deceiving yourself. Let me tell you how it is. It's the other way around."
Sometimes I hear we are all each other's teachers.
That's legitimate to say or think or believe that. But there is no fixed role pattern to play.
Mm-hmm.
The people, there is this saying in the English language, you teach best what you most need to learn.
Yeah.
Okay, so that is why people who enjoy teaching remain teachers. Year after year after year, they teach the same stuff, but they enjoy the fun of the students understanding what they're talking about.
Yeah.
They have immense satisfaction because the gap between them and the students, between the older teacher and the younger students, is imaginary.
Yeah.
They are teaching themselves.
Yeah.
It's so satisfying.
Yeah. So when I'm making love to a woman, I'm making love to myself.
An aspect of yourself.
This body.
An aspect. If you identify with male,
Yeah.
then you're only half.
Yeah.
There's no male without female. It's a concept.
Yeah.
Okay, so you want to join the other half. Now, that's in theory that goes very well, but in practice it's deceptive, because you will start to manipulate one another. You will think, I'm the male and she is the female. Nah, you both have male-female characteristics, and you want to have a game, a dance, a play together in which you mirror one another, your male and female characteristics. Your male
dominance,
power to decide and to move ahead and to lead the herd, and your female ability to be compassionate and to nourish and to nurture and to care.
Yeah.
You want to combine them. You want to have a dance in which you take one step forward and one step backward, and that's how you want to do your relationship. But the word relationship itself is already it's like consciousness, reality. All these words betray that they're mental concepts, they're abstractions. There is no such thing as a relationship, which you could buy or sell or whatever. It's an idea.
Yeah.
It's perhaps better to say, I am lovingly related to this person, that is how I relate to this person, than to say I have a relationship as if it is a thing.
Yeah.
You know, it isn't. It isn't.
But that's how we go into the world. We make it into stuff. Huh? We try to make it things concrete.
We deceive ourselves.
This is a couch to sit on.
Yeah, we deceive ourselves. Again, it's not bad to tell stories, you know, to tell fairy tales to one another. That's fine. The birds talk to each other. You know, the dogs bark. That's fine. But when we have unresolved problems, and we don't use our creative imagination to solve these unresolved problems, then we're not really good to ourselves. That's why it says, that's why it's written, do not bear a grudge against the people of your nation, but love your neighbor as yourself. It's a basic thing. Love your neighbor. Come on. Don't judge yourself or judge the other. It will, in the end, it will end up as a war.
Yeah.
That's not what you want.
No.
You don't want to suffer. So Scripture doesn't talk about relationship. It talks about relating. How to relate to the animals, how to relate to the women, how to relate to the men, how to relate to your friends, how to relate to your animals. Relating. Because guess what? You and they together are one.
Yeah.
They hold you a mirror. You are related to them. So try to actively relate to them, behave towards them as somebody who is related. It's not, I am here and a tree whose oxygen, which is exhaust gas, you know, the tree has an exhaust gas. We call it oxygen. We breathe, we inhale the exhaust gas of the tree.
So the tree is our relative.
Immediate relative.
Yeah.
Without him, we couldn't sit here for a minute.
But we only call our blood relatives our relatives. Huh?
It's because we think, we mistakenly think that we are separate, not only from each other, but also from nature, from the water which we drink, or from the fruit that we eat. We're not. So we are now in the beginning stage of understanding that all this is our dream, all this separation is our dream, and that to wake up from this nightmare, all we need to do is to acknowledge, to confirm, this is our dream. Then it evaporates. Oh, if I'm related to the tree, if I need the tree, you know, and if the tree needs me, then I better take care of it lovingly. If I'm related to the animals, if I'm related to the water, I better take care of them. That is how you get to love your neighbor as yourself.
Yeah.
In practice, because you understand, wow, they need me as much as I need them.
Yeah.
We are part of one dream, not two. It's not me here and there is nature, or me is here and there are the people.
Yeah.
And there is only one way to convey this, to bring this message to each other, is by talking. You can't sit here and say, I will meditate about it, I will think about it. No, you need to teach it. You need to speak about it and say, hey, we are related to each other. Let's show this in our behavior. It will benefit both of us.
So it's not about undoing separation, it's about discovering that we are all related. Confirming.
Because there's no question about it.
Okay. But when you see it, is that enough confirmation, or do you have to confirm it day after day after day?
In your actions, in your words. Yeah. Until there will be peace. Until we're back in the Garden of Eden. You know, it's a metaphor. Until we have undone or undreamt all this nightmare that we build together. I'm not saying that for everybody it's a nightmare, but for many, many, many of us it is a daily nightmare. And since they are in our dream, we have the honor and the privilege of solving that nightmare, bringing it to an end. It's an honor and it's a privilege. And if we don't do that, we will continue to be very, very unhappy and dissatisfied. Because we are treating ourselves or our neighbor or our children or the next generation in a bad way. That doesn't leave you satisfied.
Yeah.
So it's talking about it, it's having interviews like this, it's talking to people, it's taking on projects, saying, hey, I see here this and that in my town or in my society or in my country or my world. I want to take that on. I want to adopt that problem as mine.
Because it is yours.
But I will act as such, that it is mine. I will not pretend that it's separate from me.
It's outside of you. Yeah.
In order to solve it, you have to say, this is mine. You collect a few people around you and you say, shall we, in the coming 5 months, solve this problem? And then when that's done, you collect another group of people and you say, shall we solve that problem? Because there's no problem without a solution. We make who makes a distinction between problem and solution. So it's a new way of thinking. That's how you could do.
Yeah.
The who question confirming this is mine, that problem is mine, that issue is mine, is a proactive, mature way, rather than saying, this is an illusion, it doesn't exist, or we don't exist, or there is no universe. What does that solve?
It gives it quite sometimes some relief for me.
Momentary.
Yeah. But you talk about this also with people when you're waiting on the bus, or when you're in a cafeteria, or in a
or in
place?
line in the supermarket. Yes.
But how do people react?
No, but not in this long way.
Okay, yeah. But can you give an example how you bring about this?
This is a long wait, somebody says.
Yeah.
I say, well, long doesn't really exist separate from short.
But how do people react? They can...
It does something.
Yeah?
I don't...
Just one-liners.
Speaking the truth
Yeah.
is very satisfying. Much more than saying a lie.
Yeah, of course.
So, do it.
Yeah. Just speak the truth.
The birds
Yeah.
have no such thing as lying to each other. They are not polite either.
No.
They say it as it is. They have no such thing as lying or being polite or not saying the truth or hypocritical behavior. They don't have that.
Yeah.
Why, when we see that it doesn't really solve anything or it doesn't make us happy, why continue doing that? Speak the truth. Long is not separate from short. Maybe for the rest of his life, that person says, wow, that problem's solved.
Yeah.
Next time I wait in line, I will read something, or I will look at the other people.
Yeah.
Have fun. Oh, I had a lot of fun today. I waited in line.
Yeah. Cool. We did an interview in Dutch. People can watch that also. You do live sessions on Facebook sometimes. Is it in Dutch or in English?
English mostly. Yeah.
Mostly. How can people find you, Michael, who want to read more about you or get in touch with you?
You can be my friend on Facebook. Michael
Okay.
Jacobs, Amsterdam.
Yeah. Thanks again for this great talk.
Mm-hmm. You're welcome.
Yeah. Sitting here with Joannika Ring at your beautiful house in Overwangel,
Yes,
the south of Holland.
south of Holland, yes.
Yes. You give satsang here a couple of times a week,
2 times a week,
Tuesday and
Wednesday night.
Wednesday night. And
Sometimes weekends,
sometimes whole days in the weekend.
and sometimes a Sunday whole day,
Yeah.
3 times a day, with lunch and dinner.
Yeah.
But that's not a rule. Someone can also have one satsang.
Yeah. Very flexible over here.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Joannika, can you tell me? I come here quite often, and it always feels for me like coming home.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah. But you're not my mother.
No.
We're not relatives. We know each other for now maybe a couple of years, but the past months we got to know each other better. What is that feeling of coming home? Why is that?
I think it's mainly because that you can feel yourself as you are. You know, you don't have to act or something which is not you. So to be totally yourself, that's at that moment you don't feel your ego or whatever. Someone said once that I was in the car driving many kilometers, and then he said to somebody else I heard, it's so strange, when I'm with Joannik, I didn't feel my ego.
Yeah.
Because I don't know anything about the systems.
Mm-hmm. And how come I don't have that feeling when I visit a lot of other people?
Well, maybe people start thinking things about you, or they have projections on you which lives in themselves, you know, and they didn't want to feel or to meet.
Mm-hmm. Has it anything to do with being free? Am I feeling totally free when I'm in these surroundings?
I think so.
Yeah?
Yeah. There's no judgment on you. Why
No.
should it be?
Yeah.
I think you're perfect, you know, as you are.
I think the same way about you too.
No.
But it isn't a question when I'm meeting you that's a strange thing that normally also with me thoughts pop up about people I meet. I think, oh, he has strange hair, or she smells too much perfume. The judgments come up.
Yes.
And with you I don't have that. So that's because you're not judgmental to me?
No. No, it's just I see myself in everything. It's great. Yeah, it sounds quite strange, of course, when somebody looks or hears this in this conversation.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the way I experience what is.
Yeah.
I think you're okay.
Yeah, nice. Can you tell us something about the things you were holding into your hands? Because I listened to a couple of satsangs. I visited some satsangs by you, and you always start your satsangs for newcomers
Yes.
the same way. Can you tell us what is your first part of the teaching you give?
Well, I start talking about their experiences as children, as they were a child, and you know, in the beginning. You are a baby and you are in a paradise. You don't know that you're in paradise because there was no contrast experience as yet.
Mm-hmm.
And then you grow up, you know, and then the language starts. You can understand the language. What do you say? Not at once, but by how do you say that in English?
Your parents?
No, it's little bit by little you start understanding the languages,
Mm-hmm.
and then in the first years you don't know exactly what they mean, you know, and then after a while you come to understand what they mean, and then suddenly you feel a strange feeling because somebody had a very strong energy on you because you did something wrong. And you didn't understand at that time what you did wrong, you know. I think you didn't do anything wrong, never, not yet. And then at that time also, you were perfectly in harmony with the whole system.
Yeah.
You know. And because of that, you start feeling. I think you get a trauma at that time, and because you don't know what you did wrong, you start to develop what we call ego. It's a defense mechanism against feeling that you are under. You may exist only under certain conditions,
Yeah.
and you don't understand why.
So the first 3-4 years, when I poop in my diapers, it's no problem. When I throw something off the table, it's no problem. It's a baby.
Yes.
A little child does the things. But at the age of 3-4, people start, how do you call it, giving you almost sanctions or reprimand you for doing stuff.
That's right.
Yeah. You get blamed.
Yes.
You get the blame.
That's right. And well, you build up this defense mechanism little by little, you know, piece by piece. Always you first have to feel a contrast. you know, and if you have a contrast, then you are able to understand what is an object like, or what it will have a name or a meaning or whatever. And if you are allowed only to be half of the total contrast experience, then you will feel divided in two instead of your former remembering that you are one whole.
Yeah.
And that's you build up a self-image, you know, about the best way to behave, because then people love you and your body feels safe at that time.
Yeah.
You know, because you have to adapt to other people's ways of understanding how you had to be.
Yeah.
And well, then you have to repress the things you did before, and you don't understand. So at a certain time you have to acknowledge that you are not okay. So you are going to start to believe in half of the whole system, of the whole contrast.
Why?
Because then you have the assurance that your body will be safe, because you are totally depending on care of the parents.
Yeah. That's the same when someone is taken off the streets, put into a jail, gets into this dialogue with the detectives, and they say, you did the murder, confess.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it's a sort of confession to what they project on you, and you can't win this because everybody in the environment does the same game, plays the same game with you. So
that's the game of?
Yeah, of you have to be something else than what you are as a whole. Only half of it. See?
So only behave in a certain way. Only sit still, don't move. Stuff like that? Or?
Okay. The contrast. Let's say every word you say, you can put a word in front of it, and it's no or yes. You know, you're little or you're big. You know, you're not little or you're just little, and then you have to choose one of the halves of the whole medal. If you see it as a medal, you have two sides, and you only are permitted to be half of the whole medal of coin, and then you project that what you're not allowed to be to the world. So that's why your whole perception of the world becomes divided, and then it's me here, and then the world's over there, and the world is something you are not, because you have shifted it of your perception as dangerous, or and then the one side where you have the feeling that you are being loved, then that takes you as your own face at that moment, as your mask.
Yeah. And that doesn't feel right for a child.
Of course not. The child is totally. It knows that it's free, and something is wrong about the whole thing. You still feel that there is something which is not like it was before.
Yeah.
And at the same time, this is also something that gives the guarantee that you will go and seek for it forever. You know, you will always seek to find this paradise feeling back. You know, to look for it.
Yeah.
But then people tell you that if you are complaining about the teacher or the future things that's going to happen, and then they say, oh, just wait until you have another teacher, if you have a friend or a good job or whatever, then you will be happy. But after a whole half life or what you
of searching,
you come out and say no. I tried everything.
So I'm not only falsely accused in my childhood, I'm also told stuff that isn't true. That happiness will be coming later when I'm married, when I have my first own house, my own car.
Mm-hmm.
They tell you that then you're going to feel complete again.
Yes, and that's why you're going to do all the things you have in your how do you say?
Which is possible in the world.
Which is possible. Yeah. And you have to end with empty hand.
You have to end with empty hands.
Yes.
Yeah. Because?
You have to relax seeking. You should stop seeking, and then you'll find out that because of not doing anymore or trying to get this happiness from the outside world, you will find it as something that always was there in the inside world.
For free.
For free.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe for free, yes.
And can this, or let's say I have little children and I want to protect them from all this searching. Is that possible? Is that a good idea? Or does a child have to go through this drama of the world, of becoming, thinking that happiness can be found in the world? Can it be? Can you take that away from a child? Can you protect them from that?
No, it's impossible. It's impossible because you have to go through this ordeal or whatever it is, what you call it, because love, which you really are, has no compassion yet, because it says yes to all the things that are.
Mm-hmm.
So it said yes to wrong or right, and wrong and right is not something which is alienated with consciousness, but with the body itself. Something is wrong if the body is attacked, and something is right when it's taken care of,
cuddled,
and cuddled and so on. And well, if you don't, I don't know what to say. Just give me another question, please.
Okay, no problem. Let's think. So you call this body, talking about the body, an unmanned vehicle.
Yes.
Why is that? It feels like I'm inside the body. I'm moving these hands, touching my hair, talking to you.
Yeah.
But that's not me talking to you? Or
Well,
what is it?
Yeah, in that case I have to come from the original beginning to explain this. I think you have consciousness or awareness,
Mm-hmm.
which is the source of everything that is, and you can call this an infinite consciousness. It's not, that has no boundaries and so on. And in this field, which is boundless, there starts a modulation, or whatever you can call it, a modulation in itself. And it's, if you can imagine that it's water, boundless, it's hard to imagine, of course, but then in that water there's what do you call a whirlpool.
Yeah.
And the whirlpool itself exists also of water, of course, because it's inside this boundless field. And this is the first modulation you can call I am. And when you call it I am, you can say it's the beginning of the mind. And in the mind, there awareness does a concession at itself, as it were, and then it starts imagining, and it will receive a perception, or yes, a perception, and then the perception, it goes into the perception, and then time starts existing, because it's an image, a thought, first thought, and then there is also an identification with the thought, and then because of that, matter starts coming up, which we call, of course, our physic or whatever. So it imagines itself inside a body, which is also a thought, of course. And because of that, consciousness or awareness becomes finite.
Instead of infinite.
Infinite.
Infinite,
yes.
It becomes finite,
yes. And as soon as it's finite, then you have the vision from the contrast. Then I'm here, so consciousness has, like you imagine when you are sitting with yourself and there is no other things to do, and then you start imagining a daydream, you know. It's the same mechanism, I think. So you start imagining a car somewhere, and then you imagine also the street and the trees or other people walking, and then you got your interest in the car, and then you start, let's see if I can say in the car. So you project yourself into the car, and then you start the engine, you start driving. And I always say to people, who is starting the car?
In this daydream?
Yes. Who is moving it?
Yeah. Imagination.
The imagination from the source.
Yeah.
It's the same thing what happens when this electromagnetic field starts to modulate this whirlpool and starts imagining itself into, and then you see we see all the people walking, and the diversity and multiplicity and all these things, but it's only possible from a finite mind, and this finite mind sets something in movement by action-reaction things, because then the whole oneness, or the oneness, is divided into contrast, and then you have to experience that the thing you, on this level I mean, the thing you never do is always done by somebody else as a contrast, you know. So, and then this contrast you don't want to experience, because in your upbringing, when you were a child, where you were talking before, then you were not allowed to live out or express the whole range of a contrast. And it has to do with the upbringing of the parents, which has the same problem and traumatic experience, not to be allowed to live the whole thing. And then a child always mirrors something that the parent didn't, how do you call this, live through, or
express themselves.
Yes. And then the child, you become as a parent irritated.
Because the child is doing something that you don't allow yourself to do.
That's right.
Yeah, or wasn't allowed in your childhood to do.
That's it. It's a circle. It goes on and it goes on and it goes on. And at the same time, you see, you go through all these stadia, you know, as paradise how do you call it? Being in paradise, paradise. Like, I don't know the word in English. You see, you are the paradise. You don't know. Divine. Yeah. You don't know that because there's no compass.
Yeah.
Then you will be chased out of paradise, and you come into a divided. It's a dualistic feeling, you know. Yes. First you see this.
This is dualism.
No, this is still oneness.
This is oneness.
This is still oneness.
And dualism is black and white.
No, dualism is like this.
Ah.
This is, you know, when you have the thought, I am,
Yeah.
you will see this.
Black and white all together.
All together. So as soon as you come or land on one of the sides, as a girl or as a boy, then say I'm a girl, then I'm half of the whole experience, which I had before.
That's the first lie they tell you, that you're a girl.
Yes, but then I lack also the boy, because I'm the girl and the boy, seen from the first thought I had, I am conscious, you know, I am aware, and now you are aware from a certain standpoint.
Yeah.
And then you try to get one again.
By looking for a boy.
Yes, for example.
Yeah.
And then you will find out that the boy does something different from the girl. You know, their behavior is different. So let's see, you like to eat, and I don't like so much to eat, you know, normally, and you think, oh, this is my whole life.
Yeah.
So we together, we are two opposites, you know. But if I was forced to eat, because although I didn't like it, you know, and didn't need it, then I got irritated by you eating all the time.
Yeah.
See? So I split the whole thing in two, and then I tried to ask you, please, why don't you come on my side? You know.
Start eating also.
So yeah, I need another black half.
Yeah.
To see that I will ask you to come here, you know. But I don't have it here now. So the other half I don't. You could imagine that I do an extra half here.
Yeah.
And then we are together.
At the same half.
The same half.
Yeah.
And this gives us a feeling of harmony. But it's temporary.
Yeah, why is it temporary?
Because it's fleeting through our fingers again, you know.
It won't last.
It won't last.
No.
So to try happiness, to find your former happiness in the paradise feeling, you try and try and try always to get someone on your side, or the other one will pull you on their side, and well,
that won't
it
work.
doesn't work.
No.
No. The thing is that you have to come in this field here, which is awareness, which sees this as a whole thing. See?
Yeah.
And then you don't have any resistance anymore of someone or somewhat, because you have the knowledge, or the wisdom to recognize that this is not possible to take apart from each other.
What we talked about before in Advaita, and you said to me once before that this body is just a vehicle in consciousness.
That's right.
So the thing that is moving, this body apparently is consciousness. Or what is moving the things in the world? That is my question.
What is moving?
What is making things happen?
Oh, you see, well, the way you, when I said before, you know, you imagine a daydream, you are at a source. In this case, it's consciousness or awareness, which is for me the same word. That moves the things by imagining it.
That's
it's
still
a dream.
it's like how do you call it? You have this thing where you I don't know the English word, but you make a sweater out of a dread.
Yes.
Yeah. So consciousness is just waving those things all together all the time.
Well,
It's building this daydream.
Yes, and if you start reacting or rejecting
What is happening?
then there starts action-reaction energy, and it doesn't stop by itself. By wisdom or by compassion or whatever, you can stop it. So if you stop it on your side, the other side can't react anymore. So then this movement is for this simple 1x of contrast is then dissolved.
Yeah.
Dissolved?
Yeah.
Yeah. And there are many other axes, contrast axes, or you call it, who has still the energy going, you see. But you need the contrast to experience anything. So let's say that if awareness comes, as it were, through this whirlpool into the imagining of the mind, then first time is created, which is thoughts, because thoughts are always imagining things in future or in past, and if there is, in this case, in this field, an imagination with a form which is also already imagined, then there is matter coming up, and this is ruimte, you call space. This is space. So if you try to find consciousness in space or in time, you will never find it, because time and space, or it's in consciousness, and it's not the other way around. And it's a cosmic dream, where we in. It is, I don't know. If you it's the same thing. If this moment, it's a daydream, or it's our, how do you call it? It's our waking state, and then the waking state stops, and then the dreaming state comes. So you come from space into time. This is our experience, eh?
Yeah.
And then you come into the deep sleep. And deep sleep is you go through the whirlpool back into your original.
Into the water.
Into the water.
Or just plain water. No storms, no waves, nothing.
Silence. No imaginings in it. And then in the morning it starts anew.
A new story.
And a new, yes. Yeah. So the world is not created once in a time or many years ago, but just now, every day.
It's imagined again and again and again.
Every day.
But still, it seems like there's evolution inside the imagination. Consciousness is not imagining dinosaurs anymore.
No, that's right. But if you refuse to experience a perception, or a sense perception, or perceptions, feelings, and so, and you refuse to feel it because you have labeled it as dangerous, then there remains a residue into the mind. But if it's really felt, and it is really
lived through.
Yes, but there's no emotional energy left in it. Then it comes into, let's say that the mind is also divided in two fields. One field is loaded with emotional energy from all humanity, and then the other half is there's no emotional energy any left in it. So this is what I call it always culture.
Culture?
Culture, because there are all the things which are already experienced by humankind in the daydream or in the dreams. And for example, if I want to carpet a little cupboard or whatever, and I start myself imagining how I would like to carpet it, then I come into this field of all the carpenters who had ever existed. And they give me the information I need to form this idea, this thought, so that you can touch it and you can experience it with your senses.
Yeah.
And the only thing is that this physical instrument is very unique. So all the information I get, I take out the ingredients I need, and then the performance of the cupboard I will carpet is original. And it's so wonderful that it's something like that, this is endless creative.
Yeah.
And that's why there is also evolution, as you were saying.
So things that were created in the past will be recreated again, but then with a
unique twist.
Yeah, with a twist.
Yes, a unique twist. And also all the things in wisdom or whatever, but not the wisdom we speak of at this moment.
No, that's timeless.
It stays the same.
That's a timeless, fresh and new. That's why a book by Nisargadatta from 30-40 years ago, you can read it and it's still fresh and new, and you take yesterday's paper and you think, oh, throw it away.
Yeah.
Because we're talking about something which is beyond the dream.
Yes, it's the source.
Yeah.
Source doesn't change. It is the same.
Source stays the same.
Stays the same.
Yeah.
It's the how do you call this?
Unmanifested.
Yes, it's the unmanifested, which is not able to change.
Also
only the manifest is changing all the time. That's why the manifest is, there's only one mistake, and that is that, we see the chairs, and all the things which are in this place, for example, and we give them names and we understand what we mean, but there is only one thing which is not taught or understand, and that is that everything we see exists out of, is made of, is existing in the same consciousness or awareness which we have in common. We see these things as apart from ourselves, as something that is living just by its own, and moving by its own, but it is moved by the source.
But that separation doesn't feel right.
No, it's
when you think that you're separated from wholeness.
Yes, that's it.
That fuels the search for wholeness again. The search for home.
Yes.
So am I right when I say that all this, you, me, this book is just made out of thoughts? It's thought stuff.
Yes,
it's thoughts in conscious. It's imagining. It's a part of the imagination.
Well,
it is the imagination.
Yes, the only thing that we experience now, we have the side of this room. Yes.
This side of the room.
Okay, the side of this. Yeah, well, or the camera these days. Okay, this is the side, and you have to bring it back to seeing. All we know at this moment is the seeing. Then of the you bring it back to your sense organ of seeing. Thus the sight becomes seeing, and the seeing will become known.
Mm-hmm.
So there is only knowingness which is left if you bring it back to consciousness itself.
Mm-hmm.
So you can say that consciousness itself is only knowing the knowingness
Mm-hmm.
of things, and everything is known through the senses, perceptions and sense perceptions, and I always forget the other word in English.
Say it in Dutch.
Gewaarwordingen en zintuigbelevingen.
The sense
You perceive things, the perceptions, and
Mm-hmm. Being aware of things.
yes, but yeah, it has a certain English name, but it does not.
Awareness.
But wait, no, that's the source.
Okay.
No, you're right.
Things that you are aware of. That is what
Yeah,
you mean.
yeah, but only by the senses. We have only the senses,
Yeah.
and so now you hear.
Mm-hmm.
So this is done through the ear,
Mm-hmm.
right? But what is experienced, your experience is that you are aware of a sound,
Mm-hmm.
right? And the sound is an object, and this object is existing in knowingness.
Mm-hmm.
So this is where it ends. Because everything exists of knowingness,
Yeah.
of awareness, of consciousness. And it's only that we see the things apart from ourselves, that we think that we have nothing to do with it, as a consciousness. But that's not true.
So there's no world outside of me.
No, not at all.
No outside world.
Everything is inside
Yeah.
you. Yes. So people think that I make the noise,
Mm-hmm.
right?
My ears pick it up. Yeah.
You're the only one who hears the sound.
Mm-hmm.
And then the sound is by the ear, by the sense organ of the ear. And you are aware of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there is awareness of awareness possible. And that is, the word is knowingness, or I think Niske that called this the absolute.
Mm-hmm.
This the source in which it
Yeah.
was hidden, as it were,
Mm-hmm.
right?
So instead of putting our attention onto objects, we can put the attention back at the thing which is, or we could call the thing, but the awareness itself. Can you be aware of the awareness itself?
That's right.
And
This happens when, let's say, you have the experience at this moment, so your awareness is, you are aware of
yeah.
a sense.
Let's say I drink this
Okay.
Coca-Cola Light.
Oh no,
Cheers.
Just
Yeah.
hold it.
Feel.
You have
Yeah.
a sense perception of
Cold.
touch
Yeah.
or cold or whatever. So awareness is going out to this object.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yes, and now you are aware, for example, of your bottom on the chair.
Yeah. And yeah.
Yes. So awareness moved from this to
Mhm.
to there. But if you close your eyes, it's more simple, and then you will find that this is outside the little tin, you call it.
Mhm.
But the bottom, yeah, is yours.
Yeah.
You think this is yours, and but with your eyes closed, then you will only feel that it's only objects
Inside me.
inside you, and the inside you can be transparent, becomes transparent if you ask yourself the question, am I aware? What happens to that you've gone out to something outside yourself, to something
Mhm.
which are yourself, and then to something which is withdrawn into itself
Yeah.
as being with the question, am I aware?
Am I aware?
What happens to you?
Get very big.
You expand
Yeah.
formulas,
Yeah.
yes? If you can do that, or remember that, when you have an enormous emotion or
Yeah.
whatever,
That's it.
right? You are aware the movement. And if you are so extremely aware of the movement, of this movement, you are not able to be at the same time aware of your physical body or of the location where it is.
I used to stare as a child. My mother always said, "Stop staring." I was always staring like into bliss, into boundlessness.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the place you're talking about?
I don't know.
I could just sit and
yeah.
look like this.
Yes.
And didn't see, hear anything. I was just.
You had no perceptions
No,
then? No, nothing?
No. I was just.
Okay.
Really inside myself. Yeah.
Yes, but can you remember that you were as alert as a lion who was hungry?
No, I cannot remember that.
No,
That's what you're talking about.
Yes, because you can have this when you're driving a car also,
Mm-hmm.
right? So you can stare into yourself somewhere, and maybe even without thoughts. I don't know, but there is some different way, because being alert, open, perceiving, any moment to perceive something which is moving. It's different from daydreaming.
I can remember that from an accident I had with my motorcycle.
Oh, that's something different.
I was crashed by a car from the right side, and I saw myself, well, not myself, but I going through the air, smelling everything, hearing everything, no pain.
No.
It's just,
Oh, this was without suffering.
Yeah.
Experiencing what was happening now. In
Completely.
the timeless.
Yeah.
Yes.
But there's people who climb mountains without safety guards.
Mm-hmm.
They have to be this alertness, otherwise they die.
That's right. You can't let loose of the attention.
Is that why we do such dangerous things?
Yes, because then you feel alive. You know?
Completely.
And this aliveness, this feeling of being alive, is the child's own experience over time.
Yeah.
But you learn to live out of your memory, and you see, you experience only old bad pictures of the reality.
I once heard some other teacher talk about that's the same when going on vacation, and then when you're on vacation only looking at photo albums of earlier vacations. Just all day.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Not experiencing things as fresh and new as they are.
No, that's right.
That's too bad.
Yeah, well, it gives you a feeling of what is the word?
Comfort?
No. Slur, you know.
Yeah, dread.
Dread?
It's a drag.
And then you're always looking for something new. You know, the first experience you have, the first things, the first day in class, or your first love, or whatever. You can still remember as it's still like yesterday.
Yeah.
And that's because you didn't look and experience out of your memory. So if you have your second girl, maybe the memories are starting to compare whatever what is wanted to be compared. You know.
That's what I complain about to my friend Paul all the time. I say, oh man, you know, when you were 12, you thought, when it's the first time I'm going to hold hands with a girl, and then the first kiss, and then the first time driving a motorcycle, and then getting your driver's license.
But it's because you haven't looked at that time out of your memory.
Yeah, because you didn't have any memory of how that should be.
But how do you get it the same? How do you? It's just being now here, you know. And if you are interested in what's here, like you go on the shower, you know, what your memory says, this is water. Your memory says, I'm washing myself. Your memory says, it's hot or cold, or the soap is not the same soap I'm used to. You know, and all these things you jump over the now into the memory, and you really don't experience what's going on. So you will never have a new thing to experience. It's the same. That's why I don't. If I see you today, and I see you an hour later, or I see you tomorrow, it's always a new experience. I'm sorry, people don't like it all the time that way, because then they think, don't you remember me? Or I told you so, or whatever. And that's why there are no residues of irritations or whatever, because those come from the memories. See?
A dog has the same. You can go out shopping, you come back, it greets you like it hasn't seen you for 10 years. It's so enthusiastic, and that's because the dog doesn't live from memory. Also.
No, but it's when it has an experience which was not so happy,
then it will remember.
No, yes, but it's a different kind of remembering, because that's intuition, or how do you call it? It's for the protect of the
system.
The system. And if you had light blue eyes and you kicked the dog once, the dog will go around someone with the light blue eyes, because of his memories. It has a functional memory, but not an emotional memory. And we got emotional memories because it's always in comparing that did this human, or what do you call it, this friend, love me or didn't like me or whatever, and that's the problem then.
Monica, I'm going to watch the camera for one moment to see if everything is okay.
Yes.
When I come back, can you maybe give some thought or expression about relationships, okay?
Yeah, I'll try.
Okay, it's going very well. So, sitting here with Monica Ring again for the second part of our conversation. Relationships. We often tend to think that someone else will make us happy, will complete us, will fulfill us, will give us everything we lack. But when I remember right from an earlier conversation in Dutch, relationships are not really supposed for that. Their relationship between man and wife there's another purpose.
Yes, I have the feeling that relationships, they are like little drops of
homeopathic?
Yes, homeopathic drops, or sometimes a whole bottle.
Yeah.
And
we're curing each other.
That's right. During the development of the personal consciousness, which some people call ego, you know, it's a field of an energy that is necessary to filter too much influence, thoughts, feelings, which doesn't belong to to your original faith, or the instrument, which is in a certain way undivided, because of it's an individual. You know, an individual, a human is an individual, and that means it's not divided into two yet. And the personality is something different. It's built on top of the individual faculty, or what do you call it? And you have to choose them for one side of the whole coin, and these parts they form your your personality. The thing you think, am I this, and this is it. This is not me, and this is me, and this is not me.
You add things to yourself, and you reject things.
Yes, because the things you add to yourself, they give you this feeling of safety.
Yeah.
Of safety.
Safety.
Basically.
Okay.
Because then you're loved. You know, you adapt yourself.
Okay, you think when act good, behave well, dress like everybody else dressed, then nobody's going to reject me.
Okay, so this will take a certain amount of years to build up this image of yourself, and everything you're not is just given to the world to be.
Yeah.
And this is what you reject or what you couldn't develop yourself, one of the two. And when it's finished, when you got acquainted with the other sex and then you start a family and whatever, then the time breaks. The most deep rejections, which had to do with your parents, they will be mirrored by your loved one.
Yeah.
By your loved one. Most things are, you look at my mother when you were a boy, and the girl says you look like my father.
Yeah,
or, you know, these things. And these scars are so deep, you know, that you start fighting with each other. And on the other hand, they promised you that you will refind your happiness when you start a family
and get married,
and so on. But the real thing is that you you trapped into a system where consciousness gives the opportunity to cure from these old scars by meeting them again. You know, you get emotional because of the scars. People say things to you your father said or your mother said.
Yeah.
And then you keep developing experiences which are in the field of the personality. So you will be persoonsdeskundig. How do you call this? Person.
You get.
You become an authority on personality, on the personal way of behaving.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And because of that, you can recognize someone else in this behavior, but because you know your own behavior is also in reality, of course. And that gives you the opportunity also to show compassion. So if I was rejected at some time, and I had the feeling of the energy is already dissolved, and then you come and tell me about your rejection. If somebody rejects you, I can take in your story. You know, the things you tell me. I will never give you advice. I will never give you how do you call this, critics about it, because I know what's happening to you, because it's my own experience also.
It's the same with soldiers who've been to the same war.
That's right.
They know, they don't have to tell everything to each other. They understand each other.
Yeah,
they know what they know what they've been through.
That's right.
Yeah.
And then you are in this situation. You are the homeopathic bottletje or whatever drop for the other person to heal, because it's taken in. It's not being put back to you from if I've never been anxious or I don't know anxiety, for example. If I don't know that, and you're anxious or angst, you know angst, then I can say to you, oh, my pity, why you're so angst? There's nothing here. There are no spooks. There are no dangers. Just let it go. I couldn't say that because you are experiencing it and it's real for you, right?
Yeah.
But it's dissolving in my energy if I just take it in, listen, just listening without any comment or.
The same you would do with a child. When it's really scared because there's a monster under the bed, the best thing to do is to go with the child. Okay,
And
we're gonna look for the monster. You recognize the feeling as real.
you know what I did with the monsters?
No?
My son, he had really monsters under his bed. I get under the bed, and then I fight myself as hell, that the whole bed was jumping up and down, and I made noise and everything, and then then I conquered the monster, and he was with his head under the pillow, and then I had to ask him how I had to destroy the monster, and I had always throw it in the toilet and then flushed it.
The monster was gone.
So I give completely. I go with the child. There was a monster. I will never say to a child there's no monster.
No. And with an adult also not.
No.
But
that's it. That's it.
You acknowledge everything as being
real. Yes.
Yeah.
And then it can because let's say a thought is a half product.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if this is an English word.
Yeah.
It's a half product, and it has to become a product which you can grab.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can grab, even if it's not true, if you can grab it, then you can relax your hands, and then it will
dissolve.
Falls apart, But first you have to believe. It's the same with the person.
Mm-hmm.
The person doesn't exist. It's not an entity which you have to conquer or whatever.
No.
It's afterthought. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's always taking credit of something which you didn't do.
Alexander Smith, a Dutch teacher, once said, "It's the clown who gets into the circus tent and gets the applause for the things the acrobats did." That's the ego. That's the person.
That's an afterthought.
Yeah.
Yes. So you can't get rid of something which doesn't exist.
It's a lie.
Yes, you can't get away from a lie because a lie has no substance, right? So the funny game in this thing is that you have to acknowledge it as real. So you have to believe in the person also to get rid of it afterwards. You have to. You can't let loose of something which you don't have.
Yeah. You first have to make it concrete.
That's it.
Into something.
Yes.
Okay.
And then like Santa Claus.
Yeah.
Santa Claus.
Yeah.
Yes.
Our Dutch version. Yeah.
Yes.
But okay, here I have this person I made concrete.
Yes.
What then?
Oh, let's say that you have worked as a doer, to hold it together.
Yeah, to make something out of myself.
Yes. So you have a whole range of little halves from the whole contrast coin, and then you are able to defend and give borders to the things you need physically or whatever. And then there's a moment after so many years that you can't collect more of these items in yourself, in your personality.
Mm-hmm.
And then it seems that consciousness takes over, and that you will find that a teacher or somebody who tells you something about consciousness or whatever, it comes into your system. It's not that you go there. Everybody thinks that I'm going to visit the guru, but the guru comes into you.
The guru visits you.
That's
your imagination, your dream.
And that's right. When you say I'm a guru in your perception now, I'm not here. I'm off there, right? So that's funny. Everything is provided for, and then you will learn that you are not in reality a personality, but you are the source where the personality was imagined in.
Yeah.
So, and then the whole system is still, well, what do you say? It's filled up with tensed contractions, which you weren't allowed to feel. Because
the personality kept it under? Or
yes, because all these things had to do with not feeling loved.
Mm-hmm.
So if you have to go somewhere and tell somebody the truth, which is a truth to your heart, you know, sometimes you don't know how to go and to say what you're on your heart, because you don't want to hurt the other person.
Mm-hmm.
Or, we had it about we were talking about relationship, but I did not.
No problem.
Okay.
We're going to pick it up later, yeah.
And then we are afraid that we hurt the person.
Yeah.
But that's also your human experience again, that you have been hurt yourself at some situation like that.
Yeah.
And then you don't want to hurt somebody else for choosing your own way, for example. But it's had nothing to do with the other person. It has to do with the feeling which is still in your physical as a contraction.
Yeah.
And you don't know how to let loose the contraction.
Yeah.
And you project the feelings you yourself have to live through
Mm-hmm.
on something else outside you.
Yeah. This man hurts me, this thing irritates me, this movie sucks, things
Yes,
like
but
that.
I'm not allowed to divorce because my children, they'll miss their father
Yeah.
or their mother, or but that's because you'll be left alone by your father or mother, and you can't recognize the feeling into yourself. You project it. See? You know what I mean?
You think your kids are going to suffer, but you're afraid to suffer yourself.
That's it.
The feeling you didn't feel then
That's
when your father didn't watch over you.
And that's why the situation comes up to come into the light.
Yeah.
But it has never to do something with somebody else.
No.
It has always something to do with your own. If it touches you, if
Yeah.
it doesn't touch you, a situation, then it's free.
And what about movies, Joannika? Are they also big bottles of painkillers for us, or things? When I watch a movie, it automatically brings up things
Emotions.
I've rejected in the
yes,
past.
Yes.
Some movies I had to shut off. There was one movie, The Adjustment Bureau.
Mm-hmm.
It's about love relationships which are being like some people around the relationship are trying to avoid those two people to meet.
Yes.
Oh, I had to shut the film off. It brought so much up.
Yeah. But that's depending on how awake you are. You know, if you can use an emotional feeling which is stirred up by the film, by looking at the film,
Mm-hmm.
you can use it for your own health. You know,
Yeah.
for curing your own physical system from an old
Yeah.
residue. But you can also make it worse.
Worse.
Yes, because let's say everything happens in the mind, and I have already said that the mind is not something inside the body. It's not your personal
Mm-hmm.
thing.
Is
The
it
mind.
one mind
It's one mind. That's it.
for all and
Everyone.
everything?
Yes, that's the thing you have to know, because if you believe again or give it a new belief that it's true what's happening, or you know, as a story, then it'll exist forever. You know, it's going on. That's why Krishnamurti, Jiddu Krishnamurti, was so anxious to tell people, stop with traditions. Please stop with traditions, because let's say over here we have the World War, and then the day 4th May or
Liberation Day.
Now, then someone is maybe 75, 80 years, 85, still alive, and attends such a traditional herdenking.
Festivity, yeah.
Yes. What can happen is that this man still has these memories,
Mm-hmm.
and they are all filled with emotional energy. And if the energy is, when this person is awakened and it takes the movement of the energy without projecting it into its physical body and this in a location, and if it's the story, leave the story only as a trigger point, you know, and feel the energy move, he will heal the whole thing.
Yeah.
If we, all the people, this is romantic thing, you know, if all the people know this and heal the energy inside their own system, then it doesn't have to occur again.
So no more World War.
No, it happens over and over because the emotional energy still wants to get rid of its content. If the content is not fading out, it has to repeat because it's not seen.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's also on small levels with
Yes,
stuff in
it's
happens
small
in
and
life.
big and
Yeah.
it's the same.
So let's say I had a car accident and I
Yes.
don't want to think about it, I don't want to talk about it, I don't want to feel the things I had to feel then.
Yes.
The chances are that I'm going to be in a car accident soon again.
Or you see a car accident.
I'm going to see, and then
Yes,
it comes back again.
like, you know, it's so wonderful because existence always bring occasions where this is possible.
Yeah.
Every moment it's giving in all these stories again. But the thing is that you have to go through the same thing as a feeling, you know. For example, I have in the Dutch version told about this dog. You know, I had a dog, and at one time the doorbell rang, and I opened the door. I was only 6 years old, and there's a half door, you know, the old Dutch doors, and I opened the door, and then I just looked into the snout or whatever, you know, the snout from my dog, and it was blood all over. The dog was hit by a car and was dead, and I think that I cried and I cried and I cried, and I think that my parents said to me at that time, "It's enough, you cried enough now. Stop it, we're going to buy another dog," you know, and soothe it, right? Because it was too much for them to handle, because sorrow goes through everything, through all the system, all the physical thing. And
you cannot avoid it.
You cannot avoid, so you have to cry with it, or you have to stop it. So I'm almost 70 now. I was maybe 15 years ago, I don't know exactly. I drove on the way and there was a dog, it was hit by a car. And then I drove along, and then after so many meters, I experienced a whirlpool of energy, you know, like I was in a test machine where they test,
Blow wind.
Yes, blow
machine.
wind for airplanes or aerodynamic thing. And I was accustomed at that time to this feeling when something was released, which was very early traumatic things, you know. And I never tried to find a story at the moment that it's on. So I had no body and I had no location of that, and I had no story about it. So it went. And then it stops by itself, like a car which the petrol is driven empty. Yeah, I don't know what to say.
Yeah.
And then I got a little documentary, and I saw myself on top, you know, from a height. I saw myself 6 years old walking through the corridor where my parents, where I was born, and I saw the whole story. And then it was just a point on the little sign, you know, which finished everything. So I don't have to experience it over again. But in the meantime, I had many dogs, and all the dogs were dead by the veterinarian because they were old, you know, and sick. It's not the same. And there the energy is not...
it had to be a dog who was hit by a car.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
And
that's why in marriage or in relationships, your loved one tells exactly the same stories as your father and mother do, you know.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, I can remember from a relationship where the father of the girl I was with always threatened her to set her out of the house when she didn't behave right.
Yes.
And I sometimes, in an argument, I said that also. I said, when this goes on, you go and live somewhere else.
Yes.
Yeah. And then, yeah.
And then, then it's.
Yeah.
And it's so beautiful when you recognize what's happening actually.
It's a cure.
Yes, because existence is so lovely,
It wants to heal.
Yes, but let's say, existence itself is love, but doesn't know love. It has no resistance for nothing. So if the body is hurt, it said yes. If the body is not hurt, it said also yes. But the body is a sort of instrumental thing to develop compassion. It has nothing to do with consciousness itself, but because in consciousness it doesn't need compassion. In the absolute there's no meaning. It has no meaning because there is no objects in it, right? But the human is the only possibility to act as love or compassion only in this cosmic dream. And that feels as your true nature.
Mm-hmm.
So how do you recognize your true nature? If it's absolute, you don't. See?
Yeah.
And it's an extra, it's an asset to, it's wonderful to be happy, content, all these things, see beauty, see, everybody can acknowledge them.
Yeah.
And if it's not true what I say, why should we acknowledge that then? Why do we want to be happy?
Yeah.
Why? What is our...
Yeah. We know that's the natural state.
That's it. But you don't know it in the absolute.
No. It needs a contradiction. It needs an opposite.
Yes.
So if the whole world would be blue, we cannot say that's blue.
No.
Yeah.
No.
You once said consciousness doesn't say no to anything.
No. It's a double yes.
Double yes.
The word no doesn't exist in the consciousness. So
how come?
Because it says yes.
Yeah.
It can't say that.
Because it is everything. It doesn't say no to itself.
No, it's impossible.
It imagines it's itself, so...
To say no to itself, it has to be two.
Yeah.
It's not possible.
Yeah. But still, people will come with the example now of the wars going on all over the world, Islamic State versus the West.
Okay, that's something different. Not different, actually. Let's say we talk about a dictator. I can imagine that a dictator is a very vulnerable child, feeling everything.
Who needs confirmation all day.
Very sensitive, enormous sensitive. So his sensitivity is so unbearable in the dual experience that it tries to get one with everything around itself.
Yeah.
So if you don't want to do it in free will, I will force you to.
Yeah. And that's what those people are doing right now from Islamic
Of course,
State.
It's okay. They feel so afgescheiden.
Yeah, separated.
Separated. That they try to force everybody to
on
be
their
one.
side.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's the same love, but it's turned over.
Yeah.
But it's still love. Yeah, I can't say. I say that I can even feel pity for them more than someone who's happy, because what have they to do to
Yeah, it's always those 20, 21-year-old guys who blow up themselves.
Yes, but that's because they are promised, just like marriage, and they will going to be happy.
You're going to be in heaven, blow up yourself, yeah.
And in the West we say, just marry, then you'll be happy.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, it's also with marriage or relationships.
Children, getting children, then you'll be happy.
That's it. But you know it's a promise, like all the other promises, and you are so disappointed, you know, when you find out that
again,
is
not true.
It's not true, and you invest everything. So, sorry.
No problem.
Oh well.
But Jonica, you still say that if there's something left untouched in the world that you are longing for,
yes,
you still have to go out and try it.
Yeah, let's say if I think, and I've seen it many times in those almost 20 years I was doing the conversations, that young people, they are so close, still close to their true nature. You know, it's different from when you're 20, and all your nasty experiences are not loaded as when you're 50 or whatever. You know, so your whole range of experience is less, let's say, in principle. So if they recognize what the Advaita world is talking about, then they can reject to go into the person. You know, they just leave it alone and then stay. But let's say you can compare this as if somebody takes your how do you call it, your speelgoedbeer,
your teddy bear.
Your teddy bear, and maybe you're 15 years and your ma says you have to throw away your teddy bear. You're 15 years old. Somebody's going to laugh at you. And then she takes it away and throws it in the dust bin, right? And you're not ready for it. It's you're still attached to it, you know. And because we have to wait in youth until the moment comes where such a boy or girl or whatever gives away the teddy bear to someone else who's younger.
When it's ready.
And if it's taken away from you by the education,
by force,
or the education or a former interest, without totally building up your authority on the personality, then sometimes you have to end in a protecting home. How do you call this? In a home where you have to be protected against persons because you're still human. Yeah,
you're still childish.
Not child. Yeah, it's not. A human is an open field, a transparent field.
Yeah. And the original state.
Really, it's like a child, but it's not childish. It's open and it feels everything, and it's love, and it gives away everything it has. You know, if you have no money and yet still just take it, you know, and you can't give some borders for your physical.
Yeah. People can take advantage of you easily.
Because the physical body is not so much believed in that it will fight for itself. Yeah. You know what I mean?
They're still.
Yes, too open.
Yeah.
Too lovely.
Yeah.
Too compassionate.
Yeah.
And so.
What were we talking about?
I don't know.
Well, I just asked you the question that there's still, if you long for things in the world, you still have to act them out.
Yeah. So you're going to look for your teddy bear. You go.
All my life.
You go. Yes, because it
was taken away from me.
Because it's not given away by yourself.
Yeah.
See? Yeah. So this only thing, this is still, you think, oh, that would make me happy.
Yeah.
Right? And as long as you think that there's something out there which will give you happiness, you are not open to this
teaching. But you say also, go out and try it.
I think, try to live total. Yeah. You know, try everything out as much as possible, which is.
So Advaita is no thing you think as a 20-year-old. Oh, I don't have to search for happiness in the world. I heard from this Advaita thing, it saves me a lot of money, it saves me a lot of time and energy. That won't work.
It won't work. Yes, it can work as a fairy tale which you keep up your whole life. You know, and you will come on the white side. Let's say you have the contrast, and you come on the white side.
Yeah.
Which is like say harmony. But the harmony is not staying. It can stay for a whole long period if you keep trying to believe in this, you know. So if you have a contrast experience or a oneness experience, it's also the white side of the whole range, and you can call this a dual realization. It's not the
Not
real
complete. No.
No, but you can walk into the trap, and then after a while you have to admit, and you told everybody already that you were done.
Yeah, I'm elated. Yeah.
Yeah.
You make a difference between self-realization and awakening.
That's right.
What's the difference? What comes first?
After you try to find your happiness outside yourself, and you find out that it didn't work, then you're open to get the information that you're not the body. Not, let's say, I don't say that the body isn't real in the dream, I won't say that, but it's a relative reality. It's relative because it comes and goes. If you fall asleep, it's not there, you know? So, but you still can feel it as a reality, but it's relative. And so, what are we talking about?
This difference between self-realization and awakening.
Yes. Awakening is the moment that you're open to experience, find out, try to to try to find if it's true what they say, that you're not the body, you know. So you get some some directions to find out if it's true, and then suddenly you think, yes, it's true. And it was so nice that Alexander, this Dutch teacher, he had some wonderful moments by telling. One said, hey, I'm not the body. Yes, I know. He said, yes, I know. And but you know how it went? He said, I'm not the. Why didn't you tell me? I told you. Next week he comes. I'm really not the body. And then he said, yes, I know. Why didn't you tell me? And then another week, I'm really not the body.
Yeah.
You know, so it's like building up, especially in the truth also. Yeah. It's so funny. Yes.
You get more trust in that it's a fact for you.
Yeah, it becomes a fact. Yeah. You know, but it's not so often that it's at once.
No.
You have to experience. Yes, you have.
Get used to the idea also. No.
Yeah, you can use to the idea. But that's not, let's say that it's a mental idea, which is not really...
that's not realization, that's just an idea.
So I say enlightened, I think it's the word enlightenment, we use it in the Dutch language. You said awaken?
You have awakening, self-realization and enlightenment. What is the difference and what comes first?
In my words, I say enlightenment is make something lighter.
Yeah.
So that the distraction, and what do you call this? The
extraction.
Yeah, it lights up. You know, you feel more light, more free.
Yeah.
And then the whole thing starts up to cure the body.
Yeah. Then the old pains come up.
Yes, and then you will be as sensitive as you were as a baby.
Everything you hear more, you smell more, taste more.
Yes, the senses become to redevelop.
Yeah.
Because when you were a child, about 4 years old, and you were experimenting along the room, you know, touching everything, you were almost forbidden, you know, to touch it. You're always like this,
Yeah.
and the whole, you know, what it says to you as a child is you're not allowed to feel. Feeling is bad.
Yeah.
And nowadays it's more complicated because in my time there were not so much devices where children were not allowed to touch, you know. But now children will experiment everything, and
Yeah.
they're always not, you know.
Don't feel.
forbidden.
Stop.
Don't feel.
Don't
feel,
touch. Don't touch.
That's it.
Yeah.
And so this is especially a sense organ which is connected with danger or not feeling at ease.
Yeah.
You know, I think that's why we have so much trouble by feeling also.
Yeah.
And feeling is, you know, feeling is not dangerous. You know, if you hear a sound, maybe, yeah, when it are bomb flight,
Mhm.
of course I can, but normally, you know, the steam of a kettle boiling the water, okay, it doesn't hurt you, you know,
Yeah.
or a taste of something doesn't hurt you, but the feeling has a certain, a heaviness, you know, or whatever you call it on them. So it's more difficult to let go of the movement of the energy which you have labeled and attached to a situation you were in when you were a small child and didn't understand what was happening.
Yeah.
See?
So after this realization that you're not your body, the body gets to cure itself.
Yes, but by the others.
By other. So that's not the moment to distract yourself from the world and say, I'm going to sit on a mountain for a couple of years.
No, this is the moment where
you have to meet life.
You have to meet life, and you know, you have to say yes and be vulnerable for everything.
Vulnerable.
Yes, but don't be afraid that your body will be overwhelmed by the senses.
Because you're not a child anymore of 6.
No, but the body is a very special device. It will fall asleep, faint, does everything to protect itself when something is too much energy.
Yeah.
You should see your body as a lamp, an electrical electric boy, what do you call this? Tube.
Yeah.
Yes. And it has a certain
a light bulb.
A light bulb. That's the
yeah.
word. And it has a certain
voltage.
Amplitude.
Yeah.
Yes. And your body is from a certain amplitude. Amplitude.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, voltage.
Yeah.
High voltage. Yeah.
And it will never overdo it, and yes, it can go lower, of course, but not much higher. Then
the system will shut down when it gets too high.
Yes.
Yeah. So
and
we don't have to worry that this body cannot handle it.
That's right.
Alexander said there's always death.
Yes,
it's not.
yes, but that's
another story.
That's another story. No, but you then have it proportionated. You see? So not at one time, but at many more times. But then, if something is let out of the energy, don't worry. The next time, the same thing will repeat, and then you can do part of it again. And
okay,
again,
so it doesn't have to be a whole at once. You can feel in stages.
Yes, but don't feel sorry that you failed.
At feeling.
At feeling.
Everything.
Because then you go straight. If the car has petrol and you're driving the petrol box, or you call it empty, it's okay. But if it stops halfway because something happens and you're distracted, don't say, "Oh, what a pity! Now
my chance is gone."
Yes, but that's not true.
No.
And if you feel sorry for yourself, you have driven already. There's some petrol out of the tank, you know, and then you go straight to
The gas station.
The gas station
And
then
fill it up again. Yeah.
the same amount you are already driven out.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, I know. You fill it up again.
Yes.
Yeah. I think we have to wrap it up, Joannika, because the camera is already full,
Okay.
almost.
Yes.
Your book,
Yes.
people can order it. Consciousness, are you looking for something too?
Yes.
It can be ordered through your website?
Yes. Or yes, there is a form people can ask, and then we send it to them.
Yeah, joannika.nl. Is there maybe a chance that you're going to speak in English more often to people, or can people from who don't understand Dutch come and visit you?
Yes, that's possible. I think so. You should once take a start, you know, and my English will improve.
Well, I think it's a good way of understanding. To conclude this interview, so Advaita, it's not a concept. What is Advaita to you? Is it because it easily can become a mental concept which has rules to live by, but that's not.
No, you have to go full into life, and
Life is the teaching.
Life is for me it's a teaching, you know.
Mhm.
If you have 3 people in satsang, for example, and one twice is irritated,
Mhm.
that's the teaching. Try to feel the irritation as an energy moving,
Yeah.
and forget your body and forget content why you're so irritated. It can do everywhere.
Yeah.
And I don't think that the teaching itself and the outdoor life should be different.
So when people watching this are maybe got irritated by something, that we don't talk English very well, or that we talk too fast or too slow, or that I didn't shave myself, you say don't go to the comments and put your frustration there, but feel it.
Just feel it, and then you cure it, and then you don't think anything about it anymore.
Yeah.
And you have room for other experiences. Otherwise you will be every time in the same experience.
It will frustrate you again
which
and
is
again.
so dull.
Yeah.
You know, you will never experience something new then.
No, only old patterns.
Yes.
Bill Hicks, a famous comedian who doesn't appear into the dream anymore, once said, "We are all the imagination of ourselves." Is that true?
All imagination of ourselves. I don't know. I think that consciousness is a puppeteer, and it plays all the roles by itself. There is no one here, only that.
So the self is imagining Joannika, me,
Yes.
the book,
Yes, everything.
the camera,
everything
YouTube.
is of the same stuff.
Yeah.
Yes.
All mind stuff.
All mind stuff.
Imaginated in the
Yes.
one mind.
Yes, and the body is in the mind, the thoughts are in the mind, the perceptions are in the mind, and the perceiving is in the mind, and the mind is not in the body. So they can never cure a mind by medicine.
No.
No, they can only cure a mind by letting somebody be who he really is.
Yeah. And the big mind, it doesn't mind anything.
No, it's keeping evenwicht, balance.
Balance.
And if the balance is like this, you know, it's still balance. But it's a real thing for the body to feel so much energy in these big waves. But your original wave as a child is very slow like this, and it's not too much energy for the body to feel, you know, to cope with. So you have this as a child, then you become this by rejection, you know, and not feeling loved and so on, and then after enlightenment, the experience is that you will come back to this again, and then you're a human again, feeling everything, transparent as the air, and then everything goes through you, so everybody will be happy to meet you because there's nothing put back into you by ideas of
Yeah.
rejection or irritation or whatever.
You sometimes use the example of the mirror with spots on it, eh?
Yes, this glass plate, you
Yeah.
know. Yes, if I fall in love, you know, with this body as an instrument, of course, on this level, the light I am as consciousness falls through this transparent device, and then it bounces back on an object, and the object, the light comes back to me, but it's my own light, which is love. But as soon as I start irritating little spots from out my use, you know, you do, which I don't want you to do, then I put a little spot
On the glass plate.
On the glass plate in front of, you know, and then the light is bouncing on the spot, immediately back to me,
Yeah.
and there the light is not coming through. And you know, in relationships it can happen that the whole plate is full of spots that the light doesn't come through anymore, and then you want a divorce.
Yeah.
But it's nothing to do with the other person. You didn't want to be cured.
You don't want to get rid of the spots on your own glass plate.
You don't want to be cured because you have to know that someone else is curing you by repeating all the things your parents said while you were not a child anymore.
Yeah.
As an adult, you can see to it that you look after yourself without needing.
Yeah.
See?
We're
So-
still talking and talking and talking. We can talk on for hours.
Yes,
Maybe we'll do some other time.
yes.
Thank you very much, Joannika,
Okay.
for this nice talk. And this is the book in English, joannika.nl, and we will meet again
That's right.
somewhere, sometime.
Yes, okay. Thank you very much, Patrick.
Sitting here at the house of Giovanjali with two of her students, I may call you. Can you please state your name for the movie and tell us what your name means and when Giovanjali gave that name to you? I'll start with you on the left for the viewers on the right.
My name is Nebo. My name means pure gold. And it's also one of the names of one of the lionesses that we met in South Africa when we made a trip with Giovanjali to meet the white lions. And the first night that we visited the white lions, we made a tour in two groups. There were, I think there's a family of white lions, and they're separated in different areas. And when we made the trip and we came back, we gathered around a camping fire and we shared our experiences. And that was the moment that Giovanjali told me, "Your name is Nebo."
And how did you react?
I froze.
Yeah?
Yeah, it was very funny because the one of the Sangha members, she was talking about meeting Nebu, and at that moment it was very strange. At that moment I got a flashback. I was just looking at her and listening, and I heard, "That is your name." And at that moment she eventually looked at me and she said, "Yeah, this is your name."
And were there tears or laughter or joy?
No, it was really, like I said, like frozen. It was...
Yeah. No emotions.
I felt like crying, and at the same time there was joy, but I didn't know really how to react or what was appropriate, so I just sat silent and took it in.
And how long is that ago? How many years ago?
Four?
Yeah, 3 or 4 years. Yeah, no, maybe now 4.
Yeah.
4 years. Yeah, it was May or June. Yeah.
And do you still use your old name?
Yeah, also.
Okay.
At work I do. Yeah.
And when with family?
No, with family they know that I would like to be named or called Nebu.
Mm-hmm.
So they do that, but they also use my other name, so they switch. And with friends, almost all my friends call me Nebu. And I also introduce myself as Nebu.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then people start asking, oh, what a beautiful name, and where's it from? You can tell the story.
I can tell the story. Yeah, true.
Yeah. And for you, what's your special name?
My special name is Arundhati.
Arundhati?
Yes. I was given the name, I think, 7 years ago. And it was in India. We were at the ashram of Ananda Maima. She's there, over there in the book.
Mm-hmm.
And we were having satsang there at the ashram. And I asked Jivanjali for a name. So she didn't just give it to me, I really asked for it. And I remember that I asked for it because I was really... I didn't prepare it like, okay, I'm gonna ask it, but I really felt like if I do that, then there's no way back for me. Then I have to come out for what I'm doing and what I really feel in my heart to do.
Yeah.
So when I asked it, and then she gave me the name Arundhati, and Arundhati is the name of it was an elephant living in India. And it was so called, a spirit, a being. And Shanti Mai saw Arundhati the elephant as a spirit, as a being.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was named after Arundhati, the being, the elephant being. And the meaning of the name is goddess of the earth, noble being, and giver of the stars. Dati stands for giver.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember when I got the name that I was really happy and excited that I asked for it. But I also remember that everybody was laughing because I was named after an elephant. And the next morning I woke up and I was like, oh my God, what did I do? Now my name is Arundhati and I have to tell that to my family and my friends. I got really scared. Like, oh my, what did I do? And on the other hand, because of the scaredness and the fear, also something fell off me. Like, okay, so there's no way back. I can't hide for anything. This is it. So it really felt like also freeing. Yeah.
Is that the function of such a special name, that the old can be left where it is and you get a blank sheet of paper which can be filled in again or will never be filled in again? I talked to a singer who also changed his name, and that was his explanation. He said, for me the old didn't work anymore.
Well, it feels like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, and how I experience it also is to see that even with the name that my parents gave me, there's so much attachments and memories, and with a new name, it starts afresh.
Yeah.
And how I also experience it as a quality, like Jivanjali, how I experience it, she sees something, or that is a quality of my being, or a quality everywhere, I don't know. And then to really how do you say that?
Also, that it's possible to live that.
Yes.
That you can live that quality.
Yeah, to embody it. That's the word. Yeah, to embody it. Yeah.
It's a strange thing that we give babies a name when they are born. We don't know what they're gonna feel like, be like. So maybe we should just wait for 4 or 5 years and then. Yeah. So I can see the quality of that. How did you meet Jivanjali? How did she come on the path of both of you?
Maybe you can start.
I was born in the south of Holland, in Zeeland, and I remember that I wanted to go to Amsterdam, to live there, to study there, because I was really afraid of Amsterdam. And I thought, okay, it's a big city and I'm afraid and I really want to experience that. It was always in my life like, okay, if I'm really scared of it, then I have to do it. And when I went studying in Amsterdam, I really thought, okay, if I go there, then I want to go for meditation.
At which age?
I was 19, I think, or 20, 19. Yeah. And I don't know why, but I really thought, okay, if I go and live in Amsterdam, then I will do that. in Zealand it was not, I don't know, it was not so famous or not so many meditations clubs. I think they were there, but I didn't know them. So I really thought that. And I thought, okay, then I go to Amsterdam and I will study psychology. I thought that's nice, and I get to know about the human mind, and I was interested in that. And then I went to Amsterdam, and at the university where I studied, they have the wall with the brochures of people who want to sell some things, or maybe some clubs that you can join. And there was a little leaflet of a person who gave meditations. So I took it and I thought, great, I'm gonna do that.
Yeah.
I would like to know what that is. And I went there, and a woman gave that, and her name was Akasha, and she gave meditation lessons, and I went to her, and I remember that I was there, and I felt like peace and relief, and I thought, this is it, I want to do this. And she traveled with Giovanni. She was a student of Giovanni. And she went to India like almost every year with Giovanni. And then there was a time that I thought, I want to go traveling. We already traveled to Africa. But I thought I want to go to a country that I don't know. And that I will go there and I will be totally alone. And again, I want to see what happens. If I'm afraid, what I will do. And then Akasha said to me, you can also do that and come to India, because I will be there with my master, with Giovanni. Then you can come and meet her, and you can also have your travel. And I thought, oh, that's nice. Then I won't be so afraid, because I know she will be there, and I have a mission, something like that. And then she said, you have to meet Giovanni. She will have satsang, and I didn't know about her. And so I went to a satsang to see her, and I was like, wow. This is really, really great. So
what struck you? What did you feel there?
I remember the first time that I saw her, that I only remember myself like, this is what I really want to know. This is really what I want to know.
This is what I'm searching for.
Yeah, I remember you inviting me, because it was in Amsterdam, the satsang. And you called me and you said that you were going there and if I wanted to join. And I didn't do meditation, I lived in Leiden. So I joined her, it was on a Sunday afternoon. And I remember the quietness. There was, what I remember is there were many people, maybe 15 or 20. And in the beginning we were sitting in silence. Giovanni was already in, she already entered and had sat down. And we were sitting for a long time in silence. And when we opened our eyes, I remember Giovanni asking, who heard the plane flying over? And I hadn't heard the plane. And I was like, what is this? Wow. That was the moment that I realized, there's so many things going on. I didn't even hear anything. I was just, that is really the investigation and the experience that I wanted to, experience. Yeah.
Was there so much trouble in your life at that moment?
No.
No. So it was not a trying to flee something or escape some mental business problems, studying too much, burnout. You were completely at peace with yourself when you...
No,
it wasn't. I don't know for you, but I'm curious to hear you. But I was quite...
What was the biggest problem then in your life?
Thinking.
Yeah, the mental activity.
Oh my God,
I remember
was getting crazy.
Yeah, I remember so well. I was worried about everything. Like if you would see me, you would think that everything is fine because I was studying, I had my house, I had a job, I had friends. And in the meantime, I was worrying about everything.
You were scared shitless.
Oh, yeah. Being in groups, how to behave, how to react. I remember even in classes that I would choke and
Panic attacks, maybe?
yeah, I
Yeah.
get so nervous, like, oh, I should ask something, I should be very clever, I should be wise, should know all these things, because most of my colleague students, I thought they were so intelligent and they would connect all different theories and different books together, and I would be like, I don't know.
You were studying psychology also?
No, I study in Leiden anthropology.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah.
Almost.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
quite the same. Yeah.
Yeah, and I also remember the unstoppableness of my mind. That there was never a quiet moment. And the only moments I experienced quietness was I would go to house parties. That was my experience of, okay, then at least, it was like therapy. Okay, then at least I can be a bit quiet and I can experience peace. That was really for me
That's
an
strange
escape.
with that loud music.
Yeah, but then, you know, I would be in the music and be in the atmosphere and... Yeah.
That was your moment of peace at a house party.
Yeah.
Did you have something like that? Maybe going to the movie or drinking a lot or...
What would I do?
Sporting.
Well, no, it is true. I would also go to dance parties, only psychedelic trance, Goa parties. And what I really like there is to just dance. To just dance, let my body move, and not think, and not be worried about how I should do. And because everybody there was or high on drugs, or they would be so free, like, to move in any way, that it was just fine being there. I didn't have to pretend. I didn't, and that was maybe the thing that worried me the most. That I thought that I need to be somebody, that I needed to place myself in whatever situation, that I had to prove that I was worth it, and that I meant something as someone. And there it wasn't. I could just be, and that is also what I experienced when I not experienced, I still experience that when I'm here with Giovanni on travels or here in satsang. Just.
You don't have to be somebody.
No.
Yeah. Just be.
Yeah.
Yeah. You studied psychology. Did you first started thinking about maybe, it's my ego which is playing stupid things, or what was there? Did you find something in psychology that helped?
No.
Nothing at all.
No.
And how did your college students react when they heard that you were visiting a guru or a teacher, or did you tell anybody?
Yeah, I remember I told them, because when I'm enthusiastic, then I am really enthusiastic. So they really would know. And so I really told about it. But I remember that I was so enthusiastic about it, because I really felt like I discovered something.
Yeah, you have to tell anybody.
Yeah, this is the answer, because I was really also with some students. I went to the house parties, and to be honest, we used quite some drugs also. And I think we found like a way of also the mind opening in some sort of experience also. But then I really found, when the first time I came to India, I was like, but this is the feeling I know
from.
Yeah. And I always remembered on the house parties, if I feel like this, it must be possible also not being there, and not. Because I also remember, before I come to that answer, that on the house parties, I really experienced the unity. Being all together, being so loved with all the person. And I knew it is because we are all using the drugs, but still the feeling is there. And I remember coming to India, meeting Giovanni, that was there, that feeling that I already discovered in myself. So with my colleagues at psychology, I think I told them about that, and they were in the psychology, that would be the answer. And that's also why I finished my bachelor, but I couldn't go on with it, because I didn't believe that could be an answer.
Yeah.
And so, yeah. But, also the name that Giovanni gave me, they all accepted that. Not that there was nothing not to accept, but they would use that. And they really knew my experience was, I was so enthusiastic about it. It was not something I believed or not believed. It is for me.
It was sincere. It was no hype or a little thing you joined or
No. So
Yeah. You seem both quite young. You are 30, 31 or?
I'm 34.
32.
Yeah. So, and you've been doing this for almost 10 years, you maybe longer?
Yeah, also 10 years, I think.
Yeah. It's quite unique that someone discovers this at an early age, 20, 21. If you watch all the videos on YouTube, you see a lot of people with grey hair.
I also have grey hair.
Yeah? Oh, okay.
Me not, but
I do, many.
What does it change in your daily life? Are you still interested in things that other women of your age are interested in? Are you still interested in making career, having babies, getting the new car, the big house? What changed in practical sense?
For me, in practical sense, what really changed is that, like with
many
French,
things changed actually.
Yeah, but one thing that is coming up in my mind is like also being with friends. I used to be really like, who's my friend, who is not, really like controlling.
Mm-hmm.
I still control a lot. But this is a thing I really saw, like, I can't control people. That I have like an orchestrated life with family, and I have friends, and I have social things, and I was always really orchestrating that, controlling that, and not doing things that I really liked to do.
Yeah.
And that really changed. I don't go for birthdays or not like I don't want to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm against that, but I don't feel like doing that. And being with Givenchy, it's not like the person Givenchy tells me what to do, but I feel more committed to what I really feel and like really doing that. And I don't feel alone in that. Yeah. So I have friends, but I don't go there many times. That I go to birthdays or that I do that because I have to do that.
You don't confirm anymore to
not that
what
much.
Society tells you to.
Well, also to keep on looking at situations and well, for example, the news or at my work, there's many things going on. To be able to look more with a distance, to see my reactions going, my tendencies to control or to make strict rules or to have it all figured out, and to be able to more look at like the change, the constant change, and to see that, like you say, that I can't control anybody and I can't figure anything out. I really want like to have a list with dots that says, okay, if you do this and this and this, then it all works out. And by realizing and seeing that there is no such list, and that even I change the whole time, and that I cannot even depend what I feel in the morning if it will be the same in the afternoon, in the evening. It makes it so much more relaxed in a way, and softer also, to be not so strict with myself. I think that is one of the biggest changes, to be more kind to myself, and I see that also works in the rest of my life, and also to have more fun, to have a lighter life, in that sense that. Yeah. Whatever happens, and sometimes it hurts, and sometimes it really frustrates me, especially at work, where there's so many things and so many people coming and going at the same time, and to be more light about it and more relaxed and say, okay, this is it then. Okay, let's see. Like, for example, last year. One of my colleagues, one of my immediate colleagues, she got a burnout, and we were in quite of an emergency situation, so she needed to be replaced immediately. And we work with a lot of volunteers, and one of the volunteers was the best candidate. But for a year or so, we didn't connect very well. So there were struggles, and we sometimes had fights even. But he was the best candidate, and that was one of the moments that I saw, okay, there's nothing that I can do. This is what's going to happen, and instead of really fighting it or wanting to change it, to in a way embrace it and be with it. And well, we're 4 months later, and it's going really well. So that is nice to see that changes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this man was maybe one of your teachers then?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely, yeah.
And that's great about Giovanni. Well, she's not sitting there, but I'm pointing at her chair where she sits normally. That she tells also you and me, go out in the world and have a life. So don't go sit on the mountain and don't talk to anybody. Because
to really experience it in daily life,
And how did it change things for you with maybe family? Are there people you maybe see more often, or you get a better connection with, or colleagues maybe also? No story that comes to mind?
Yeah, I'm thinking, it's not really like with my family, but I
Neighbors?
No, yeah, but you know what comes to mind is like, I have a child and he's 5, and I had a husband, but we separated. That comes to my mind. That, you know, being with Evangeli, it really demands from me like really listening to my heart and really
No excuses anymore.
No.
No.
No, and that, you know, it's nice to be in a family life, and I had a really nice husband. He's really loving and really caring, and I get tears if I talk about him because he's really a sweet man. But I knew it was not good anymore. It was not good to be in that. And I, of course, don't say that if you will be with someone like Giovanni or go on this path, if you can call it like that you have to divorce or do things like that. I really don't think that is necessary. But for me, it was so demanding that I can't do any concessions, even also not on that path.
Yeah.
You know, it's not possible.
No.
So in that sense, it changes a lot.
Yeah, things will change inevitably.
Inevitably. Good word.
That's a good word. Yeah.
Really nice.
Yeah.
Inevitably.
Inevitably. Yeah.
I see it now.
Inevitably. Yeah.
Inevitably.
So, what do you guys do with Giovanni? Is there a lot of meditation going on? A lot of chanting, laughter? How does like a weekend, which is coming up in a couple of weeks, how does that work? Giovanni sits there. He gives satsang. You sit there together under the blanket.
It will be like that.
And do you? Is there still something new and fresh about what she tells you?
Yeah. You know, it's nice to because every time I go to see Giovanni, I think, especially when I'm in my modus of being in work and being busy, and I can really think, sometimes I have to go there. Yeah. But when I come there, it's like, this is it. Because
it's home.
It's home.
Yeah.
Every time it's new.
Yeah.
Every time it's new. And that's what I also think, that if you don't go for a long time, I have seen that happen with people. And that's good for everyone.
Seen what happened?
That people don't come for a long time, or, you know, and you can make things in your mind of everything. You know? That's also, it's maybe not an answer of your question, but I remember what comes up in my mind is like people asking me like, well, what does she bring you? What does it bring you to do this? Maybe this is really crazy. How do you know if that's the truth? And then I said, but I don't know if that's the truth. But nobody else gave me any other sincere or meaning in this life. What they say is even more crazy. Then at least I would rather be crazy here, feeling that it feels good and that it makes sense, than believing what they all say. And that's also always what struck me and what keeps me going there. And every time I am there, and it blows my mind, and it opens new doors, and it every time I think, oh, whoa, this is
and also
possible.
How it feels for me is that when we have satsang or meditations, I have never heard Jivanjali say, you should do this, you should be like that. What I heard you say just now, like, go out and experience it. Go and don't take my words. Don't look for me for answers, or that's how I heard it. Go out and experience it and find it out yourself and do research, and that is what brings the adventure for me also. So every time is new, and every time there are some stories that I've heard before, and then when it comes up in satsang or in meditation, it is anew again, because I hear something new, or if I listen back, I hear something new, because every situation is new. And then if people ask me, okay, what to expect from satsang, I don't know, because I don't even know what to expect. It's even the weekend, like there's this program, like this is what we're going to do, but if that doesn't mean that we have a fixed schedule, like at 8 o'clock we stand up and we do meditation, and then it unfolds. And that is what I really like also with traveling with Jivanjali, that she shows me that to completely let life unfold, and then things happen, or people that we meet that have like these connections that bring us somewhere else to, and that it goes in a stream that is to tap into that and to really follow that, instead of making ideas with my mind and, well, we had this program today, so we need to follow it, and if we don't are there at a certain time, then it doesn't work anymore. And she shows that at every moment you can make a choice again, and every moment you can look at the situation again and see what is there to meet. And that is what I really like, to be invited to experience how life can be and how I can be, and to I can say go deeper into it, or go higher, I don't know, but to make it unfold and unfold and unfold and unfold.
So there's a lot of improvisation going on, a lot of improvising. I can imagine that people who are watching this and haven't had that experience of satsang have that feeling when they go on a holiday and they've never been to the place before, and they still have to find out where everything is. And is it like an adventure? Is it like an adventurous vacation every time you go on a satsang for a couple of days with a lot of unborn things, fresh and new all the time? Yeah.
And I think it could not be otherwise, because otherwise it would be out of my little sticky thinking. It would not be, you know what I mean? Eh? Like, if it would be like what I would think, it would always be the same. That would be, then it would be like that. That is
would be fixed.
Yeah, that is always what I thought. Like being with Jivanjali, like what my mind tells is not really interesting in a way. So it's true. Like, so it's the same crap going on. It's
the same story again and again.
So it's really going in another layer, and I don't know. I don't know. That's always what I don't know who Jivanjali is, and I don't know how she works. I only know what my heart says, and that I really trust that. And I think if I want to go a little bit deeper and see it a little bit bigger, and for nothing but just to feel more free, because that is what I like. And like you say, being more joyful, and being more colorful, and letting the world more know who I am for nothing, but just to really experience that life. Then it's nice if you go out of your little box thinking and
comfort zone.
And then it's really nice to travel and not be here in Holland, and
And what also comes to mind is this field of warmth and openness.
You don't use the word love. Is it love what you experience when you're being with Evangelie? Or is that a bigger word? And I don't mean the earthly love. I mean
that I understand.
Love with a quality that it can be measured or no boundaries.
I think it is that for me. Yeah, I don't know
Yeah,
what you want to
definitely.
say, but
No, yeah.
I'm looking at it. Why are you going to say something totally different?
No,
but for
here
me
it goes.
is.
Here it goes. No.
And
Yeah,
also,
definitely.
I will keep my mouth.
You're gonna start a fight?
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, that's also nice for a change. No?
That's nice. We can do that.
When was the last time we had a fight?
We can have. No, but it's really nice to tell. You know, we know each other for a long time. We could have like a really not fights like that. But really like, oh, I am agitated, or yeah, like that. But the nicest thing is the last years, like being with Evangelie and being like so cold on this path, or really like looking at things like they are not there for nothing. You know, like the example of your colleague, like not looking like, oh God, the colleague, but okay, what's in there for me? And that's also between us. We have a really, amazing. For me, it's amazing to be with her.
You are each other's teachers also.
Yeah, if you would say it like that, it really is like that. You know, I can call her like in a situation on my work, or I had like an argument with someone, or some things like that, and then I would be like scared or like, oh, what to do with the situation. I would call her. She will never go into the story. Never. She will only listen and ask me some things.
No advice.
If I ask for it,
if I ask for it.
Yeah. But she never goes in the story details. So I have also me, you know, I can be out of the story if I'm out of the story. But if I'm really agitated or really angry, I'm like, give me my right. You have to say I'm right. But she won't say that. So I will be like, okay, and it will settle. And then it really gives the lesson that I can do that in the moment.
Maybe you should start living in one house together.
Yeah,
well, that is our plan.
Yeah, that's our dream.
Yeah.
But I want to come back.
She wants to say something.
I want to say something.
Now
At
you
love.
can talk.
At love,
Oh, yeah.
yes, because that is it. It is love. It is love.
Yeah.
It is
Unconditional love.
totally unconditional,
Because
open,
Evangelie,
pervasive love. It is,
she doesn't demand you coming to her.
No.
Say,
No.
if I don't see you next weekend,
No.
you're out of
But
the
it
group.
could be, but I'm really honest.
Yeah?
I think, no, I can only speak for myself. It occurs in my mind sometimes, because you can make anything of anything. You know, I can think, oh, maybe she wants this for me, or maybe she wants that for me. But I always saw that it's not something she says. I make that up.
It's your imagination.
It's my imagination.
It is
The
so
moment-
easy to
it's so easy to
make
do
up
that,
rules that
because
you
we
think
are in a
that she
group,
said something like that.
and they are a
Yeah.
group, and they do it. It's not like that, but you can easily make a story of it.
That's because we're not used to being loved for
No.
no reason
No.
or
And
without
that
yeah,
is
there
really
you go.
scared if you
yeah.
come here.
Yeah, that is really
It's
scary.
really scary.
That you can just be there
without restrictions,
Without-
without
having to
and
be-
that's
without
really-
deserving it,
yeah.
just
Yeah.
being there.
And that's rare with the people, because
Yeah.
you know, I just bought a house because me and my husband we live I don't laugh.
And she's going to live with you, okay?
On
No,
the farm.
I'm going to travel for a year in a 4-wheel drive through Africa,
And then?
we're gonna live on a farm together.
Okay, nice.
Yeah. So now you tell your
Now
story.
you know.
Well, yeah, now you know.
Now you know.
What was I going to do?
You were going to tell that you just bought your own house.
Oh yeah, and then, you know, I don't know that, but all the people being with Evangelie, like the Sangha, they call it, the group of people, many people, but all those people came to help, you know, it's really like my family. And of course my own family also comes, but it's really, it's beyond that I have to be nice or not nice, you know, it's really...
Or likes and dislikes.
Yeah.
So you're not on Facebook, both of you?
Yeah, I am.
With the thumbs up and the...
I have Facebook, but I really don't look at it. No,
okay.
okay. I didn't get it. I didn't get it.
I will explain to you later.
Yeah, good, you do that.
At the school of journalism, they taught me I also have to ask critical questions, and for me that's very difficult with this subject because I love it so much. But I can imagine someone who is watching this things like, how do people react, like in your family? Do they say, "Oh, watch out, you're going to join a cult, they're going to take all your money and your stuff and then abuse you"?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, you have nice stories, but I will have short. You can.
You want to start with your short story?
I will short stories.
She starts.
They said that to me. People said that to me. Yeah.
And how did you react?
Yeah, I said, if that would be the case, then I'm willing to do that. Because the life I'm now living, I'm getting crazy.
Yeah.
So I will give away all my money if it's necessary, because this is also not a life.
Yeah.
And I was not having a really bad life, just like you said before.
But it was not enough.
No, because in my mind I was getting crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And not that I was in a mental, but
Also that I somehow had the feeling, is this it? Is this really life? So I should study and then get a house and a job and
children, bracelets,
yeah, definitely.
Yeah, but at that young age, that still amazes me for both of you. That mostly, for example, me, I had to search until 35 to get anything out of the world. I got everything out of the world and still not satisfied.
But I never had the feeling to be a career.
No,
it never had.
You knew it wasn't to be found in the world, in stuff, gaining stuff.
I never had that.
I never had the attraction also to, like I was thinking about it this weekend, because I know or I heard stories, let's say it like that people know when they're in high school, they know, okay, this is the career that I'm going to make. They can see really their life path ahead of them, that they go to study in this school and then they find a wife or a husband and they make children. And I never had any idea. I was interested in life, in the experience of life, in meeting people, in exchanges. Really looking into it. And so I would like, I'm single, so I would like to meet a man, and I would.
So man.
Hello. and I would love to have children. So I keep on looking at that. So what is the priority? But this is my first and foremost priority. This is what really burns. This is what really.
You think you're going to get rid of this sometime, somewhere, or is this something that sticks with you with the rest of your life?
What?
The
path, the truth you tasted.
I don't think that you can't go back.
No.
I don't know how it will unfold.
Yeah.
But there's no way back.
But there is a teacher that once told me that it's like a virus that you can't get rid of anymore. When you
and it would mean is somehow to forget everything that you've seen and experienced, and then
it's not possible.
You can't put it back in the box anymore.
No,
there are too many things getting out already. So that's not possible. Yeah. And I don't, you don't know. I never know how it will be. You never know how everything will be.
Yeah.
But in that sense, and I was also thinking about Africa. That we met. I will talk for. We met in Africa.
I was going to tell the story about my parents.
You go.
We still have time.
Okay. Now we're in a hurry.
You were like, oh.
We'll cut this part out. Tell us.
This isn't.
No, it's nice.
This is a good part. We cut it out.
You know those two old men with the Muppet Show?
You have a couple on your couch now.
But we're laughing.
Yeah, they're grumpy, old grumpy men. Yeah.
This is the new version.
This
I will be quick, okay?
You said that before.
And I never be quick. I always say I talk a lot. And then I say, I will be quiet, but she knows I won't be quiet.
No. We take turns even, so sometimes we go together to Satsang. She lives in Haarlem, I live in The Hague. And I will meet her in Haarlem, and then we drive together for an hour. And we'll be like, I have a story. And then she'll be like, I have it too.
Two stories.
So we take turns.
Yeah.
Okay, are you done now? Okay, I want to talk now. So
Okay.
So I take my turn now.
Go ahead.
go.
No, but I was thinking about Africa because we met in Africa, in Ghana. And I don't know how it was for you, but that was also for me a really big experience how much bigger life can be. Being out of the
Contraction.
yeah, that's the word, contraction here, and then being out in Africa with happy people that I could sing. Yeah. We had a lot of adventures, like really being alone in buses in the middle of the night.
Yeah. You were really living.
We were really living. And my most experience there was that I experienced that everything would be all right. We really had experiences like being alone, not taxis coming. In Africa, everything happens.
Life takes care of you.
Yeah, really that experience, that you can trust it.
Trust existence.
But when I came back, I don't know how it was for you, but I toeschrijven.
You thought it was because of
being in Africa. So I thought I have to go back to Africa.
Have to live there.
Yeah, because that is where I feel that way.
Yeah.
And that was really when I also met Giovanni, that it is also possible here.
Mm. Is it more difficult here with all the rules and the signs on the road and the traffic jams and no?
I think it's difficult here that the people don't have really much fun. If I look at my job, everybody's really serious.
Yeah.
And everything is really
it's easy to get into the comfort zone because it's easy to get food, it's easy to get a phone, it's easy to watch the news and talk about the latest technologies, I don't know what. So
you're feeling more numb when you're in Holland, maybe?
But it has changed because being on this path. It has really changed to see the challenge and also being in a job that maybe is not my enormously
favorite
wildest dream. No, not at least. But that I can see it as, okay, I have the job and I have, how do you call it, your job? I like that so much.
I call
learning
it,
place.
I call it my work learning place.
Like seeing it like that. Yeah, that every experience is there to, okay, what can I see in that? And then it's even more, for me, more nicer and more challenging than, okay, I will live abroad.
Yeah.
Okay,
and
that was a short story.
That was short. It was a short story.
Yeah, you did very well.
Yeah,
you told 2 in 1 actually. So that's even more beautiful.
So
I remember I traveled a lot in Africa, also for work and for my masters. And what I also saw is the resilience of human beings.
Resilience?
Resilience.
Another word for that?
That they're very strong people. Very strong. The inner core is very strong, because I did research about war-affected youth in northern Uganda, because there was the Lord's Resistance Army terrorizing the population there. And I interviewed a lot of youth, they were younger than me, who had experienced and seen the most terrible things happen. And there they were. They were still living, they were still smiling, they were still making the best of it. And it made me feel in a way so humble that I know that I can go back also to Holland, where there's enough food that I don't have to worry, and still there's this mental thing going on. So how is that possible, you know? How is it possible? So it also encourages me, especially being with Giovanni, to really make the best out of living here and not searching for it anywhere, but here within my heart, in the life that I am in.
A story that comes to mind from Africa, which tells me that there are very smart people over there. When someone gets diagnosed with like a mental illness, with a distortion, here we would give them pills. There they throw a party for that man or woman. Wow. They start hugging him all the time and dance and give him food, and he cures in maybe a week.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
They just put love into
and embracing it and not separating him or her. Yeah.
And here we put people in mental hospitals and go away, you're strange. Yeah.
And that is also what I felt being with a man in a house. Again, with a really nice person and a really loving person, but being really isolated and separated. And that's also what I feel like. Being with people like this is so much more nice than, oh, I have to call you every week 2 times because otherwise we're not
Yeah.
friends. You know, everybody not being in their natural being and being on birthdays, and everybody would be like, what's that? You know,
Still, I think when people are watching this, 2 attractive young women, very
Thank you.
very spontaneous. I'm not flirting. I'm just making the remark. But isn't that infectious for people? Isn't that when the 2 of you go out, and I could imagine that it's very attractive for men, for other people who recognize that they have this thing, this spontaneity and this love also inside. But I think, oh, I'm in love with these 2. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that they feel attracted and they think it's because
of you.
Yes.
And it's yours and I have to get it from you.
Yeah.
So they think, oh, I have to claim you because you give me that special loving feeling. Warm, happy, go lucky.
Yeah.
How do you react to that? When do you say to people, well, that's yours, it's your feeling, try to discover it in your own? Or do you maybe sometimes think, well, if you think it's mine, okay.
Well, first of all, we hardly go out.
Talk for yourself.
Okay, this is the party code. Long time ago, baby.
Oh, yes, long time ago. It was in the time of Charlie
Happy hardcore. Yeah.
So, at my work, I meet a lot of men, especially clients. I work for the Dutch Refugee Council, so there's a lot of refugees coming to our office. And I work with them, or I support them in the questions that they have. And
they all want to marry you.
No.
They do. They do.
What I really like in the interaction is that they appreciate that someone is paying attention to them. And not because of the story where they come from or what they've been through, or that now they have little money and a house and they're zielig? Pathetic, yeah.
You respect them as a
but
normal
I
human
see them
being.
as a human being. I don't read their stories.
Yeah.
They're human beings. They like I am. So they have their story and they have their plans, and that's the same with the volunteers that come. That I see them for who they are as far as I can. I talk to them at that level, to the heart.
Do you still see them as separate from you, or are they? Do you see yourself in the volunteers you help? Is that someone who is a part of you who you help, or if you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, what I experience is especially when I talk with them one-on-one, and we're talking about the different clients that they have, or the things that they come across at work, and I really look into their eyes.
And then?
Then it disappears. Then
what disappears?
Then separation. Yeah, I look at them and I see their being. I see them for who they are, for whatever that may be, and yeah. That is.
Then the story drops.
The story drops, and for me there is no difference. Like, because I get paid and they're not. It's not no difference.
Yeah.
We're all there to experience something, and sometimes it's not so nice, and sometimes it's very nice, and sometimes there's not even words for it, and we're just there. Yeah.
You still were about to tell us a story about how people reacted.
I thought you wanted to say something about work also.
No, I don't have anything.
Don't you want to talk about it?
No, okay. No.
Because you were quite young. You were 20, 21, 22 when you first started...
21.
21 when you started visiting Givangeli.
Yeah.
And then your father said to you...
He was very careful.
Watch out.
Yeah, he was very careful.
And that's also loving. It's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
It's a normal reaction.
It's very beautiful.
Yeah.
Especially when I look back at it. At that moment, I experienced it quite difficult. I had a relationship then, and I lived together, And my boyfriend also thought, oh, what are you getting into? Why are you going there? And you're going to France and you're going out on weekends. And after we went to France for the weekend, I really felt that in December I wanted to go to India with Giovanjali. And so I called my mother and I said that is what I want to do. And I don't know how many days later my father called me and he said, I'm worried. I don't know what you're going to do, and I don't know if you will return, and I don't know what you're getting yourself into. So he was in that way very protective. And my boyfriend also, he said, why are you going there? That is what I hear more from people, like, how come you want to go to Giovanjali and be there? You can live your life yourself. Why do you need someone talking to you about it, or why do you need someone to ask questions?
What do you give for an answer then? Is there an answer to that question?
I can't answer that. So when my father said that to me and my boyfriend said that to me, I got really confused because I couldn't explain like theoretically or mentally. I couldn't give like proper reasons why I wanted to go. I just felt like going, and it really got me confused because I was so attracted of going there, and I felt so peaceful and loved and seen. And at the same time, there was my father and my boyfriend that were very important that are very important people in my life, and saying why, you know, questioning it, and in a for me judgmental way.
Was it confusing for you? Or
yes.
Yeah.
And that was also a reason that I decided to not go here. And that was the moment that I broke up with my boyfriend then, to really take distance from all and to really feel, okay, what do I want? And not listen to others and not go because I think I need to go to Giovanjali, but really feel, do I want to go? And is it really my heart speaking?
And you went. You went to see Giovanjali again after
2 or 3 years. Yeah.
So the fire kept burning. You couldn't.
I dreamt so much about her. It's amazing. Yeah, I dreamt so much about her.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And is it really about the, let's say, the person Giovanjali? Is it that because she is so special, or is it that thing that we cannot name that shines through her, that touches your heart?
Yeah, the last.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. So you are fond of horses, I heard.
Mm-hmm.
I had a girlfriend once who was also a big horse, how do you call it, fan, girl?
An horse groupie.
A groupie of the horse.
Penny meisje.
Yeah. And she once
yes,
told,
I am a penny meisje.
Yeah. And she once told me that you can communicate with the horse without words. How does that work? Is that for you also the case?
It's true. Is it for me the case?
Good English.
Good question. Now I will tell you.
Do you have your own horse?
No, not. I ride a horse for my lady.
How does that work?
Yeah.
Is a horse enlightened? Is a horse an enlightened being? Is
a horse an enlightened being? I don't know what an enlightened being is. I could not tell you what that would be or how it would look like. I don't know that. But what I experienced when I was young, I think I was 10, that my parents gave me my first riding lessons.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember my parents are really loving, but they were not having a lot of money, or really, we didn't have a farm or anything. But I really, 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 really loved horses so much. If you talk about power of mind, I don't know what that is, but I could only dream of having a horse. And I got a horse. And now, when I'm a bit older and having a son myself, I asked my mother recently, like, why in God's name did you give me a horse?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you didn't have that much money or anything. But she said, that was not an option. You needed a horse. You wanted a horse so badly. And if you talk like, are they enlightened beings or can you talk with them? I think I could talk with them. It was just naturally to be with horses for me.
Yeah.
And to talk with them. For me, it was really, I think, I don't know, but it feels like that they saved my life. Like in a way, like it prevented me. I had horses from the age of 10 till 21, 22, till I met Givenchy, I think. And they prevented me from being in groups, from being somebody. Because I didn't do that. I had to go to my horses, always.
And how is it when you're riding a horse? Is it like the same with a dance? Is it like when you're riding a horse, is there no you and no horse? It's just the riding?
Absolutely.
It's just the activity of...
Yeah. And that's always, I always found that really amazing. Yeah, and I had horses who were really teachers. I know that for sure.
Yeah.
I had a pony and we only... And then I was
My Little Pony.
Yeah, it was really, but he was really angry, and I was also really angry.
Okay.
So if you say like that, they really reflected in me what was there. I couldn't see it then. I was only angry, and the horse was also really angry. And then after that, I got a really big horse, and she was like really my mother.
Yeah.
And I think she gave me everything what my mother couldn't give me that
great.
moment.
Yeah.
And she taught me how to be patient. And she taught me everything. And I was small, I was like 13, 14, and it was a big, big horse. And then I got a horse who was really young and really big and really blah, blah, blah. Yeah. And then I could handle that. So it taught me a lot of being, being everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, it did.
Nice.
Yeah, really nice.
Yeah.
But then when I was 21, 22, I stopped. I really was so sick of the horses because that was my life for more than my whole youth. I had horses. So I went to school, I worked, and I went to my horses 2 times a day. Yeah. So it was really a job, you know. It was like, I was so sick of it. I was like, I have to breathe. I want to go out. I don't want to have any responsibilities right now. So I stopped, and that was a moment that I went to Ghana. So that was also, amazing. And the horse I had then went to a friend of mine. She went moving and she said, I want to take him. And I was like, oh, great, so I can go. And then with Givenchy, like 5 years ago, we went to South Africa. And then we met Leon and the horses. And
I don't know his name anymore.
No, I was also thinking. No. The horseman there, I don't remember his name now. No. And I saw then that you can work with horses on such another level, such another way of doing. Yeah. But I saw that what I did when I was young, I did it like intuition.
No thinking.
No thinking.
No. No one taught you how to treat a horse. The horse taught you.
Yeah, of course I had lessons, but now I'm really... again learning things, and I see what I learn now. At that time I did it like for my intuition. Yeah. So that's really Christo. That was the man in South Africa. Yeah.
We're talking for 1 hour and 1 minute now. I'm thinking maybe that's nice to do as an ending. You can choose. Say something to Givenchy in camera, or say something to the version of you who will watch this in 10 years. What would you like to say to her?
Can we do both?
Yeah, of course.
I would like to do both.
Start with Givenchy. That's the main reason she brought us together here for this nice conversation. So, would you like to thank her, or maybe express your love for her? Or
already thinking of talking to Givenchy in this way brings tears to my eyes. I love you so much, and I can't express in words what it means for me to have met you and to still meet you and to connect heart to heart. I love you so much.
And I would like to say to Giovanni that I'm so thankful to give me this opportunity to live this life, meeting you, and to have this experience, and that I know that it could not have been otherwise. It could not have been otherwise that I would have met you, and that we met. And I thank you for that.
Ha.
Huh. And thanks for the nice biscuits.
Oh my god, the cake.
Pastry.
Don't talk about it
The
because
pastry.
I got a bit nauseous.
The pastry we got with the coffee. Okay.
The whipped cream.
Yeah. Okay, and now the version of you when you're 42 years old.
42, eh? Yes, yes.
If we're still alive.
Yeah, we
You
don't.
will never know.
You're not gonna leave me alone.
No, I'm not leaving you.
What do you hope for? Are there still hopes? Or is that all gone?
No, I have a lot of hopes.
Yeah?
Yes.
Take the floor.
Yeah, I will take the floor. Hello, Arunati, you will be? 44.
44.
My dream is to really live without fear. And to really that you will have your farm, and that you will live in nature, that you will have your horses, and that I will relive my youth and then being 44. And to have a farm where people can come and experience the horses as I want to experience them. And share with people what they have taught me and learned me, and to really enjoy that life. Put me in it. And there will be Nebu will be in the farm. Yeah, that's my dream. Yes. Yes. So if there are any people who have a farm left and some horses, then I will be willing
to donate.
Yeah, they have to donate.
Oh, donate to
me.
you. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have to be clear about your dream.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you know a farm, a nice farm. Yeah.
Without the farmer. Or with a farmer would
if
be
he's
a problem.
young and he's single.
Yeah? Farmer searches for a wife. Oh, there you go.
No,
Yeah.
I want a farm.
Okay, just a farm.
Yes.
If you don't want to say anything, it's okay also.
I really like it. I
Okay.
really like the proposal, but I was curious about what you were going to say. Well, in 10 years, I'm 42.
Yeah, you're watching this now as a 42-year...
Say hello to yourself.
Dear Nebo, it's so nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Who could have thought that? Yeah, oh my God. Please see how beautiful you are right now and how full of life you are. I wish that you truly look into everything that comes across your path, and that you experience everything, your life to the fullest, fearless, open-minded and heartful, and I wish for you to keep on living your life that way, full of adventure, full of experiences, full of joy, and maybe also sorrow. And I hope that by now you've traveled through Africa in your four-wheel drive, and that you came home with your husband and a baby, and that you could live on the farm together with Arunati, where you can have your practice in coaching, meditation, and systemics. So I'm so curious. I can't wait.
Okay, thank you very much, both of you, for
Yes.
this nice talk.
Thank you so much.
Sitting here in the beautiful city of Utrecht with Alex Vartman. Thanks for having the time to talk to me about the new Tantra. What's so new about the Tantra you practice and talk about in comparison to the old Tantra?
Yeah, and what we try and do in the new Tantra is base it on traditional Tantra, but also update it with science, and try and find out, where is this correlation to back up a lot of the old tantric law with modern day science. And the new part gives me a bit more license to kind of create a whole bunch and divert from stuff that isn't backed up by science or doesn't, through empirically testing it, match our experience.
Can you name an example? What was not done in the old Tantra, which is normal stuff right now?
Well, it's not so much what's done, it's more a lot of the theories. So some of the tantric theory, like the description of ojas, which is sexual life force energy that you're born with and depletes through the regular orgasm, that's very hard to back up by science, so we don't include things like that. We try and find out, really what's happening in the brain with neurotransmitters after you orgasm, and base our teachings on that. So,
yeah. So if I'm correct, Tantra is about not orgasming, or the orgasm being the main thing to be focused on during sex.
Well, tantric sex is about, one of the first things is about not ejaculating for men and not rubbing the clitoris and having a short 5-second peak orgasm for men and women. So that's just like the very first step. We have in our workshops, we have 10 different levels of teachings, and only the first 3 are focused on sex. We just use sex as bait to get people interested in spiritual practice, because it's an area that a lot of people secretly kind of long to get right, but secretly don't get right. So we try and bring sex, as a gateway, but then we focus really on lifestyle. How do you have a good sex life where you're not depleting your energy and getting grumpy and flat? How could you be a better father or mother? How could you be better at your work? How could you serve with your gifts more to the world? How can you find your life's purpose? How can you turn off the mind fucking? So, it all stems from just correct use of energy, whether that's sexual or otherwise.
So it's about tantric living.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we have that. Our new website we're about to launch now is called the 10 Steps to Happiness. So, it's more about, how do you really be happy as an adult, which they don't teach you as children at school or anywhere.
Yeah. So what does make us unhappy all the time?
Well, I think primarily it all bases around the ego. We feel separate, and because we feel separate, we have this emptiness in us, and therefore we feel full of longing, addictions, which some can be quite destructive. There's also, the addiction to the sexual peak orgasm. A lot of people use the 5-second peak orgasm to relieve energy, to relieve stress, and so on. Men, using their orgasm to, makes them a bit more sleepy after sex, or they lose energy after sex. Women can use it as a sleeping pill, for example. So there's ways to throw off energy, but not many people understand what happens if you build up that energy and actually use it not to get, but more to serve. And that's our sort of focus around Tantra.
Osho once called the orgasm a poor man's realization. Is this about self-realization, what you talk about?
Well, absolutely, yeah. I mean, the regular orgasm lasts for 5 to 10 seconds, and it is a window of not thinking. It is a window of extreme bliss. But the traditional word tantra means to transcend. It means to go deeper than that, and to expand it also. So that 5-10 seconds, what would happen if you had a much deeper orgasm where you couldn't think, but for 5 minutes or 20 minutes? Like there are many deeper orgasms. For example, the woman's body that she can have if she doesn't do the clitoris orgasm. The clitoris orgasm basically blanks out a whole bunch of deeper orgasms in the woman, but she can have like 6-7 different deeper orgasms that can last not 5-10 seconds, but up to 20 minutes for the uterine womb orgasm. So they're the orgasms we teach in the new Tantra.
I can imagine that people, a lot of people visit you who have maybe relationships problems, would think, the sex has dried up. We have to come and go to Alex. He's going to teach us whole new ways to give fire to this relationship again.
Not many. That's about 30%, 25% of our audience.
And does that work? Are you
absolutely,
a cure?
of course, yeah, absolutely. So we
How
can.
Come?
Well, we can. The regular orgasm. Its design is to spread your seed and to not have all your genes in one basket. So nature doesn't support monogamy. There is no monogamy in nature whatsoever. Even like the bonding pair swans will, if they track them and homing beacon them and they look at their DNA, they will have sex with other birds once a year. just to keep their gene pool spread. You know, if you have two people, one person is unable to have children, you take out two people. That's why monogamy doesn't work in nature. But I think there's enough people on the planet right now, you know, where there's overpopulation problem. So we don't need this old programming saying, I'm getting sick of my partner, I'm attracted to other people. So then the orgasm is whenever you come, you kind of get slightly less interested in your own partner, especially men. Get slightly less interested in their own partner, and they start looking at the other women, for example.
I heard once about if you come into a woman like 6 times, then your interest is almost 50% gone.
I think that's about right. I think it's about certainly after 3 or 4 months of most people will have sex and they have sex the whole time when they're first meeting 2 or 3 times a day, but that only lasts for a few months and then it starts going down and down and down, and over years it goes less and less and less. So we have a lot of couples like one sitting next to me, Mr. Diesel, where they were hardly having sex once or twice a month. And then when they have sex 3 or 4 times a week, it is for an hour or 2 at a time, which keeps your body in shape. You don't end it. You don't end with that sort of the orgasm that's slowly pushing you apart from your partner. So people can come together even after 15, 20 years of marriage and kids and work and stress. They can get what's called repolarized or reattracted to each other from learning how to not come and how to use tantric practices.
Is it also about the story I have about you? I mean, I have never met you, so I found some things on the internet, but for me you are new and fresh. So I don't put memo stickers on he's this age, he did this, and that's what in a relationship works. How it works, you make a story of your partner, and then you start believing the story. Do you tell people to stop believing the story and meet each other again and again for the first time?
Well, what you're describing is very typical of mentally driven spiritual practices, where you try to reprogram your emotions with thoughts, and that doesn't work very well. The process of what's happening in the brain is something called malienation, where we see something and the brain malionates or coats it in a label, a familiar label. So after you've seen a tree a few hundred times, you don't actually really clearly see the tree so much. You see the label tree, this, that, car,
oak tree,
this tree, whatever. It's in spiritual practice. What happens is, especially in the higher levels, is we try to we do yogic practices, not like traditional hatha yoga, but deeper spiritual practice. A lot of them through sexual practices, where you deconstruct these labels in your mind, not by trying to think differently, but by it happening by itself, where you get back to a more childlike, innocent perspective and way of perceiving the world. And then all of a sudden the tree becomes a live, green, incredible thing again, and the life gets much more clear, especially when you're out of orgasm hangover. The traditional orgasm hangover, when you come, for men makes us a bit more grumpy, a bit more flat, a bit more depressed, sometimes more interested in gadgets, in things that don't have that love and life force in them, and that lasts for about 17 days. With women, it can make them more clingy, a little more emotional, a little more up and down, a little bit more needy, or also a little bit more distant. So that lasts for about 17 days. They're now proving in science. They're proved now with rats for 15 days. The human trials haven't started yet, but it's 2.5 weeks for most people. So most adults are constantly in orgasm hangover, and they don't even realize it. They're constant orgasm and they don't realize it. I mean, why are children happier than adults? It's not just adult responsibilities, because you've got people like Paris Hilton that never have to work a day in their life and they still end up in rehab.
Yeah.
There's something more to it than just having to pay a mortgage. It's also something you often see children go from, I'm a happy mummy daddy, let's go on holiday, to don't fucking tell me what to do. Somewhere around 12, 13, very often when children start masturbating, and they often masturbate a lot of the stuff, you get in this very kind of little hangover.
Yeah.
So
that sounds, we call it puberty.
Yeah, everyone goes, it's hormones, but what exactly is happening in the hormones? Well, there's a lot of stuff happening with your dopamine levels, with your oxytocin levels, with the noradrenaline. There's a whole bunch of stuff that's happening when you start to come.
Yeah. I talk to a lot of Advaita teachers. I see a lot of books from Advaita Samraj here. Was he a big teacher, a big influence for you?
Yes, Adida was certainly one of my teachers. David Data was a big influence. You know, his teacher Mykonos is an influence. I mean, I was a big satsang teacher, so you know, I was very familiar with all the satsang world, and Ramana Maharshi and Poonjaji and all his disciples and so on. I lived and worked in that field for many years. And then I met Adida, and you know, there's certain parts of Adida's teaching I don't agree with. I mean, you never agree 100% with anyone's teachings or their way of running their schools and so on. But for me, he has a lot of incredibly profound teachings. And you know, I spent some time sitting with him, and you know, he had a huge amount of transmission. You know, he was a very, very interesting, colourful being. Certainly not sort of bland and boring. You know, he was on the edge. So yeah.
What was the main thing Adida said to you that
rang a bell? He didn't say anything to me. I wasn't on a sitting there chatting with him.
Maybe you heard from him or read from him.
Well, there's a lot of teachings on, for example, on the right side of the heart, which are these sort of esoteric teachings on the right side of the chest, which I haven't really seen anywhere else except Ramana Maharshi. So Ramana Maharshi and Adida had a very, very similar experience to the right side of the heart and this energy channel called the Amrita Nadi. They're the only two ones I've really seen write about this to a large degree, or actually realised through that. So yeah, he has a lot of teachings that are fully inclusive, so they're not excluding things. A lot of spiritual people will exclude certain areas they find either uncomfortable or, you know, no-go zones or something. And, you know, crazy wisdom teachings include everything, including sex, including relationship, including money, including children, including, you know, being a human being with its full spectrum, and not, you know, just not talking about things that are scary.
Not scary. What is scary then? For
well, like a lot of satsang teachers won't talk about sex, or they don't have very deep teachings on things like sex. You know, it's just like, oh well, yeah, it's not so important. Just enjoy it when it is, and don't. You know, there's not a lot of depth in the terms of, you know, how do you consciously use things that you're attracted to? How do you use your sexual fantasies for spiritual practice, for example? You know, they're often two different things for a lot of people. They have their spiritual life, which they share, and then they're quietly, you know, masturbating to porn on something or other or something. And it's like there's a dichotomy there. There's a separation, and Crazy Wisdom really tries to bring both worlds together, where you really look at things. How do you consciously be a sexual being? How do you consciously do whatever you're doing? And find out what is addiction and destructive, and what could be used to turn into an art form and serve the world with.
Yeah. A couple of non-duality teachers I talk to tell me, you're not the body. Don't mess with it. Don't care about, you care about it a little bit, but don't identify with the body. If I understand you right, the New Tantra is also about using the body. How is that for you? Are you still identified with the body of Alex, or are you much more, or how does that work?
Well, yeah, I mean, there's two. There's masculine and there's feminine spiritual practices. So masculine spiritual practice is about realizing what you're not, realizing you're not the body, you're not your thoughts, you're not your emotions, and so on. Mm-hmm. And if you follow that correctly, it'll lead ultimately to Nirvikalpa Samadhi, which is just the pure primordial awareness of being consciousness itself, as, you know, uncontained, limitless emptiness. Yeah. And then you can, you know, say, okay, yes, it's appearing as all form, and, you know, life is the appearance. You know, that's Shakti, the feminine mother, Shiva, the masculine awareness. But a lot of Advaita Vedanta, etc., focus very much just on the masculine, and they forget the whole feminine. It's not just about realizing the outside world is matter. That's, you know, kindergarten. The next step is to actually step into the body as consciousness and transform the body into uncontracted expression of that, and then to feel that out as everything from the right side of the heart and from the base of the body and from your head in a true satori, where everything appears more like fluorescent as light, not just a theory, it's all consciousness, it's all me. Mm-hmm. The talking school is very, very limited. But then practicing school of actually doing these yogic practices of fearlessly stepping back into your life as a being. So Advaita says, you know, I'm not the body. It's just like kindergarten first step to realize you're not the body, not the thoughts. I mean, you know, I saw that, you know, 15, 16 years ago and sat in Nilvakapu for, you know, a long time. And it's like, yeah, okay, it's great, it's blissful, it's wonderful, but how does that really serve the world? You know, and my kids going to be happy if I'm just sitting in the corner the whole time, not playing with them? No. You know, so then it's like, okay, well then how do you play with kids? Then how do you earn money from an open space? How do you deal with it? A lot of spiritual people aren't very good at money, and they have money issues. Mm-hmm. They're afraid of money, or they're uptight with it, or there's no flow because they haven't mastered that area. If you know, we are all the divine having a human experience, but we're God having a really bad trip also. you know, limited mind fucking every day, you know, not much resources, low in energy with our addictions going. I mean, it's a bit about it's not probably the highest evolution of God in human form. But over time, you know, there is this evolution. You know, we were once pond slime and now we're, you know, talking amoebas, or we're people talking. But there does seem to be an evolution of consciousness as well. So how do you skillfully live in the world? And that takes it's a lot more difficult than just sitting in emptiness.
Yeah.
That's easy.
That's the easy way.
It's easy to sit in emptiness. And it's also a cop-out for a lot of people, because a lot of people will copy someone like Ramana Maharshi. Now, Ramana Maharshi was a 100 million being that by the nature of his very being just never seemed to have any interest in sex, or no interest in money, or no interest in driving cars, or no interest in most of that stuff that most of us have. And what a lot of people do is they try and think, oh, that guy's enlightened. He's sitting in the corner for 20 years not talking. That's what enlightenment should look like. No, that's just how Ramana Maharshi looked when he got enlightened, because he just never had those interests to start with. He never had interest in a family or money or traveling or anything. So people then try and copy that. It's called jumping over your humanness. They just pretend they're not interested in food, money, sex, whatever it is. And that doesn't work. That just leads to suppression.
When I think about sex, it started for me like around 12, 13. We went to the store and I bought a package of playing cards with a woman with naked tits on.
I think I had that right. I had the same pack of cards.
Oh, great.
It was great. It was only
man. It was the best thing around.
Revelation.
At the schools, let's see it.
Yeah.
Now, let's say 30 years later, I have to go to sites like eFuck where you can find things that I haven't seen before.
Right.
You know, and that's the only thing that gives me arousal.
Exactly.
So in 30 years, I've seen a lot, and a lot of things changed.
Yeah.
I think there will be a point that nothing will get me excited anymore.
Right.
That I see on the internet or when I'm with a woman or.
Yeah.
Any advice on that?
Yeah, that's, you know, it's a bit of a one-way street. It's you know, I certainly experienced before I started doing Tantra. I think a lot of people do, everyone does. The brain, you know, through this malienation process, the brain gets bored with what it's so familiar with.
Yeah.
And what happens is when you come is you drop your dopamine levels, is the main thing. And dopamine is responsible for nearly every addiction. When the dopamine levels are low, you kind of have this slightly empty feeling, but you can't, like Mick Jagger said, you can't quite get no satisfaction, right? So then you have to go a little bit more extreme, more different, more new, more extreme, more different all the time. Because that's one way that dopamine can come back up, is through newness, is novelty.
Yeah.
So in the old days, you know, we're caveman, we've still got the caveman limbic brain. We have still a 200 million year old brain. So it's like, you know, the old days as caveman, you know, you walk around, you might see one hot woman, I don't know, once a week or once a month or something. But now you can just click on the internet and you see whatever you're interested in. There's novelty. So we can go into this very high artificial sex drive of coming once, twice a day or 3 times. Some guys, you know, coming a lot. And that's really going to deplete your life force, sexual energy very quickly. So what Tantra focuses on is, I mean, we don't use the visual cortex. You don't try and fantasize looking at images when you're masturbating, for example. Try not to look at pornographic images, especially like the money shot coming on her face or whatever it is. You know, it's like you try to come back to just natural sensations. You try to not use that sort of visual mind during sex. You try to just sort of be present with the partner you're with. And those exercises are quite difficult when you're in orgasm hangover, because it's very difficult to feel sexual satisfaction. It's because we're so used to this high saturation of stimulation. It's hard to just get horny when it's just more natural and, to the limbic brain, more boring.
Because when I was 15, I walked around with a girl just holding hands, and that was, oh man, the greatest thing on earth.
Exactly. Well, that's what you get back to through these tantric practices. You get that level of attraction back to your partner. You go back to the honeymoon period when you see them, and your body's going like, wow, you're making me horny.
Yeah.
You might not have to be thinking about it, because that's what happens in the higher levels, especially level 3, is people actually live out their sexual fantasies in a healthy way, safely, and with code words and describing and so on. And then if they actually do their sexual fantasies to completion, then you actually stop thinking about sex. Then you come back to a more, it can still be, your sex life can still be wild and crazy and fun and horny and living out your sexual fantasies, but there's no mental thinking or neediness to it.
Yeah.
And that creates a much more relaxed sex life, where you do get attracted at a much more simple level. Just the kissing, just the breathing, just the being inside someone can be really horny. And you can also then, switch it around and, take it from behind or whatever. But there's so much sensitivity to it. It's all new the whole time when you're not using the mind so much. So the practice we do in level 1 is how do you remove the mind from sex.
Yeah. So it's all about the senses.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Senses, yeah.
So I'll start using a feather of a chicken and start...
Yeah, but that won't work very well.
No?
No. You have to really deconstruct the mental mind and get out of orgasm hangover. And that's why we have the thing called the 21-day challenge, is try it once in your life for 21 days not to come, but stay sexually active. That's the key, especially in the second week. Stay masturbating or stay having sex, but don't come. You walk away with a heart on, you walk away with an erection, you walk away full of sexual energy, which people are not used to. And then you'll notice, after a week or two, stroking yourself with a feather becomes incredibly pleasurable. Even just putting your penis inside the vagina can be like, oh, I'm almost coming. It's become so sensitive. So it's a different, it's that's why we have all these yogic practices first to do. Yeah.
And isn't that dangerous?
What? Not to come?
Yeah, let's say I'm sexually so aroused and I go outside into the supermarket.
Yeah.
Am I still, how do you call it, in charge of myself? Can I still temper that sexuality when I see this beautiful woman bending down to get a pot of Nutella and I think, oh, I have to grab her, just like the caveman did?
Well, yeah, hopefully we have control of ourselves so we don't just rape someone or something.
Mm-hmm.
But no, you certainly, especially when you start not coming, you get very horny. But what happens is it very quickly relaxes into a relaxed horniness. So you don't, like I said, I don't really think about sex anymore. I don't go like, oh, I want to grab that woman. Oh, I have those urges anymore. I'm not thinking about sex in that way. But if my body's pressed up let's say a woman that I'm attracted to, my dick will straight away go up. Now a lot of guys have problems getting their dicks up, or they come too fast. These are side effects of the peak orgasm. We have a lot of guys, about 25% of guys will come and say, I have terrible pre-ejaculate, they come too quickly. Yeah. In the first minutes or whatever of sex, or even shorter sometimes. Or a lot of guys can't get their dicks up properly, they can't get them really hard properly. And these are all side effects of jerking off basically too much.
For me, sex and ego are still connected. For you, not. Is it a way of proving yourself? That's for most men. I prove my manlyhood by saying, well, I gave this woman a great orgasm last night.
Yeah.
Talk to my friends about it.
Well, no, that's certainly gone for me. That's certainly gone for me. No, I mean, I rarely have sex with women. I'm just not so interested in proving myself anymore in that way. It's just, I'm just not. I've had sex with enough beautiful women, and for when you start doing tantra, you do have sex for hours. So you can be in a really, really transcendent space, full body orgasm, everything turning to light, being satori, and you can be in that for several hours, where most people are spending 5 seconds in that sort of, but even very, very superficially. So they don't get a lot of time in that empty space. But you very quickly sort of burn those sexual longings or sexual karmic momentum. You seem to lose it fairly quickly. Once you've done all your fantasies and so on, it's like, you still do some when you're with someone, but it loses its kind of neediness or its drive. So proving yourself to a woman or something, that's not so interesting.
Can this sexual energy also be turned into something? You talked about serving the world, something that serves the world. Let's say I invent some very handy tool that we can open things with. Is sexual energy the base of every creative process?
Absolutely, I think absolutely. I mean, it's not proven by science, but absolutely. Creativity. You can create life from your sexuality. If you build that up, like I say, if you want to go to heaven, you need a lot of rocket fuel. Most people operate. Most adults are about 5 to 10% of their sexual energy. Most children are about 100% of their sexual energy. Children run around the whole time full of energy, quite positive. Then they start masturbating and it starts to go down. As adults, we're probably about 5 to 10%. And when I'm out of orgasm hangover, then the creativity starts to come. Then the kind of fresh ideas, the sort of this innocent happiness is there. There's not so much talking in the head going on. And then you get a lot more connected to, or you just see patterns of where things need to be invented, or what most people who are stuck more on a more, self-sustaining sort of level of survival don't have the time or energy to see. But when you sort of relax that, there's a lot of creative energy in sexual energy.
So what's Alex doing right now with his energy when he's not having sex?
Well, I'm working somewhat. We just redesigned our website. We were turning out teachings, electronic teachings. Dealing with a school with about 1,000 students. There's managers and managing those managers and so on. I spend quite a lot of time, traveling, seeing my daughter, riding motorbikes, playing with my new boat or jeep. I just do very simple things. Most of the time I'm sitting in the forest doing nothing. Sit in the forest and just sit in my hot tub overlooking the forest and just hang out and just tune out into nothingness. But that's, a lot of those things I can do is because I've done a lot. I don't have the feel of like I'm lonely, or I don't have the feeling of I want to have sex with someone, or I don't have the feeling of like I'm missing out on traveling, or I would like to do this or that. No, because I've done most of those things. I've travelled through, lived in 46 different countries. I retired when I was 25, making money from property and having 6 houses in the US and so on. I did stuff, and I kind of got bored with a lot of things. And that's part of the thing of fulfilling your karmas is that you fulfill a lot of these longings so that you can eventually just sit like Ramana Maharshi and not feel that you're compromising.
But you still don't look like someone who has done all those things. You look like you just come around.
Come around what?
Yeah, just come around here. Just this world. Just
good.
With this look of childish innocence, interested in things.
Yeah, great.
When I came in here, I said to both of you, you still look so young and fresh, and then you said that's because we don't come. Is it as simple as that?
That's a big variable. It's part of the variable. I'm 49 today. Yay.
Today your birthday.
Today my birthday, 49. So, if I go out, dressed up, a lot of people think I'm in my early 30s. Thank you very much for this. Usually the kids think I'm younger. But anyway, it's a sign of good practice. Do children think you're cool and fun and young and alive and innocent? Do animals like you more? These are kind of signs of people that you can't really brainwash through telling them stuff. you know, through reading books or whatever. No, they just feel, is this person playful and innocent, open, happy or not? So certainly this getting your sexual energy is a big component of that, not being in the orgasm hangover, being just feeling that innocent happiness again. And then life can get, you know, much more simple. You know, you don't need to impress your friends with a big house or, you know, impress your parents or all that sort of just, you know, loses interest. So you just really get back to basics. Like Adida used to call it optimal minimal. You just have the few minimal amount of things you can need but are really nice that you like, and then you unclutter your life and you just relax into what you're simply interested in. And for me right now, I just, you know, bought myself a new motorbike, a Ducati Multistrada 1200. It's awesome. Anyway, so yeah, that's my new toy. And, you know, I'll be really into that and do like the Zen and the art of motorcycle maintenance. Make that like a spiritual practice, to look after it properly, to learn how to do the mechanics on it, to learn how to ride it properly and safely. And I'm a father, you know, learning how to do things, you know, really well, and then that will burn through, and then I'll lose interest in that, like most other things. You know,
just like a child.
Just like a child. Just like a child. First they're playing Barbie dolls, and then they're playing with makeup. You know, it's just you just get bored with the lower sort of fixations, you know, and then you progress until eventually everything's kind of done, and you can really sit and just enjoy nature and openness without having to get anything more than that. And then you can really serve because you don't have much personal need anymore.
We've been talking for half an hour now. We haven't used the word love. What is love to you?
Yeah, I think love is one of the most misunderstood words in spirituality. So, you know, I'm kind of quite careful using it. A lot of people talk about love as the feeling in the left side of the chest or the center of the chest, or of warmthness when you have someone that is being nice to you and feels nice to you in a certain way. And people I think really misunderstand and misuse love. So, you know, you might get, oh, I love you so much. But what? You had sex with someone else? Oh, I fucking hate you, now I want half the house and half of this, and I never want to see you again. It's like, wow, that was really deep love, wasn't it? Just because they had sex with someone else, for example. You know, Byron Katie, who I'm a big fan of, you know, she says, you know, people don't understand love. They just, if someone agrees with you for periods of time, you feel close to them, so they call that love. And if they suddenly start disagreeing with you and having a problem with something, then you turn your back and you turn your back on them. That's not love. So the right side of the chest, the right side of the heart, the full acceptance of everything around you as yourself is what I would call love. And then if you find someone else who you both want to walk together that path with, and you make each other better, not just, you know, most people have relationships where you have someone to stop them being lonely, or someone to regularly have sex with, or someone to raise kids with, or just someone to share the economy with, or whatever it is. Status, whatever, or to please your mother and father, or the programming from conditional upbringing. But, you know, to really find someone that you're going to practice to unconditionally love, I mean, love as yourself, that would mean, you know, financially, you'd look after them as if they were yourself. Sexually, I mean, you know, very often I have, you know, couples that one of them is not interested in sex and the other one is. One might be older, one might have lost their sex drive, one might just have lost interest in that partner. I mean, if one wants to have sex and the other one doesn't, and you really loved your partner, wouldn't you want them to be sexually satisfied? And if you weren't sexually satisfying them, wouldn't you just by love find someone else to satisfy them? You know, it makes sense when we think of it logically, but emotionally, people can't do that because they get jealous. They feel they're going to lose something that's valuable to them, or they feel that they're going to be compared. Maybe he has a big dick than me, maybe he's a better lover than me, or maybe he falls in love with her, or whatever the fear is running. It's very difficult to practice unconditional love with people. So, you know, we have, as I said, 10 different levels. That's 10B. That's right up at the top there, to really practice to unconditionally love someone as if you're there yourself, as a spiritual practice. It's quite profound.
Can I say some things from Advaita, the world of Advaita, and I'm curious about your reaction. Free will, that's a hot topic in Advaita circles.
Yeah.
Did I come here out of free will, or did it just happen? How is that for you?
Well, there's both are true, and that's where most people get confused. Most people on the street would believe they believe in the human level storyline. So they these are our level 6 teachings. So they believe they're the doer. They believe they're the body. They believe they're their thoughts, their emotions, and so on. And they get really identified, and they get really uptight with that. And you can tell how lost in the human level storyline is by how seriously someone's taking something. You know, someone calls you a name you don't like. How upset do you get by it? I wear pretty metrosexual clothing, fairly feminine clothing. You know, it's like, how upset do you get when people laugh at you in the street? You know, are they laughing at you, or are they laughing at something they assume is inside you, and we normally assume is inside us, is me behind the eyes. So that's the human level storyline. The other side of the coin is the level of perfection. The level of perfection is everything is perfect, that you don't create thoughts just arise, that there really is no free will, and that's true at the level of perfection, because you can't really sit there creating thoughts very much. Thoughts just pop into your head, So Sam Harris and other scientists who are studying what's happening in the brain, they're proving now as science that there is no free will. So that's also true. Now, creative wisdom practice, the practice that we're doing is to bring both of those true at the same time. So although I know I have no free will and I can actually internally really relax, externally it still looks like I have to make a choice. Do I go left or right? Do I buy this or not? Do I study this or not? There's still the appearance of choice, so we still have to make our best effort to make the right decisions. But ultimately we know that there's no free will. What that also does is removes judgment on others. You kind of see like, okay, that person's annoying me and they should act different, and they're not loving enough, and they're not caring enough for me, and they should change this and that and this and that. Arguing with reality, as Byron Katie says. In this spiritual practice, you relax that internal dialogue. It's all perfect as it is, but you still have the capacity to try and change it. But you don't get so uptight about it, and you don't judge other people if they're not doing as well as you think they should be doing. So it creates a lot less violence in relationship.
And the ego, is that a thing that is created out of thoughts, or is it an activity that we put energy into day in and day and again?
It seems to be the subconscious assumption that I am, behind my eyes, 2 centimeters or so behind my eyes. It feels like we're localizing there, but if you feel behind your eyes, check what's looking at your eyes, you don't find anything. No one ever has, no one ever will. That's just a mental construct. So that's like at an awareness level. But there's also closures in the right side of the heart where you feel fear. You feel like I'm consciousness inside my head and the world is around me. Consciousness is small and the world is big. That creates contraction in the right side of the heart. It also creates like a contraction in the bodily base from the navel down. This kind of contraction of not feeling really, really safe. So we contract in our bodily base as well, which is one of the areas Tantra works on. The other areas of spirituality don't work on, which is the relaxation in the sexuality, the relaxation in the cervix for the women, the relaxation in the anus, especially for men. These are yogic areas that are uptight, that don't let energy flow, that don't let energy move down the front and up the back and out the crown shastra like it should. They get locked in all these blockages in the body. So, Tantra is about how do you open up these all contractions at once. And if you do, you have a true satori, not a mental based, oh, we're all one. It's like, open your heart and feel bliss and feel light up your spine, all that crap. It's none of that positive thinking kind of spirituality. It's more your spine starts shaking and you're going, Alex, what the hell's going on? Like your kundalini's being activated. Your spine is sexually waking up. Okay, now why does my body move like this? Why do my fingers move like that? Okay, because energy is flowing out through your arms. It's you get a natural response to the yogas rather than trying to do it with your mind.
Is that the same when after sex my right leg won't stop shaking? Or is that just some wrong position?
I don't know. Sure.
Okay,
no.
okay.
Yeah, I haven't had that happen.
You just said something about that people cannot define you. And it's the same when I'm here sitting with you. Could you say what's the right English word? you reunited the manly and the male and the female all together.
Yeah.
Is that self-realization just...
No, well,
no?
I think that's a very good precursor to I'm not an enlightened being, and I think there's very, very few people on this planet that are enlightened. There's a handful, 3 or 4 or 5 or so, I'm not going to name them, but they're out there. They've been usually reformatted from extreme depression, extreme sadness. Like Byron Katie, for example, she's not 10 years of depression. Last year checking herself into a halfway house, on suicide watch, not sleeping in the bed because she feels so unworthy, not brushing her teeth because she can't see the point in going on, and then just not being able to handle that level of depression. The ego occasionally, very, very occasionally, spontaneously would just jump out of that into an enlightened state. That's very rare. In terms of people getting enlightened through spiritual practices, through real spiritual practices, there's never been one system ever on earth that has been able to create an enlightened student. Not one. Not to be able to go out and just create a whole bunch of enlightened students. It doesn't have it. Not at a full-bodied enlightenment level. Jesus, if you even believe anything that's written in the Bible, there's some things like from the Coptic Gospel according to St. Thomas that they found in the Dead Sea Scrolls, and they've carbon dated it to about 2,000 years old. It hasn't been tampered with. The little bits they've got left, which is only a certain percentage. He says in there that the kingdom of heaven is open to those that unite the inner masculine and feminine, the male and female, when they become one in the being. Then there is the openness for the entrance to the kingdom of heaven. Now, I don't know if I trust so much what I read in the Bible and things, but that certainly resonates with me and my students. So in level 1, for example, we teach the men to try and get to the same level of self-acceptance as the women are. Women have been wearing men's clothes for 70 years. Since the Second World War, Coco Chanel designed suits for women, and she was ostracized from society and called a lesbian. But these days, women can just walk into a boardroom meeting or work wearing a man's suit. It looks hot, looks great, looks super sexy. Yeah. But a guy walks in with a dress into a boardroom meeting and be laughed out. Men's feminine side is not socially acceptable, especially not sexually. If a guy has the woman putting his fingers in her ass or something, guys get afraid. Does it mean I'm gay, or does it mean something negative about me? So men are really sort of behind on this sexual revolution. Compared to women, so that's one of the things that I wear very feminine clothes, and in our level 1, the guys dress up in dresses, the women dress them up, the guys dress in dresses, and we have like a party as like sluts. It's really useful for women to also accept their slutty side, because mummies generally told them, don't be a slut, your dress is too short, your blouse is too open, you don't wear that, this. They get programmed not to act slutty. But one of the deepest yogas for most women is, if they're not sexually damaged too much, they may often have a deep longing to be fucked very slutty, like a dirty old slut. They'll have that longing, and there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah. It's a feminine longing to be opened and penetrated by the masculine, and taken out of their head and into a more open space. That can be, it's nice if there's 5 guys around you doing that, helping you, penetrating, opening you to God. A lot of women have that fantasy, but they'll never fulfill that because they're ashamed of having slutty thoughts. Same with men. Men also have a feminine side that can be recharged, even in a heterosexual relationship. Just the woman sometimes, putting him in his feminine, taking direction. He doesn't have to dress her up, although he might like that, it might work for them. It seems to work for a lot of people, but not everyone. Can he then relax, for example, learn how to conduct energy up his spine, how to learn how to not come quickly, to learn how to make love for hours. You need to be able to move the energy back up into your spine and move it up. And that's why in our level 2 courses, we are now going to be level 1, level 2, is sexually activate the spine so the energy can move up the spine. But that requires a relaxed anus that cannot get horny. Otherwise it acts like a roadblock, like a part of cement that sexual energy can't move past. And the guy just gets frustrated, or he'll have pain in his balls from not coming or whatever. There's ways to get the woman to help you relax your anus, move sexual energy up through the spine, so you don't get this problem of energy being stagnated in the base of the body, where it might create problems long term for the body.
It all sounds so professional, and you know what you talk about. And what how do you call it? Yeah, when you talk about this stuff like penetrating balls, it doesn't sound dirty. How come?
Because our firm belief is that there's nothing wrong with sex. So long as you're not having sex with children, so long as you have sex with between consenting adults, or children can play together, that's no problem either. They shouldn't cross those boundaries. But so long as you're having sex with a consenting adult in ways that both make you more open and better able to live your life, then great. And so what if that means you're doing dirty things with your ass, or you're doing this, that, and the other? And that's how we talk. It's like there should be no shame around sex. Sex is a natural part of being a human, but no one ever talks about it, or very few people talk about it, or they talk about it in a more derogatory way or less spiritual way. So, that's why I don't talk about yonnies and lingams and, all these sort of things. I talk about cock and pussy and balls and ass, and, because that's what you do on the street. And there shouldn't be that sort of shame around it, I think. So.
Is it all conditioning? I can remember that my father, when we were sitting with the family, and I was around 14, when a tit came on TV, he got a red head and he swore I had to search for the remote control.
Yeah. A huge amount of sex is around conditioning. A huge amount of shame is around conditioning. That's why we try and, for example, live out our sexual fantasies fully, so we can be relaxed. For example, when something like that comes on the TV,
it gives tension.
It gives tension.
Yeah.
Children don't have that tension. They're happy to walk around naked or whatever. They don't. I mean, if I dress as very metrosexual, the kids love it. They go, oh wow, cool. It's then the adults that sometimes be more judgmental on it. So good to be really relaxed sexually, because we don't then pass a lot of that on to our kids. A lot of that shame or judgment and a lot of that, shame and judgment can be secretly desiring things. It's like, who doesn't like to see some tits occasionally on TV, but then you kind of like, in front of the kids you get ashamed of it. We have one of our assistants is a transsexual, pre-op transsexual, hot Brazilian, breasts and a cock. There's people get really confused on that. Her father used to beat her because she was too feminine, but it's like a lot of people who are gay bashed. They get bashed by guys that are secretly trying to prove they're not gay, and then they I had 5 friends in Sydney who were bashed, and then one of them tried to come back and have sex with him. It's what you're repelled to, you're secretly longing for. You're trying to prove to yourself that you're not attracted to whatever. So there's a lot of conditioning, a lot of screwed upness around sex, and that's part of our thing, is to relax all that.
So there's nothing that shocks you anymore, if you ever read or see or on the internet or.
I'm not so big on porn and things. I'm sure there's lots of things on there that could shock me.
The things with pain, for example.
Yeah, pain, or I don't know, animals, or fart porn or something. I just don't really want to go there. But it's fine. That's what. But
you don't judge it.
I don't judge it. If that's what makes people. I mean, I don't. BDSM and so on. You're tying someone up. I can see that. Use of that to surrender. A lot of women get really horny on that, and great and fine and no problem if it's done safely and so on. And the whole, was it 10 Shades to Grey and all this sort of stuff. I mean, so popular. Great, no problem. We in TNT, we make the sort of distinction between, we have, tantric domination workshops that are led by other people. We have, those where those people have that interest in that area. What we generally draw a line between is when it gets destructive. If it's fulfilling some childhood trauma and it's re-traumatizing the person. For example, I have I know a guy who is in Chile, and he was, taken away about 20 years ago and tortured, and now the only way, and they put electrocuted his balls and all this sort of stuff, and the only way he can get horny now is through extreme level of pain and violence. I mean, that's to keep doing that, I think, is unhealthy. I think you should address the root trauma and undo that. If someone's been very sexually abused in their youth, and then that, for example, woman is acting that out through prostitution or something, I think that's something that it should not be indulged. If that person wants to grow, they should get that dealt with. But most of the rest of it, telling someone to lick my shoes, you groveling piece of shit, we wouldn't really sort of condone that, because it's kind of is demeaning to that person's spiritual practice. It's probably because someone in their past has done that to them in a not healthy way. But then there can be totally the same thing expressed, BDSM or something, through healthy methods. And we have a very good working relationship with the BDSM communities, for example. Because a lot of them are actually quite tantric. They're practicing not to come for long periods of time. We say, hey, look, if you really want to take it to the next level, just don't come at all. And then you see if you can do it with a bit more heart space, a bit more love, a bit more connection, a bit more this and that. And then you can use those tools also in New Tantra. And that's what green Tantra is about. White Tantra is more nothing too horny, nothing too scary, no friction, plugging in, looking into each other's eyes, opening your heart. And that's a great way to learn to get over the coming addiction. But, for most people, especially the men, it gets a bit boring after a while. You want to include more the sort of the dark side in your horny fantasies. We're fully inclusive Tantra school, so, we fully include. So, yeah, I've done almost every, most sexual acts. I've lived out my sexual fantasies. So there's nothing that would really shock me other people, or that I would judge other people for doing.
Yeah. It still sounds so unsatisfying when you say you don't come at all. And I think, what's the use?
No, but I don't come in the peak orgasm. That's one of 7 different orgasms.
So there are more.
There's more.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's not about ejaculating.
It's not about ejaculating.
No.
But then once you build up that energy and you remap the neural pathways through neuroplasticity, then your body can start to orgasm through different nerves. Instead of the pudendal nerve, which is the one we come on either clitoris or the penis, is exactly the same nerve, because it's about the same length orgasm. It's short little P, goes up and then down. You get, women know it with men especially, he as soon as he comes, he falls asleep or he loses interest in sex. He might be able to do it twice or 3 times, but it's always you're on diminishing returns. Women are a little bit more complex. They can have many orgasms linked together. But eventually, the sexual energy dwanes.
How come I feel so sad and maybe lonely when I...
Exactly. That's because you drop your dopamine, but especially your oxytocin. And your oxytocin drops to want you to have your own space.
Yeah, you would like to call a cab.
Exactly.
Say, get out of here.
In Australia, we say we want the woman to turn into a pizza. Joke. Ladies joke. Yeah, it's like you want your own space a little bit.
Yeah.
And that's why we say every time you come, you're putting another nail in the coffin of your... you're putting a nail in the coffin of your relationship. Yeah. So you do feel a bit more flat, a bit more depressed, a little bit more... can't get satisfied in the same way. You do. Yeah. It is diminishing returns. It also creates a little bit of a dirty feeling. That's why we don't often talk about sex. But that goes after you get out of the orgasm hangover.
I can remember I got into a big fight with my ex-girlfriend just after sex. I thought, what the hell is going on here?
Yeah. That's the design of the orgasm, is to push you away from your partner. The orgasm is designed to make you bored and unsatisfied with your partner, so you look at other people and spread your genes. That's the whole point of the orgasm.
It's good, but why isn't that at the 8 o'clock news?
Exactly.
Because I'm 41 years old, no one never ever told me this.
Exactly. Well,
it sounds so... I recognize it and it sounds so logical.
Yeah, it sounds so logical. It's so obvious when you really spell it out. Yeah, we've only been doing this for 5-6 years now. But, it's like, most of the other spiritual practice, a lot of spiritual practice is not so cool. It's a bit boring. Mm-hmm. It's like, who wants to just light candles, look in each other's eyes and, sit with a soft penis inside each other? It looks boring to most mainstream people. And that's why we wanted to update it with a new part and say, hey, look, of course, you can bring in all your sexual fantasies. You can, find out why they're driving you.
Yeah.
And transform them into art forms. It might make you a better person. And then we get a lot of, much more successful people who haven't been interested in Advaita or haven't read, a lot of traditional Tantra books or the Bhagavad Gita or whatever. They're more interested in, okay, how's this going to help me in my life?
Yeah.
How's it going to make me more money? How's it going to make me a better parent? How's it going to make me, more satisfied being on holiday and sitting there and not mind fucking, etc. So, updates are useful.
So is it popular? Are you?
It's very popular. It's too popular.
So we don't have to name for now the courses and the
Oh
prices?
yeah, please,
or-
of course,
Yeah, we
free
can.
advertising, absolutely.
Yeah.
But it's we're getting a lot of interest from all over the world,
Yeah.
and I'm mainly trying to focus here in Holland.
Why is that?
Because I think England, Scandinavia, but especially Holland, I think it's probably one of the most advanced free-thinking countries in the world. You've got sensible marijuana laws. You've got sexual workers laws to protect those women and have proper checks and license them and tax them and everything. Good. You're very free thinking, the Dutch, and you still got all the usual problems that the ego has, judgment and so on. But the Dutch people are pretty cool, and so we get a good response here. And if I go to other countries, they can be very enthusiastic at the start, but they don't have the capacity to really sustain that level of openness very much. I used to always say, like with the Germans are very hard nuts to crack, but once they crack, they generally stay open for quite a long time. The Dutch are more gentle nuts, but they do stay open very, very long. Our community here is quite self-sustaining and meets regularly and kind of looks after itself pretty well.
Yeah. Okay, so for people who are interested, go to thenewtantra.com. Com.
C-O-M.
Yeah. And how many times a year you're here in Holland?
I'm not here so often. I basically do one workshop on each level a year. That's not very much, but we do have other teachers, for example. B.S. Vedbeck that does level 1 and 2 here in Holland twice a year. If you go to our website and look on the calendar, you'll see when she's here. But also, different courses through Europe are available. Personally, I don't do so much teaching now. I occasionally do the higher levels, but that'll be getting even less in the future. I'm more sort of steering it from the background. So there's new teachers coming in.
Okay. Thank you for this very inspiring
talk. Nice
talk.
to meet you. Awesome to meet you. Good questions.
Thank you. Sitting here with Georgie on the couch in Vinkeveen. I just talked to are you married, your husband?
No.
No, your how do you call it, boyfriend then? Bart?
The love of my life.
Yeah, the great love of your life. You just did a couple of meetings in Haren, Groningen. You often come to the Netherlands to talk about this stuff. And when I say this stuff, what is this stuff you guys talk about? Can you explain that in a few sentences?
In the broadest terms, it's the art of living.
That's it.
Really?
Yeah.
But then we need to look at what life is and what's living.
Mm-hmm.
We're not bringing a message of escaping or transcending or being there.
Mm-hmm.
We're very much bringing a message of being here.
With what is?
Being here in the sense of not with what is, but being here and sinking into the here and really falling into that space where the here itself becomes a kind of miracle of phenomena of itself. What is there's some distance.
Mm-hmm.
And in the here, there is also zero distance. If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Could you say being here as what is? Is that maybe, that feels a little more closer?
Again, being here, yes, you can say as what is.
Mm-hmm.
But being here as what is includes everything that's passing as well.
Mm-hmm.
So it's being here in a physical body. This is one of the few things which is totally clear. We are somehow right now in a physical body.
Mm-hmm.
And part of the physical universe. And in this here, we're perceiving through the physical senses. So the here is behind all of those impressions of what is. So whatever impression we get of what is,
Mm-hmm.
even the impression of our most finest being, it's still an impression. And the here is behind that also.
Yeah, that makes no sense, but it feels it feels good. And is that the same?
In what way doesn't it make sense?
Well, I find my mind like fighting with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. It still tries to earn a position for itself.
Yeah.
You know, exclusive space.
Yeah, yeah. So, in that space, which is of the here, is contained the now, in a sense. And the now is that mind. You can't be in the now elsewhere.
Yeah.
And the now is very much the whole dimension of time, as well as being central to our thinking processes, how we construct reality, how we make sense of reality. And it's central to the story. In a way, the past and the future is a construction of a story.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, we know that form, our body, is a condition of not only time, but also of space. Everything that we can see is a condition of time. It has a certain amount of time and a certain amount of space which it takes up. So the experience of the now is really an incredible doorway to opening the mind and to sinking to the silence and stillness in and around thinking and imagination. But we're not done there, because there's also this aspect of space. This is how we are composed. At least it's how form is composed.
Mm-hmm.
So the realization of the now by itself opens up the dimension of space. We drop into this area of being, of feeling. How much space do we take? What's contracted there? What's the weather there? How does it feel? So the realization of space, many talk about this, and it's a different realization from the realization of the now.
Mm-hmm.
The now is very much this awakening realization. And they very often use the word consciousness for this, and it's kind of put in a duality with sleep, which is not really true. But there is this awakening experience of becoming conscious of conscious in the now, and the collapse of the past and the future.
Mm-hmm.
Those who have moved into the realization of space more will talk about endless expanse, boundless awareness, being everything, being all things, about being in general, being as part of the big being. They're looking through the eyes of the heart, they're listening through the eyes of the ears of the heart. They're moving through the realization of space. In the here, time and space come together as form, which is us really here now, for real. You know, no more tripping on awareness or consciousness here, not excluding anything. Not even excluding the absence of consciousness or awareness. And that degree of realization really opens up the physical dimension, the realization of the physical body. It has the potential to liberate the fear of death, which doesn't mean that we're not afraid of death anymore. It means that we find freedom within that which is passing, including the body. So this is, when we talk about the art of living, the life which all of this is, this form is alive, then we're talking about how to be home everywhere. And we know this, we know that wherever we go, we're always here. There is this fallback position. You know, we can have the most incredible experience, and we're here. Still we're here.
Yeah.
We don't kind of evaporate because we're enlightened and manifest elsewhere. We're still here. We can, the next morning, have an argument with our partner and feel incredibly rubbish about ourselves, and we're still here. It's the same. It's a continuum. The next afternoon we can fly to San Francisco. We're still here. It doesn't move. It's a continuum. It's here even in the depths of sleep. And it's here when we awake. It's here if we're deeply in illusion, in busy mind. And it's here when we're in stillness. So we're trying to open that gate of liberation, where it's possible to be within the world of duality, with all the real stuff, the feelings, the emotions, the suffering, which, everybody suffers, grief and loss and pain and fear and anger. But when we are in this space of the here, even behind consciousness, because it includes sleep, it includes coma, then life itself finds a harmony there. It's not the only thing happening. We don't get entangled. We're at home, also in terrible circumstances and also in good circumstances. We don't get lost. But we don't. When I say we don't get lost, it doesn't mean that we're pushing away anything, or pushing away our sexuality, or pushing away our anger, or pushing away our fear. We're simply calm in it.
The eye of the storm.
Yeah. The eye of the storm that can't see itself. You can only, all the thoughts, all the impressions, all the feelings, all the experiences of awakening and enlightenment and whatever are the storm around the eye.
And does the eye need the storm to know itself?
That's a very beautiful question. I would have to ask what you mean by knowing.
Well, sometimes now I go to knowledge. I read in a book or heard from another teacher, it said that this is all just God playing hide and seek with himself. So that, let's say that the eye is God, and so God pretends to be the storm, or pretends to be you and me and the camera and the couch.
Maybe he's playing hide and seek with his wife.
Yeah, that could be, yeah. But then there's still duality. There's always this talk about oneness, or one without the second. I heard from The Love of Your Life that your next book is about duality. So this site is about non-duality. What is for you the difference between the two? I know non-duality, duality, everything is one, and duality, there's the opposites. But how are you explaining this to people? Is there such a thing as duality? That's my question. Is
there such a thing as difference?
Yeah.
Is more the question.
Okay.
Let's take the now, the power of the now. So all we have is now. So time is totally transient. Whatever this illusion of time, it's passing, it's passing, it's passing, and all there is this now, this opening, this doorway to something existential. So what we could do with that, because we have dualistic minds, if you could say all there is now, the rest is not real. So the now is real, and all the stories and all the history and all of creation actually is not real. It's an illusion. This is God playing hide and seek with himself.
Yeah.
So that's a new duality. And and what is a position of truthfulness becomes an escape door from some kind of human responsibility. What's also true at the same time in the now is that every single moment of now is eternal. It never gets lost. Nothing.
And why is that?
It seems to be a basic law that which is created never gets uncreated. And what's happening is that perception, consciousness and awareness is moving through. And what's unfortunate, and this is where we are in the development of mind as a species, is that we identify with that. We identify with the particular impressions of consciousness at that moment. which is also okay, that is forever. But what is here never ceases to be. You know, if you look back in your memory and you look at moments when you were really here and now, really awake, isn't it true that you're there forever? That this is something so alive in memory, so much more alive than lesser.
Yeah. You can recall it, and then it's again.
It's alive.
Alive, yeah.
So this is also why it's so important to move from the dimension of the now also to the spatial dimension, to the realization of space. So we said that the here contains the now. Space, in a way, is the container of time. So when we move down from the head to the layer of feeling, we cannot access that dimension without being in the now. We cannot feel what we're feeling later. If we feel what we felt yesterday, we're feeling it again. Now. Yeah. So it's not really a mind game to go into the now. All we have to do is feel. And then the realization begins to happen with the curiosity of what is it that feels. Can we feel that which is able to feel love? And can that be felt?
And is that something that is possible for all and everyone? Or do you have to be gifted to feel that?
To feel love?
To feel that thing, that which feels love.
Yeah. No, it's absolutely possible for everyone. You know, now many people are doing mindfulness, for example. But there was a time when those same quantity of people would close their eyes, yes, and they would see nothing there because their eyes are closed. No, almost like a wall of nothing, because the program was so deep that when you close your eyes, you see nothing.
Yeah.
And now, it's more and more people because we are one, so we have an effect on each other. It's a domino effect, closing their eyes and looking into the inner world. So it's the same with feeling. You know, the first time, and this is true for many, you say, "What are you feeling now?" They will say nothing. It's almost anesthetic. It's closed. But just that invitation to feel whatever is happening now and to explore is going to bring awareness to something more truthful, something that's happening, some kind of feeling. And it moves very, very quickly. So that awareness which is brought to it, it feels good, just the awareness.
Yeah.
There's a relief in it. There's a closer connection with your qualities, with being, with truthfulness. So that in itself awakens this new dimension. And by degrees it becomes easier, but often, of course, what happens is that there's a reason why people are anesthetized here, and that's because it's been shocked, it's painful. It hasn't been educated. How often in schools do we say to our children, "What are you feeling about this?" as opposed to "What do you know about this?"
Yeah, thinking about this, yeah.
So often what can happen is, especially for spiritual seekers, that they find the silence, it drops down into this layer of feeling, and there's an openness because it's the now. So there's an openness in feeling, in experience, and they meet pain. They meet an old pain, because old pain is in the now, right? It's always alive, it's just that we're not feeling it.
Yeah.
It's always there until it's felt, and then a transformation begins. So they meet an old pain, and sometimes it's some kind of pain, and it doesn't even have to be from this lifetime, it can be from the generations that is carried through the family.
Yeah.
So they meet this thing which must never be felt, like betrayal, some kind of horror. And they're so deeply programmed this should never be felt that they they run from it back to the mind to look for the spiritual awakening again.
Yeah.